So everyone, welcome here at the first part of day one from the 11th EUSDR Annual Forum here in Košice, Slovakia. This will be the first part, then we move forward to the plenary sessions, and right now I would like to introduce you the four most important hosts for this press conference. Please welcome the first, Ihor KORKHOVYI, Ukrainian EUSDR Presidency Deputy Minister, Ministry for Communities and Territories Development of Ukraine. Second one, please welcome Květoslav Kmec, Ministry of Investments, Regional Development and Informatization of Slovak Republic. The third, Michal, BLAŠKO, National Coordinator of Danube Strategy and Director of Transnational Cooperation Programs. And also Petra, ČESEN, ČATAR, the National Coordinator from Slovenia. So these are the four hosts for this first press conference. I would like to give a word to Ihor KORKHOVYI and then the next hosts, and after their speeches we will have time for a few questions from you, the pressers and the audience. So Mr. KORKHOVYI, it's your turn.
Thank you very much. Do you hear me well? Yes. So first of all, on behalf of Ukrainian presidency, I'm very grateful to our Slovak colleagues for their assistance, help and support for our presidency. Frankly speaking, this is the war presidency, and that's the first in the history of EUSDR, when the non-EU member state holding the presidency, and at the same very time it is within the war with the bigger, stronger enemy. And I clearly remember 24th of February when we planned to have a very big meeting with DSP, and I got up at like very early morning and understood that we have to do something, and my first message to DSP was, sorry guys, we are in war, we attacked, and we need to a little bit terminate our presidency. And I'm very thankful to DSP, our Slovak colleagues, Slovenian colleagues, that they assist us and they hold for this period, a couple of months, the presidency and perform and fulfill the program. To my point of view, Ukrainian presidency is a successful one, despite the fact that we are struggling, we are working on the constant shelling of our civilian cities. Some of our interventions, especially video ones, was recorded from the underground, and you can't even imagine what does it mean when you need to combine and somehow personally and psychologically to accept the situation when a couple hundred of kilometers from you, your citizens are dying. At the same time, you need to be strong and to keep moving and to keep fulfilling the program of the presidency and those obligations that you took. And to my point of view, our public administration, mutually with the NGOs and civil society, showed a high level of resistance. And we managed for today's that we have the annual forum, that's the Ukrainian annual forum with the support of our colleagues from Slovakia, but that's really Ukrainian forum. And I'm very grateful that for this moment of time, I'm sitting in front of you, and I have a possibility, due to the high level of resistance of Ukrainian people, to talk to you today and to express the thoughts, my feelings that I have, despite the fact that yesterday in Kyiv a couple of rockets destroyed a huge district plant, and around 500,000 people without electricity, without water. So you can imagine the level of the horror that we meet each day. But at the same time, we clearly understand that only our mutual resistance and the support and unity between our partners, that's the key element and the key issue for our victory. So from my point of view, that's it. Please feel free to ask me questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. KORKHOVYI. And now, please, Mr. Květoslav Kmec for your speech.
Yes, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. First, let me, right at the beginning, express our sympathy with heroic fight of Ukrainian people against Russian aggression. And during a ministerial meeting that has just taken place, all ministries that are part of the Danube strategy, they all began with expressing their sympathies and their support to Ukraine. Now, our Ministry of Investments, Regional Development, Informatization is taking this event as another step of assistance of Slovakia to Ukraine. We congratulate Ukrainian presidency as the first non-EU member state presidency to a very successful accomplishment of their work under the presidency of Danube strategy. We are in the city of Košice, very close to Ukrainian borders, and this city was very naturally selected for this conference, and we hope it will be a successful event. Our assistance to Ukraine, I think, is the key point, and assistance of all EU Danube strategy member states is the key point of this conference. And in all sectors that we will talk about, energy crisis, innovations, etc., this key point of assistance to Ukraine will be prevailing. So this is for the beginning, and I look forward to further questions from you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kmec. And right now move to Mr. Michal BLAŠKO.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. It was a year ago when Slovakia handed over the presidency of the Danube strategy to Ukraine. We were really happy and we were really proud that it is Ukraine as a first non-EU member holding the presidency within the Danube strategy. We saw this as well as a kind of symbol of Ukraine's determination in their way towards the better involvement in European Union. At that time, no one of us could have even imagined how the world would change. The aggression of Russia against Ukraine was a big shock for all of us, but thanks to our brave colleagues from Ukraine that were able, and they did their best to keep the presidency running, we were able to proceed with the tasks of presidency and with our implementation of our strategy. But in this situation, when bombs are falling down, even on the beautiful capital city of Kiev, it is obvious that annual forum was not able to take place in Ukraine. So this is the reason why it is here. This is the reason why it is in Slovakia, and this is the reason why we offered our helping hand to Ukraine to prepare or to organize annual forum here in Košice. The exact venue, and this is our eastern metropolis, city of Košice. It's not far away from the border with Ukraine. It's kind of a symbol that although it takes place here in Slovakia, but as Ihor has said, it is Ukrainian annual forum of our strategy. The preparation of this year's annual forum was not easy due to the situation in Ukraine, but as I already mentioned, thanks to their brave work, even during these tough times, we, I think, succeed, and we hope that this year's annual forum will help us in our effort to make a Danube region a good place to live, and we really hope that today's discussion and meetings will help us in our efforts in this respect. Thanks a lot so far.
Thank you very much, Mr. BLAŠKO. Given the current situation in Ukraine, this year's forum is organized by Ukraine with the support of Slovakia and Slovenia. And from Slovenia is also with us Petra, ČATAR. Here's your turn, Mrs. ČATAR.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. I would like to also condemn the brutal military attack of Russian Federation against Ukraine and express our solidarity with our Ukrainian colleagues. We worked very well during this year with Ukraine and with Slovakia within the trio. And Ukraine also worked well as presidency country of EUSDR during this year, and it achieved almost all its goals. So I think we can all congratulate Ukraine for all the work, and Ihor also to you, because you really worked very hard, even though there were really challenging times and still are in your country. And I would like to congratulate you for your work. And as you can see, we as Slovenia, we will start our presidency of EUSDR from 1st of November this year. And we will start our presidency in a very challenging situation, challenging times for the new region, for our partner country, Ukraine. And we are looking forward also in the future to work well within the trio with Ukraine and also Austria. And maybe just to tell you some priorities of our presidency, we will continue on the good work of Ukrainian presidency. We will focus our attention on energy security in the region, on transport connectivity, and also on the knowledge and the future, knowledge society and professions of the future. Of course, we will continue on the good work done already on the involvement of youth. We support very much the establishment of the Youth Council, and we will focus our attention on cross-macro-regional cooperation and on the embedding process. So I would like to congratulate Slovakia for offering the hospitality here in Košice, for helping to organize together with Ukraine this forum. I think this is a sign of a very strong cooperation and solidarity in the region, and I'm looking forward to attending the sessions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mrs. ČATAR. So now is the time for the questions from the pressers. Here is the first one. We will have a microphone so the others can hear you, so our assistant will bring it to you.
Thank you very much. My name is Dejan Šejnović. I'm a journalist of Nezavisne novine from Bosnia and Herzegovina. I would like to ask the Ukrainian colleague, can you give us a little bit of highlights what you have achieved during this time? Just to give us some concrete examples. What are the priorities of Ukraine and what do you aspire to achieve in the next period? Because your Slovenian colleague gave us a little bit of highlights, but it's going to be their priorities. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your question. The government adopted the program of our presidency, and one of the program was about the active involvement of non-EU member states. That is fulfilled by us. So we hold the presidency, we manage all of the partners and do it as much good as possible, to my point of view. The second one is embedding. That is a very important issue, especially an administrative one, and that is on the agenda of European Commission, mutual with DSP, with our trio colleagues. We also that managed. Especially, we also have the political priorities, and they considered the energy security and the Green Deal. That is also moving, and we try to Green Deal to become an integral part of the recovery, future recovery of Ukraine. Because our movement to the European Union is much more clear, and we understand already the path. So we have to be synchronization, to have the synchronization of the mutual agendas, and this is one of the key, also priority for the whole Danube macro-regional, because I suppose you already feel the consequences of the dependence on the fossil fuel. Thank you.
Second question.
Sorry, and also I forget to mention one very important issue, that about the connectivity. Because the Danube River, when the Russia blocked our ports, Danube River ports, they become the key instrument for the export of the grain and prevention of the possible hunger and future possible movement of people from low-income countries, especially to the European Union. So we consider the Danube River, we are reconsidering the role of Danube River as the pillar of the food security, not only for Ukraine, but also for the European Union. Thank you.
I have a question. I'm Fejat Forto, journalist from Sarajevo, Bosnia and Herzegovina. I have a question for a lady from Slovenia. Are there any plans to include Bosnia and Herzegovina in some projects in a period of your presidency? Are you aware of any of that?
Yes, thank you for your question. Regarding the inclusion of Bosnia and Herzegovina during our presidency, one of our main priorities is the empowering and inclusion of non-EU countries within EUSDR. We are planning to have a kick-off event on the 1st of December that will mostly dedicate to the empowering of the enrollment of non-EU countries within the EUSDR, especially Bosnia and Herzegovina, of course, Serbia, Črna Gora, Ukraine, and Moldova. And also what we are planning to do is cooperate with Bosnia and Herzegovina, because now at the moment Bosnia and Herzegovina is presiding Adriatic-Ionian macro-regional strategy, and to have some common events with Bosnia and Herzegovina during also your EU as Adriatic-Ionian presidency this year. So yes, we plan to cooperate closely with Bosnia and Herzegovina. Thank you.
We have still time for maybe one or two questions. Is there anybody who wants to ask our participants at this press conference? If it's no, we would like to thank you for your time, for your speeches, and also for your answers to the press's questions. We will now have some time to start the plenary session of new challenges and opportunities for the Danube region. We start also with the opening of the 11th EUSDR Annual Forum at 1 p.m. So we still have maybe 30 minutes and then we will meet here. So thank you very much for your attendance and see you at 1 p.m. Thank you.
Okay, so I think we can start. Hello, dear on-site participants. Welcome in the beautiful city, I would say capital of Eastern Slovakia, ČESEN, Kulturpark, Kasáreň, where we are at the time. Also, I would like to welcome our YouTube participants over there at these cameras that are going to be watching us all the time for the next 2 days. 11th Annual Forum of the EUSDR Conference and strategy as well. And also hello to you, Michal. Haven't seen you for a long time.
It was a long year, David. I would like to also welcome you here in Košice for the 11th Annual EUSDR Forum. What was the year for you? What was the time you have spent to this day?
Well, it was actually quite a difficult time, I would say. Not only for us personally, but also for our countries, our neighboring countries, and also for the Danube region, EU, and the whole world as well, I would say. What about you?
Yeah, I would like to say it was also a tough year for all of us, but we are glad that we have a trio of fantastic countries that are the countries that are doing this 11th EUSDR Forum here in Bratislava, Košice. Ukraine is the presidency for this year, but we know the situation in Ukraine. So we would like to thank also Slovenia and Slovakia, which are those countries that are supporting the Ukraine for this EUSDR Annual Forum.
And we are honored to do so for Slovaks. So to move on, just a quick sum up. 2 days, 8 sessions, more than 50 speakers and hundreds of participants for 14 member countries, covering many of the 11 priority areas, many side events, and so on. You are going to find about all of these things in just a few moments, probably tens of minutes.
We will have now two hosts. They will open this 11th EUSDR Annual Forum. And the first will be the online participant, Olha STEFANISHYNA, the Deputy Prime Minister for European and Euro-Atlantic Integration of the Ukraine.
And the second guest for our co-organizing country, Slovakia, Mr. Dusan Velic, State Secretary of the Ministry of Investment, Regional Development and Informatization of the Slovak Republic. They are going to be both connected to us online, so maybe we can start.
So the first we will see Olha STEFANISHYNA, as I said, the Deputy Prime Minister for European and Euro-Atlantic Integration of Ukraine.
Greetings to everybody, to colleagues and friends. I'm extremely sad with the fact that I would have to address you online these days, but even more sad am I with the fact that we are not able to host the final event of our presidency in the strategy for the Danube region. This has been far from anything we could have imagined a year ago when we regained this presidency. Nevertheless, we demonstrate our resilience, continuity, and friendship with those partners who have been with us throughout all of these years, supporting and promoting the ideas we have outlined as the mainstream and headlines of our presidency. Thus, on behalf of the presidency in the EU strategy for the Danube region, I'm happy still to greet you on today's event. Happy that this one is taking place, and my particular gratitude goes to the government of the Slovak Republic for a warm agreement to host this final event. This time last year, Ukraine was granted the right to preside over the strategy, becoming the first non-EU country to take the lead. We have defined our common priorities. We plan to implement the large-scale initiatives a year ago. However, since February 2024, our reality has dramatically changed. The reality for the people in Ukraine, the reality for people all around Europe, and the reality for the bright and future transformation we were enshrining into the priorities of our presidencies. Russian Federation launched an illegal and unprovoked full-scale military aggression, the war in the heart of Europe, in my country, in Ukraine. Our struggle is still ongoing. Every day, Russia attacks residential buildings, civilian and critical infrastructure with a missile and artillery strikes, destroying entire cities and villages. However, you can see it, and we're happy that you're standing with us. Every day, our struggle further strengthens the European community and reinforces European values. And by the end of the day, when this war is over, Ukraine will overcome. We will become stronger altogether. Also, throughout of the year, despite of this military and shocking aggression, which affects each and every life across Europe, we have managed to become the candidate country for EU membership. Ukraine intends to strengthen the European prospects for the full membership throughout the year. Nevertheless, the right to preside over the Danube strategy itself, without these statutes, without any confirmation of membership for Ukraine, has already been a strong step for our European aspirations. The EU strategy for the Danube region is a cooperation tool for demonstrating the effectiveness and ability to create tools at the regional level in various fields, including sustainable development of the region, education, labor markets, environment, support to European Green Deal goals, and building a stronger resilience and independence in various sectors, which has become more and more important and vitally important as we see it now in the energy sector. Considering the above, I would like to express my gratitude to the governments of the participating states and the Danube Strategy Point, which supported Ukraine's application and contributed to strengthening implementation of joint initiatives despite this very complicated and dark times. At the beginning of the presidencies, we have defined two main priorities: sustainable development of the Danube region, decarbonization and transformation of the economy, and development of the human capital and the labor markets. Following the invasion of the Russian Federation and the crises, multiple crises caused by it, including the consequences of the COVID-19 pandemic, we once again realized how important it is to strengthen cooperation, find new tools, mutual ground for cooperation and resilience. This year's forum takes place in a friendly Slovakia. Due to the security situation, we were unable to meet in Ukraine. As I've said before, I hope that we will do it next time. However, I'm really convinced that in near future, we will have the opportunity to invite you here in Kiev and to discuss the new and more strategic priorities of our cooperation. We will support all the next presidencies with the utmost dedication that we can. I would like also to express my gratitude to our partners, in particular to the current trio, Slovakia, Ukraine, and Slovenia, for the assistance provided in organizing this event, today's discussion, and all of the way we've been through for the last years and the years before and the years which will come ahead. I wish all of us productive discussion, new joint successful projects, and the victory to my country. Thank you.
Thank you very much as well. What is here to add, actually, that we stand with Ukraine. And to move on and to bridge over to our next, co-organizer for Slovakia, the representative Mr. Velic, the State Secretary. He has prepared a short video for us, so let's play it.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, I would like to welcome you on the 11th annual forum of the Danube strategy on behalf of the Slovak Republic and our Ministry of Investment, Regional Development and Informatization. It has been a year when we met in Bratislava and we were talking about the future of the Danube strategy. There was a COVID era and we were kind of hesitating what can bring up. But anyway, we were very proud that we can hand it over our presidency to Ukraine. It's a historical moment for Ukraine and also for the European Union because it was for the first time that country outside of the European Union was holding the presidency as kind of a promise into the future. So we were optimistic on one side, on the other side we were hesitant with the COVID crisis, but we were handling it quite well. We could not expect in a few months everything will be tear apart. Russian aggressive war against Ukraine changed everything. However, we stayed strong. Slovakia was standing by our Ukrainian friends and we were helping. And also this meeting, which is held in Košice, the city of eastern Slovakia, is a gesture that the presidency belongs to Ukraine, and we all understand that they cannot do this annual forum in their home country, but Slovakia is a friend providing this place. And I'm happy that I can welcome all partners over here. Yes, we have living difficult times, brutal war, energetic crisis, and also some social tensions which might be expected. However, we understand the solidarity is very important word. And the solidarity is also important for the Danube strategy. 10 years ago, when we started the Danube strategy, we were all hoping to put together all those partners. And now, these days, during this crisis, we see that it's more important than ever to have such a strategy because that such a strategy can bring the cohesion policy, cohesion funds, and be part of the European activities, and we hope that's an excellent instrument for this region. So again, I would like to welcome you, and I'm hoping this annual forum of the Danube strategy, this one in Košice, can be a new beginning.
So the 11th EUSDR annual forum is now officially opened, and we can move forward because we have plenty of things to talk, plenty of things to see, and plenty of things to guess.
Yes, so we are the hosts basically to set up all the schedule, to outline everything, but we are going to have our own moderators and hosts of the plenary sessions, of the discussions, and so on. And before you introduce the man who comes after us, let's say, I would say that we have seen him at the very end of the last year's forum in Bratislava, Slovakia as well, taking from Slovaks, the wheel, the ship's wheel. And here he is again.
Yeah, and it's very symbolic that the man who will be standing here at the stage is the man who was leading the EUSDR presidency from Ukraine the last year, and he will talk some things that changed the whole life in the last year.
Okay, but mostly he will moderate. So let's get to the name, to the function, and welcome here on stage.
Mr. Ihor KORKHOVYI, the Ukrainian EUSDR Presidency and Deputy Minister, Minister for Communities and Territories Development of Ukraine. Stage is yours.
Thank you. Do you hear me well? Thank you very much. And on behalf of the Ukrainian presidency, I'm very grateful that we have a chance to implement today's forum. Unfortunately, as was initially planned, this forum should be in Odessa, but due to the full-scale Russian invasion to our country and constant shelling of the peaceful cities, we cannot do that. But we are very grateful to our Slovak colleagues for helping us and to organize this forum. This is the forum of war country. And today, the Russian invasion of Ukraine has shown how strong the interconnected the Danube region is. And the issues like migration, transport connectivity, energy, digital transformation, and food security are on the full agenda. I remember when I just was appointed, and my boss, Olha STEFANISHYNA, Deputy Prime Minister, she told me, we have a task to win the presidency. Dear Deputy Minister, I want to report you that we win the presidency. We do and manage it as good as it was possible due to the circumstances we live in. And I have the honor to invite the first speaker to our plenary session that is called New Challenges and Opportunities for the Danube Region. Please, I give the floor with huge honor to Olha STEFANISHYNA, Deputy Prime Minister for European and Euro-Atlantic Integration of Ukraine. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Igor and colleagues. I will try to be precise, as I'm sure most of us are on a daily contact on many of the issues we will be discussing today, and I think that we should concentrate on a very, very specific deliverables. I indeed very much share the message just delivered by Igor that the strengthened and continuous cooperation of all the countries of the Danube region particularly has brought us to enormous resilience and capacity to address in a fast and effective way the challenges which has been affected by the military aggression of the Russian Federation on the territory of my country. First and foremost, blockade of the ports, of the seaports by Russian Federation has caused enormous consequences related to the food crisis around the world. And the Danube River and Danube channels and our cooperation with the countries of the Danube region has been a helping hand and a saving element for providing global food security around the world. It's very important that such countries as countries of the European Union having the common Danube River has been standing with Ukraine throughout all of the period. And the European Union has managed to introduce in a very fast and effective way the initiative called Agreed Corridors of Solidarity, enabling us to release goods and food throughout the world. We've seen a lot of challenges over this year. At this stage, we are grateful to our colleagues for the competence and strategic view and ability to act fast. We have managed to increase the potential of our Danube region over these years up to 80%, which has not seemed to be possible in any other conditions but those we have faced today. At this stage, it's critically important to save those dynamics that we have managed to gain over this month. We count on the support and strengthening our cooperation within Danube region from our partners. It's only together that we can overcome the difficulties and complexities affected by this war. For my country, it's important that all of the decisions which has made us stronger, which has enabled us to survive both physically and economically throughout this war, with the support of our partners, with the support of the neighboring countries, and with the support of those countries which are now integrated into the Danube strategy, we become more resilient. Even in time of full-scale war, we remain fully operational. And due to the significant increase of exports and liberalization of trade with European Union, we managed to survive our economy. We managed to become stronger. We managed to support our businesses and employment in our country. What is more important, what comes after? There's no doubt that Ukraine will win in this war. This is already happening. This is not a one-day process, but there's no doubt that anyone can share in that regard. And next presidencies, I would be happy to hear the element of reconstruction as an essential element of discussion related to the environment, reconstruction and regaining the sustainability throughout all of the region, and reconstruction of the damages caused by this military aggression to the territory of Ukraine. European integration of Ukraine in this connection and in the connection of the Ukrainian aspiration to join European Union is a very important element of the priorities we would set for the next years, and we were setting over these years before. It's very important that my address to you would also be reaching the next point. Even when Ukraine is a member of the European Union, and throughout all of the way, we will stand with you as strong as you were standing with us. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Deputy Prime Minister, for your strong messages. And I have the honor to ask our technical specialists to turn on the video message from EU Commissioner for Cohesion and Reforms, Elisa FERREIRA. Please.
Dear colleagues, today, during the Ukrainian presidency of the Danube strategy, we should be meeting in Ukraine. We have been prevented because of the unprovoked, illegal, and unjustified Russian aggression. My first words are to reaffirm our collective determination to stand together with Ukraine, now and in the future. Ukraine has set its course firmly on an European track. And today, we see a clear example of this in the Danube strategy. This year, Ukraine became the first non-European Union country to coordinate the activities of the 14 countries that together make up the Danube strategy. This is yet another sign of Ukraine's firm commitment to engage with Europe and indeed to take a leading role in European activities cooperation. Ukraine did this on an equal footing with European Union member states, and Ukraine did this well, despite the incredibly difficult context. Since February, we have seen a tremendous outpouring of solidarity across the Danube region and beyond, of course. Civil society welcomes civilians fleeing the war zone. Solidarity lanes, bringing European Union and Ukrainian business together to find quick, pragmatic solutions for agricultural exports. We are also showing solidarity in other ways. For example, Russian aggression has damaged or destroyed more than 70 schools. So we'll invest 100 million euros to work with the Ukrainian authorities to repair those schools. Our support to Ukraine is unshakable and has to continue so that it can withstand and prevail against this brutal aggression. In parallel, and as part of the same effort, We also need to address the economic and social consequences of Russia's aggression in Europe. Refugees need reception centers, accommodation, food, clothing, social, medical and psychological support. And we, at the European level, want to show our solidarity with refugees and with all who help them. So in 3 successive legislative packages under the new initiative, we called it CARE, which stands for Cohesion's Action for Refugees in Europe, we have already mobilized 10 billion euros to support those who welcome refugees. We are now also considering measures under cohesion programs 2014-2020 that last until 2023 to support small and medium enterprises and vulnerable households to face the hike in energy prices. While Cohesion will continue to finance the energy transition through support to cleaner sources of energy. But today, dear colleagues, the highlight is not the aggression of autocracies, but rather the cooperation of democracies. We celebrate the achievements of the Danube strategy, including those under the Ukrainian presidency, and we look forward to the future. The Danube strategy has helped improve the navigability of the Danube River and to cut red tape for shipping. It has helped save the Danube sturgeon and gathered teachers from across the region to exchange experience on digital skills. It has provided aid to the social economy of the region. It has brought together public civil protection organizations to fight environmental risks, such as floods, fires, droughts. All these issues know no borders. All these issues depend on communication across countries and across several different layers of administration. So all these issues would have been difficult to address in any meaningful way without macro-regional cooperation. Let me address 3 specific issues. First, the twin transition, including energy. This has been Europe's top priority since the adoption of the European Green Deal already in 2019. The COVID crisis accelerated digitalization, and Russian aggression has shown us the need for energy independence based on energy saving and renewables. The Danube region is already suffering the effects of climate change, including floods, droughts, and decreasing biodiversity. Macro-regional strategies can add value in these areas, so we must accelerate cooperation, for example, in terms of energy supply chains and cooperation on renewable energy. My second point is embedding the transposition of the Danube strategy priorities into cohesion policy actions. We have a firm basis for this. The Slovak, Croatian and Ukrainian presidencies have worked closely with the priority area coordinators, national coordinators, and the Danube strategy point. The Danube Embedding Week, held just before the summer break, was another success. We have worked hard, ensuring the new programs reflect the Danube strategy's objective. Now we must ensure this translates into concrete actions that we deliver. As always, we are here to help, but I count on your commitment. My third point is youth. Young people are a priority for all of us. 2022 is, we all know, the European Year of Youth. Youth was a key topic at the European Union Macro-Regional Strategies Week in Brussels in March. And we have put youth high on the agenda of the Danube strategy, for example, through the Danube Youth Council. I urge you to continue this good work, making sure that the Youth Council gets off to a good start and ensuring that youth are properly involved in the policy-making processes. Dear colleagues, I want to close with a reminder that one of the most European important things you can do is cooperation. Cooperation is the basis of our European Union. Cooperation is the basis of our macro-regional strategies, and cooperation is the antithesis of conflict. As we look today at the issues confronting the Danube region, from the digital divide to floods and droughts, to the inclusion of young people, and now the wars, refugees and energy price hikes, there is no issue for which the answer is less cooperation. Indeed, in these dark and difficult days, we need to bring together the full mosaic of shareholders, crossing borders and crossing administrative levels. This is the work of the macro-regional strategy, and this is the work which has been so competently led by our most European colleagues in the Ukrainian presidency. My congratulations. You have done fantastic work under the most difficult conditions. And this is a reminder of the role played by the Danube strategy in further integrating countries into the European structures. Now that Ukraine and Moldova are official candidates, along with the Western Balkans, I expect the Danube strategy to help you all pursue this course. You are part of our family and part of our future, of our European Union. In the meantime, I wish you, of course, a very, very successful forum. Slava Ukraini, long live the Danube strategy. Thank you very much to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear EU Commissioner. My small intervention will be, we have to understand the reality that is going on right now when we are sitting in this room. Just a couple of minutes ago, Ukrainian part of the Danube region was hit by the Russian rocket. That is Ivano-Frankivsk region, and the energy facility was damaged. So you have to understand the reality of the issues that we live in. And I have the honor and ask our technical assistants to turn on the video message from EU Commissioner for Environment, Oceans and Fisheries, Virginijus SINKEVIČIUS. Please.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's a great pleasure to speak to you today on the invitation of Ms. Olha STEFANISHYNA, Vice Prime Minister for European and Euro-Atlantic integration of Ukraine. The war in Ukraine is having global impacts on people, on families, on the world's stability. And it's a constant feature of my work with the enormous environmental damage Ukraine is suffering. Ukraine became the first non-EU country to coordinate the activities of the 14 countries in the Danube basin that make up the Danube strategy. This shows a firm commitment to engage, reinforce, and take a leading role in pushing European cooperation. It also underscores the attractiveness of this macro-regional strategy, which offers cooperation on an equal footing between our member states and our neighbors. On 23rd of June this year, the European Council granted Ukraine and Moldova the status of candidates for accession to the EU. This decision is a strong signal showing consensus that the EU's door for membership is open. I expect the Danube strategy will help them in pursuit of this objective. This macro-regional collaboration brings enormous benefits to the region. The strategy has helped improve water status, reinforcing the integration of river basin management, planning, and flood risk prevention. By facilitating fish migration, it helped save the Danube's sturgeon. It also contributed to improved navigability and to simplifying and digitalizing border crossing procedures. These are fields where success depends on communication. There are still outstanding challenges, and several member states are still struggling with pollution. The Commission is doing all it can to improve the situation, offering funding, opportunities, and facilitating exchanges of good practice. And when necessary, we also take the legal route with enforcement action to ensure that citizens are protected. Because of the Russian military aggression against Ukraine, we introduced changes to a number of Commission programs. we count 13 cross-border and 2 transnational cooperation programs that have so far been affected. While solidarity and cooperation on the EU borders with Ukraine is reaching new heights, collaboration with Russian Federation and Belarus has long been suspended. The Commission acted fast. For the 2021-2027 programming period, 26 million euros initially earmarked for Russia and Belarus were immediately transferred, strengthening cooperation with Ukraine and Moldova. Our priority is the adoption of the 6 Interreg next programs, 2021-2027, with Ukraine and Moldova, together with the transnational Danube region program by the end of this year. The Commission has also proposed a new regulation to smooth the implementation challenges of the disrupted 2014-2020 cooperation and to alleviate the financial burden on Ukrainian beneficiaries. The proposal brings legal certainty and flexibility, allowing the use of the program's financial liquidity to support new challenges like migration. It also comes with a new mechanism to ensure that previous cooperation projected with Russia and Belarus can be completed as one-sided projects. One last point about positive cooperation. Ukraine has been granted full membership in the LIFE program this year. The negotiations have been recently opened on the accession to the LIFE program with Moldova. That means it can now benefit from LIFE support to help restore its environment after the destruction brought about by the Russian invasion. The support will be very broad for pollution, destruction of ecosystems, or other long-term effects. My thanks to the Slovak government and to the town of Košice for hosting this event. Your assistance to Ukraine is an excellent example of human compassion. That's the spirit that is bound to prevail, together with the remarkable solidarity of so many member states present today. Thank you all, and best wishes for today.
Thank you very much, dear Commissioner, Your Excellency. Before I introduce another speaker, I want to remind all of you that today we have very interesting exhibitions. The first one, you can go and to see the pictures and photos full of horror and those environments that we live in from Ukraine, and that is the exhibition of the war. Kindly ask you all to visit. And the next exhibition, very interesting, about the national cultural ceramics from Ivano-Frankivsk region that is full of life. So please, we invite you to visit these exhibitions. I'm very proud to give the floor to Radim DVORAK, Deputy Head of Representation, Head of Political Section, Representation of the European Commission in Slovakia. On behalf of Adina, Ioana, VЪН LEAN, EU Commissioner, he will present the written statement. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you for the floor. Dear Deputy Minister, the Ministers, Deputy Ministers, dear State Secretary, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. It is an honor to replace Commissioner VЪN LEAN and to deliver the key messages she asked me to convey to such a venerable audience. The Commissioner, of course, regrets not being able to be here with you today, but she asked me to send you her best wishes and wishes of success. Also, congratulations on the Ukrainian presidency of the Danube strategy. After the fortifying words of my predecessors, Commissioner SINKEVIČIUS and Commissioner FERREIRA, let me tell you the key points that she wanted me to deliver to you. The EU-Ukraine Solidarity Lanes corridors run via rail, road and inland waterways, carrying trade across all sectors and in both directions between the EU and Ukraine. They have become a lifeline for Ukraine's economy and bring the country closer to our single market and to our union. They have also kept the country connected to the rest of the world. I wish to praise the excellent cooperation between Ukraine, Moldova, and the frontline member states. Romania and Poland made huge efforts in increasing capacity for Ukraine's exports and imports, offering access to the single market of the EU and the global supply chains. The Danube naturally proved to be a natural lifeline for Ukraine. This only highlights how important it is to boost inland waterways capacity to reach goals set in the sustainable and smart mobility strategy of increasing inland waterway transport by 25% in 2030 and by 50% by 2050. Setting up these corridors was and remains an enormous and unprecedented task. And yet, together with many actors, we have made the impossible possible. The figures are clearly proof of that. Between May and September, more than 12.5 million tons of Ukrainian agricultural goods, that is grain, oilseeds and related products, have been exported via these routes. For September alone, the figure was 2.6 million tons, a significant increase compared to 1.3 million tons in April, before we adopted the Solidarity Lanes action plan. A significant share of these agricultural goods was then exported via EU ports to global markets and third countries in need. The acceleration of Ukrainian agricultural exports via the Solidarity Lanes has allowed Ukraine to free up storage space for the new harvest. A total of more than 26 million tons of cereals and leguminous plants have been harvested, including about 19.2 million tons of wheat, which is key for vulnerable populations. I very much welcome the Black Sea Grain Initiative brokered by the UN in July. Since July and until the 14th of October, it has enabled more than 7 million tons of grain exports. But we certainly still need the solidarity lanes. They are the only option for Ukraine to export other goods, such as iron, steel, furniture and paper, and the only way for Ukraine to import all the goods it needs, including fuel, humanitarian aid, and items Ukrainian people need for the winter. Let's also remember that the Black Sea agreements are limited in coverage and duration. This logistical shift to Ukraine's western borders was bound to happen, as Ukraine and Moldova are getting closer and closer to the European Union, completely changing their old patterns of trade. Russia's unprovoked aggression has drastically hastened Ukraine's move in that direction and made exchanges via Ukraine's western borders a key lifeline. Ladies and gentlemen, inland waterways account for a significant portion of transport via the solidarity lanes. Together, the Danube route, both directly from the Ukrainian Danube ports to the Black Sea, as well as via the Romanian and Moldovan Danube, and the port of Constanta, account for more than 50% of Ukraine's solidarity lanes grain exports. Let's look at the Danube route, which is by far the most successful in terms of volumes, but also the most complex to build, as it covers rail, road, inland waterways. Ukraine has shown incredible resilience, adapting the use of its Danube ports to become gateways for exporting grain. Ladies and gentlemen, there have been logistical difficulties, but thanks to the work by the Romanian, Moldovan and Ukrainian authorities, the Commission and stakeholders, we have been able to identify and tackle the main bottlenecks, increasing capacity and lowering logistics costs. We now need to further reduce waiting times at the EU-Ukraine and EU-Moldova borders, as well as capacity. Ukraine's accession to the Common Transit Convention is a very welcome recent development. It allows electronic certificates to be used by inland waterways companies, which should significantly bring down waiting times. In the short and medium to long term, it is clear that we need more investment in equipment such as rolling stock, scanners, and transshipment equipment, but also in infrastructure, from railway connections to road routes, inland waterways, and maritime links to EU ports. We are working on it, mobilizing all financing resources. We are also working with key international financial institutions. In conclusion, I want to make clear that the Danube route is already and will continue to be a key connector for goods, but I hope also for the people. These alternative routes are here to stay and will be an indispensable link for Ukraine's reconstruction, for our future, and for our deepened relations. Thank you for your attention. Again, congratulations to the Ukraine presidency, and Slava Ukraini. Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear Mr. DVORAK, Heroyam Slava, and I have the honor to ask our technical specialist to turn on the video message from Tanya Fayon, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Republic of Slovenia. Please.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm honored to address the annual forum of the EU strategy for the Danube region. This forum comes at the end of the first EUSDR presidency held by Ukraine, a non-EU country. And appallingly, this very country is under a brutal military attack by the Russian Federation. Ukraine deserves all our support and all our praise for being able to deliver within regional cooperation. I admire and thank you for that. The EUSDR is facing big challenges. The Danube region has been trying to recover from the consequences of the pandemic, and now it is facing regional and global consequences of the Russian aggression against Ukraine. Energy security, transport connectivity, food security, and migration are our immediate concerns. They have taken the spotlight from economic recovery through green and digital transition. However, macro-regional strategies can tackle emerging and long-term challenges effectively. The EUSDR has shown that it is capable of functioning with long-term objectives as well as flexibly address emerging challenges. The Danube region is among the most diverse in Europe, and it can profit from a high level of solidarity and cooperation on equal footing between all participating countries. To fully unlock the potential of macro-regional cooperation, we should enhance developing capacities of all participating countries, regions, and actors. They must feel empowered to deliver on our common objectives. Let me warmly welcome the first members of the Danube Youth Council. Slovenia sees a strong involvement of youth as another great opportunity for the strategy. Our youth has the motivation, ideas, and skills to start co-creating a sustainable future for all. We must provide them with concrete tools and possibilities. I would also like to underline the role of knowledge and science. They are crucial to create a competitive, future-oriented society capable of providing high value-added jobs for generations to come. Slovenia is proud to take over the EUSDR presidency from Ukraine and feels great sense of responsibility. Our presidency will continue to focus on the current challenges in the region, including energy and transport. We will promote the importance of the professions of the future and the knowledge-based society. The EU strategy for the Danube region has withstood the test of time and has shown that it can perform in the most challenging situations. Ukraine has shown us the meaning of incredible resilience and can be a role model for all of us. I'm convinced that our regional best practices can become our common policies, and our regional challenges can help develop better tools to find solutions also at the wider European level. Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear Ms. Minister. Frankly speaking, I have the huge honor to invite Maxim Marchenko, head of Odessa Regional State Military Administration. And I have a very huge honor to say him thank you. Thank you for struggling each day against Russian terroristic attacks and protecting this beautiful part of our macro region. Thank you, and please take the floor.
Інфраструктури Нижнього Дунаю. Саме цей напрям став ключовим для забезпечення гуманітарних та соціальних потреб жителів півдня України.
Čiže ja pôjdem teraz do angličtiny.
З початку збройної агресії діяльність регіональної влади зосереджена на всебічній підтримці наших військових. Постраждалих регіонів
From the beginning of the war aggression on the regional level, we started to work actively in the region with the aim to increase the energetic capacity of the regions. It happened especially during the aggression and in unsuitable conditions. We need to make sure that the Ukrainian imports are working on a continuous basis so that we could export wheat, grain, oil, maize, and other agricultural products. And this was all endangered, so we had to redirect these routes. We had to go for alternative routes and start to use inland waterways and railways as well. So we had to act very quickly. For example, in East Malrani, in Dunajsk, we had to take precautions and measures to be able to export strategic commodities. Odessa and the region of Odessa is a strategic region for the railway transportation and inland waterways. This strategic region was in danger danger. There were many transportation infrastructure that was damaged, and we had to look for alternative methods of transportation. The bridge across the Dniester and the river of Dniester became the only place that was able to provide for export from the products from Ukraine, the wheat and other products. The export of these was in danger, and the same applied for import. The Danube and the southern part of region was totally locked down, and the whole territory was in danger. We had to make sure that we find some alternative methods of transportation, and of course it took a lot of time. Odessa, the Black Sea region, became a key region for the export of various products. Now, we ensured 355 ships to be able to export various types of goods. At the beginning of the aggression, it was very difficult to export any commodities. Despite the war aggression, Ukraine remains a key exporter of grain and wheat, and we do hope that in a close future we will be able to provide more export, more shipments, that we will be able to use the existing capacities, and that we will be able to avoid global hunger. And this initiative will be reactivated in November. We will do more measures to provide for the continuous transportation. On the damaged bridge, we will make road construction and road repair the priority. And then on a bridge on the Dniestrovsk, this will become a strategic vision of our region, as well as renovation and reconstruction of our strategic transportation facilities. Odessa is the heart of our region, and we have to make sure there is a safe communication, safe routes for export into Europe and into the world. In total, the communications are 32.7 kilometers long, and the main direction of export is along the highway, 289 kilometers long. This highway is crossing the territory of Moldova. There is a vision for the construction of this communication of this road in the future, and we want to ensure continuous transportation. We need to renovate the bridge across the Dniester. Right now we are working on the project that is ensuring the construction of bridges in the surrounding of Liman, Manashivo and Bilodnistrovsk. This bridge should be a complementary method of transportation. We want to be able to react to all types of conditions. These communications, these roads should ensure the increase of transportation capacities and a reduction of waiting time for all means of transportation. In 2020, we have opened an important transportation corridor leading from Orlica to Izmail and Sakcha in Romania. This route is connecting southern Ukrainian Danube regions with Europe. It's a kind of a gate to Europe. It also ensures logistics and tourism. Now, our region is facing a vision of ensuring tourism and safe logistics and safe transportation, enabling export of wheat. We have to increase transportation capacities of our region.
As in the recent area, we are noticing the increase of tourism in our region. We also need to build a bridge over the Danube River. This bridge should become a bandwidth, a connection between Ukraine and the entry gate to Europe. This bridge should be 10 kilometers long. This situation enables us to increase our reactions for this challenging sphere in our area, in our region. We also need to provide transportation to Zhuzhuleshch and to improve the transportation communication with the Danube region. We need to ensure economic security and logistic fluency in the region. We need to secure the construction of railway in our region. I would like to add in the end what are the bridges and the roads after the war. After we prevail, we want to renovate, we want to improve, we want to build, and I think that in the future our partners from European Union will help us as they are helping now. And decades of preparation of the accession into the EU, I think that this will be faster, and I think that in the future we will be partners.
Agenda 2030, a strategic planning department, Ministry of Investments and Regional Development and Informatization of Slovak Republic. Please, the floor is yours.
Yes, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This is the speech on behalf of the State Secretary, Mr. Dusan Velic, who you could see during the opening ceremony. But right at the beginning, after having heard that Russian rocket has just now hit on the building of our Ukrainian colleagues, I have to say this is extremely emotional, and I have even problems to concentrate on the speech. But as a civil servant, I have to. But it just shows where we are now, and we are asking ourselves whether we still live in the 21st century and in Europe. So let's go now to the speech itself. Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, we are meeting after a year again at the 11th Annual Forum of the Danube Strategy, which is currently taking place under the Ukrainian presidency in the center of eastern Slovakia in the city of Košice. In this speech, I would like to point out several priority tasks that we should together address in the near future. At the beginning of the preparation of the Danube Strategy, the European Commission played a fundamental and clearly a leading role. This was natural, since it was the European Commission that was asked by the European Council 13 years ago to start preparing a macro-regional strategy for the Danube region. However, it was assumed that later on partner states would take over a greater role in the implementation of the Danube strategy. Nevertheless, experience shows that there is much room for improvement, In the forthcoming period, all countries will have to significantly increase their efforts in implementing priorities and goals of the strategy. During the meetings of national coordinators and coordinators of priorities areas, some of our colleagues repeatedly raised the problems of ensuring the participation of the steering group's members, who are crucial players at the level of particular priority areas. We should find a way how to increase the involvement of individual countries and institutions in the implementation of the Danube strategy. In this context, active involvement of youth and youth institutions could help a lot. Youth support in the activities of macro-regional strategies is one of the priorities of the Danube strategy, at least from the time of the Slovak presidency. The Ukrainian presidency continued in this direction, even in the context of a broader support to the role of civil society. The active involvement of young people in the strategy activities, together with the use of knowledge and experience of older generations, will contribute to deepening cooperation between generations, which will bring benefits to all of us. Strengthening the participations of individual groups of society and their cooperation will ultimately lead to the strengthening of the institutional capacities of Danube strategy and thus to the effective implementations of priorities and goals of the Danube strategy, as defined in the revised action plan that we adopted 2 years ago. We tried to point out these issues already during the Slovak presidency, and we appreciate that Ukraine has taken them on board as well. Ukraine can rely on our support in this regard. Equally, we support Ukraine in a number of their activities which Ukrainian partners have defined as their priorities. During the Ukrainian presidency, there were many discussions about decarbonization and transformation of our economies in the frame of truly cross-cutting priority, which is to reduce the effects of climate change that our society is facing. In our work, we are facing the views that our goals expressed in the European Green Deal are counterproductive, since we are facing unprecedented financial, economic and energy crisis. The truth is that decarbonization and transformation are financially and technically very demanding. But at the same time, it must be emphasized that if we had made a bigger progress in the past, for example, in larger use of renewable energy sources, our dependence on the supply of fossil fuels from the Russian Federation could be lower. It is clear that in the short term, the priority will be to ensure the most reliable supplies of energy sources, especially gas. However, we should not step back from our ambitious climate goals, because I'm convinced that in the medium and the long term, they have indispensable economic and social benefits. The area of innovation is also closely linked to climate goals, transformation and decarbonization of economy as a necessary prerequisite for progress in all areas of economy, such as industry, transport, energy, agriculture, etc. Innovative approaches to solving problems in these areas will lead to the so-called green solutions, which will be at the same time economically beneficial and lead not only to higher profits of companies, but also to higher sustainable employment. Ladies and gentlemen, they say money makes the world go on. The funds available to us for our goals are not unlimited. Therefore, it is very important that we know how to use them as efficiently as possible for measures that will also be efficient in a transnational context. The Danube strategy is a macro-regional concept. Therefore, at the national level, when finalizing the national operational programs, we should focus on the possibility offered by the current legislation of the cohesion policy, which is to invest part of the resources in activities outside the territory of the specific member state. Measures implemented at the national level are undoubtedly important, but only transnational initiatives have a real potential to contribute to the fulfillment of the Danube strategy. Transnational cooperation programs, in our case the Danube Region Program, play an important role in this regard, but due to their focus and the volume of funds available, they cannot be the only financial tools that will be used for this purpose. Incorporating the objectives of the Danube strategy into the financial tools of the cohesion policy must be an absolute priority also in relation to innovation and digitalization. It is neither a purely national issue, nor can it be assigned to individual priority areas. A transnational approach is here required. Ladies and gentlemen, I have outlined the issues and problems that represent and will represent the main challenges for the Danube region in the next period. At present, they are all overshadowed by the events in Ukraine, where the heroic Ukrainian nation is resisting murdering and destruction by the Kremlin's paranoid leaders. However, let me express my belief that after the victory of the human desire for freedom and independence, we will return to our daily work with full vigor, and we have to be ready for that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, dear Mr. Kmets. I have the honor and ask our technical specialists to turn on the video message from Philip de Corte, Chief Program Development Branch, Interim Emergency Director, UN Habitat Global Solutions Divisions. Please.
Excellencies, dear participants, thank you for inviting me to this important forum on the EU strategy for the Danube region. I will focus my presentation on the use of urban recovery frameworks, including how it applies to the recovery needs in Ukraine. Allow me to zoom out first. In New York in April 2022, Member States reviewed the implementation of the New Urban Agenda. The New Urban Agenda remains a robust framework for implementing the SDGs. It is the how-to. Up to 65% of SDG targets depend on action in cities, and most SDG indicators are strongly linked to Goal 11. If we get our cities right, we will be able to ensure and accelerate progress towards the goals. Urbanization is not just about cities, it's about the territories that surround them and their spatial reality. It requires, as we're doing here today, a focus on sub-regions and a need for territorial approaches. 3 key focus areas came up in New York. 1, the need to put adequate and affordable housing at the center as a key social security measure. 2, the need to focus on urban prosperity and sustainable finance, recognizing the importance of urban economies in the overall development of a city and a region. And of course the need to ensure access to sustainable finance to do so. The importance for national governments and multilateral institutions to facilitate direct access to financing for community level and grassroots action. Something that Europe has developed a lot of experience with, we hope can be accelerated in the case of Ukraine. Third was the focus on urban displacement and crisis, which we will talk about in a minute. A couple of months ago, UN Habitat, together with the Polish government, organized the World Urban Forum in Katowice, the 11th. It had a strong focus on urban crisis. One of the key outcomes of the World Urban Forum was exactly a call to really focus on urban crisis, prevention, response. Global crises are converging in cities, not just conflict, but also the climate crisis, inequality, biodiversity, and so forth. Crises are also seen as a unique opportunity for a radical shift in policy and practice, as we've seen with COVID-19 and the rethinking of public space. It is the way to accelerate towards SDGs, climate outcomes, and transforming towards a better urban future. We are happy to see the leadership taken by Ukraine in their own thinking about their recovery and response. It also calls for the need to put science and data at the fingertips of local governments so that they also are better prepared to respond to the current crisis. We inhabit that when we focus on urban crisis response, a couple of key principles are important. 1, multi-level governance, making sure what happens at the local level connects with the national level, and what happens at the national level supports the local level. 2, area-based and cross-sectoral coordination, ensuring integration across all sectors, taking into account concrete spatial realities at the local level. 3, inclusion of all relevant stakeholders, ensuring full participation of all those affected and all those that can respond. And 4, of course, ensuring also increased coordination amongst humanitarian, development and other actors. It is important to focus on multi-sectoral and area-based approaches, understanding the linkages between your key target areas. How housing comes together with infrastructure and services, environment, heritage and economy, and urban governance, just as an example in this current slide, and then ensuring an area-based approach at different scale levels, from the neighborhood to the city to the sub-region, including cross-border, as in the case of the Danube region. Now, of course, it all starts with good analysis and the integration of sectoral data into urban and territorial understanding of the crisis impact. Just one example when it comes to damage assessment, for us, the importance of also not just to use remote sensing data, but also making sure the damage assessments are grounded and used as a way to engage communities, making sure also their views are incorporated, and we also focus on the direct impact on communities, not just the impact on buildings. And of course, in the next step, making sure that any planning activities, even initiated at the national level, is complemented with locally led recovery activities, recovery planning with extensive community engagement. And it's important that any national-led recovery plans are complemented also with very detailed action plans down to the neighborhood level, as you can see in this example of Homs in Syria. Now, just to conclude, what is the essence for us of urban recovery frameworks? Why do we propose to use them and set them in place? One, to make sure that multi-level governance works. How the national level can enable urban recovery at the local level and how local level action supports national level ambitions. It's a two-way stream. Two, it allows to identify policy gaps. Can be on housing, can be on climate goals and so forth, but making sure that in the crisis response the policies are adapted to the needs of the current moment. Three, it should provide a framework for all kinds of actors, be they public or private, to be coordinated at different scale levels, again, down from the neighborhood level to the city to the sub-region. And four, of course, ensuring access to finance, direct finance for urban recovery at the local level. Allow me to end with some final thoughts. How to transform towards a better urban future for the Danube region and Ukraine in particular. One, it will be key to rethink urban regional economies, take into account the new context, the new reality, but also, of course, to ensure we're able to promote returns, in particular of the youth, to Ukraine. Two, the need to adopt territorial approaches. From the neighborhood level up exactly to the region. Cross-border thinking will be key in this regard. Three, fast-tracking access to financing mechanisms that can support urban and sub-regional recovery. Four, supporting networking at the technical level to share knowledge and promote innovation. Just a couple of examples. UNHabitat has been supporting the Global Water Operators Partnership Alliance, which have seen in the Danube region a big surge in memberships. We are keen to promote that networking, that sharing of practices, the solidarity that goes with it, but also exactly to push further innovation. Two, urban regeneration. This is a region that has seen massive regeneration efforts, including, for instance, in Poland, in Katowice, where the World Urban Forum took place, that allows also not just to rejuvenate old urban fabrics, but also to attract the youth and reinvent urban economies. And three, of course, housing. Ensuring shift in housing policies, ensuring access to affordable and adequate housing will be key to sustain communities and their future. Allow me to end there and wishing you, of course, the best and the rest of the deliberations.
Thank you very much, Mr. De Korte. That's it for this panel. So our speakers presented their interventions, I just want to sum it up that with the war of Russian Federation against Ukraine, with those crises that Danube region already has faced previously, the new challenges arose in this macro region. But at the same time, we have the new opportunities. And if we invest our efforts, our energy, and those resources that we have, we definitely will have more solid, more integrated, and more united macro region. So thank you very much for your attention, and I want to give back the floor to our good chairs, please.
Thank you very much. And as you already understood, thank you. Also, thanks to you, Mr. Ihor KORKHOVYI, once again, because he is actually, at least for us too, he is the face of the Ukraine presidency of the EUSDR at this event. But we are not having a break right now, so please just stay on your seats for just a couple of moments, because what is going to happen right now should be happening at the very end, but nevertheless.
The Ukrainian presidency is coming to an end. The Ukrainian presidency is on their way to give the presidency to another country. In the following video, you will see what Ukraine does above the year, what kind of work they've done, and what they give to another country. So please, let's take a look for the video at the last year's presidency of Ukraine.
In November 2021, Ukraine became the first non-EU country to preside over the EU strategy for the Danube region. Our priorities were entirely from peacetime, sustainable development of the Danube region, decarbonization and transformation of the economy, and development of human capital and labor markets. We are not only talking about the leadership of Ukraine in a certain initiative, we are forming the agenda together with the European countries. This is a sign of true state subjectivity. Dear Ukrainian citizens, this morning President Putin announced a special military operation in Donbas. Russia conducted strikes on our military infrastructure and our border guards. There were blasts heard in many cities of Ukraine. We're introducing martial law on the whole territory of our country. On February 24th, Russia carried out a brutal military invasion of the territory of Ukraine. Ukrainian regions that are parts of the EUSDR were also subjected to regular missile attacks. Russia started in Ukraine the biggest war in Europe since World War II. However, Europe has united and become a powerful union in defense of its freedom and common values. Member states and partners in the Danube region came to help us, opened borders, and provided shelter. European partners joined armed forces to help Ukraine.
Europe's solidarity with Ukraine will remain unshakable. From day one on, Europe has stood at Ukraine's side with weapons, with funds, with hospitalities for refugees, and with the toughest sanctions the world has ever seen.
Thanks to your solidarity, Ukrainians both at home and abroad received critically needed humanitarian aid. The sounds of battles for Zemini Island were also heard by our Romanian neighbors in their part of the Danube Delta. It was a reminder of how fragile the concept of a border is and how important it is to unite in the face of a common threat. Thanks to joint efforts, together we resist the threats that arose as a result of the military invasion of the Russian Federation. The countries of the Danube region gave a decisive response to the food crisis provoked by Russia. When all Ukrainian ports were blocked, the Danube logistics infrastructure and regional partners became the necessary support. In addition to the military threat, Russia is provoking an energy crisis in the region. Only together we're able to overcome it, diversify our energy sources, and continue implementing the European Green Deal. Ukraine has changed dramatically this year. Europe has also changed dramatically. we became one, united and stable. Granting Ukraine the status of a candidate for EU membership was a historic decision.
And Ukraine is candidate country to join the European Union.
With this step, the European community showed determination to overcome barriers and unite potentials. Only united are we capable of overcoming the common challenges facing the EU and the Danube region for the sake of peace and macro-regional prosperity. Despite its own sovereignty, Ukraine found itself at the forefront of the defense of European values, at the center of the formation of a new, strong Europe. Europe without division, Europe without gray zones, Europe that is truly united and that knows how to defend itself, its values, its future. Vladimir Zelensky. Today, Ukraine's victory is the security of the borders of all the countries of the Danube region, the promotion of the transition to a green economy, sustainable development, and finding common answers to the region's problems. We put our presidency on the agenda as an opportunity for our own participation in the development of the agenda, in the development of those proposals that allow the participating countries to become stronger and us to become stronger together with them. We have something to offer.
Really emotional video, really emotional moments, but that's the things that change the whole world, but not the friendship that was built in the Danube region.
Yeah, actually I was thinking how I'm going to stand up and speak in front of you again after seeing especially the conflict side, conflict-wise part of the video, but as you can see, Ukraine is not only about the conflict, and not just some country. Ukraine is a country with very specific nationality, very specific history, very specific culture, and also very specific part of the EUSDR as it is.
But we must move forward. We must move forward together, and right now it's the time to move forward to another country who will be the presidency country for another year. David, it's your turn.
Yes, I would like to introduce again Mr. KORKHOVYI on the stage. You already know him, so I wouldn't say.
And also, I would like to invite Petra, ČESEN, ČATAR for the next Slovenian EUSDR Presidency.
Maybe I can hold it if you wish.
So, as I understand, it's done.
Is it turned on? Yes, it is.
It's done, yes? As I understand, I have to say something. First of all, I'm really jealous to give it back. I like it very much, and it was in my cabinet. I was always looking at it. I'm so proud that we have this wheel. But at the same time, it should be transferred to you. On behalf of our presidency and on behalf of our country, I'm very glad that we used to work in trio. And for me, it's a huge pleasure to transfer this wheel to you. And I suppose that your program, your objectives will be fulfilled completely without any obstacles that we faced. And I wish you to not forget about non-EU member states, to invite us more often, and thank you very much for the cooperation. Please, this helm is yours.
Thank you very much. May I say a few words? Dear Ihor, dear Ukrainian presidency, dear guests, dear colleagues, I must admit that it's not easy for me to speak now after all the introduction and after the video and after all our friendship that we built during these months. We admire you. We admire your resilience. We admire your strength. We admire your leadership. And we strongly condemn what is happening in your country, the military aggression, and we are solidary with you. I must admit that we really now are starting our presidency in very challenging times, And we will continue, I promise, on a good work that you have done during this year. You worked in a very difficult conditions, but you worked very well and you achieved your goals. And in our presidency, we will continue on the same challenges that we face in the region: energy security, transport, and also what we would like to address is knowledge society and professions of the future. What is also important for us, and we cannot forget, are the Youth Council that will be formed now during this annual forum. We will work on empowering youth also in the future. For us is also important the continuation of the embedding process and cross-macro-regional cooperation. And we cannot forget that we are planning to really work on empowering non-EU member states. Our kickoff event will be dedicating on this topic. So I think we have a lot of projects to work on and a lot of future cooperation. We worked very well within the trio of all three presidencies. I would like to congratulate and to thank our Slovakian colleagues also for all their work, for their effort, and for organizing together with Ukraine this beautiful event here in Košice. So I promise I will take a very good care of the steering wheel, and thank you very much.
Thank you. So we can go.
Yes.
Yes. Can you make a photo, someone?
Okay, so just as the photos are being
too many
done,
photo cameras.
yes, you have to watch into every lens. Take a look at every lens. There are so many, and actually the positive side is that, yes, this usually happens at the end, yes. But now it happened at the beginning, so we still have 1 day left of the sessions. Thank you again, thank you very much.
And this was the session that we are not ending. We will have a short coffee break, and we will back at 3:30 for the next panel, Regional Challenges in Danube Region Program Response, the first call of proposals.
Yes, so that's just around 45 minutes. Just before you leave, let me introduce or remind you that we have some side events over there. You can have a look at the Kosiv ceramics that just freshly have been introduced as a UNESCO heritage. Also about the pisankas that are Easter eggs. Some of them are even 100 years old, some of them even more. The oldest one over here, just as a copy, is from the 15th century as well. And you can also make some pisanka yourself if you would like. And also the exhibition of the photographies, well, documenting the difficult times we have since the February 24th.
Enjoy the break, just breathe the fresh air, and we'll be back at 3:30. So welcome back after the coffee break. I hope you enjoyed the fresh air and also a good coffee here in Košice. We move forward. This is the not last but not least the program of the first day of the 11th annual forum of EUSDR.
Yes, the topic is going to be the Regional Challenges and Danube Region Program Response for the DRP First Call for Proposals. So we already know we have entered a new EU program for years 21 and up till 27. So we are going to talk more about that. But you can also get involved. This time, this is the first time you can also be part of the discussion right at the Q&A at the end. And how?
You can also, if you are maybe not want to be at the Slido or YouTube, you can ask the questions live here to our participants. You can also, that's for the online participants, the clue, you can also write the question on YouTube or our Slido app.
Yes, I would propose before we move on and introduce our speaker, because he's the professional one, to just put up on the video the Slido hashtag and Slido QR code so that you can scan it. If you'd like, just open your cameras and scan it, I mean for the YouTube viewers. And right now, back to our stage. Let me please introduce Mr. Managing Authority, Joint Secretariat of the Danube Region Program, Stephen Holligan. With an applause, please. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you. Firstly, thank you very much, all of you here today for coming. A big welcome to you on behalf of the Joint Secretariat and the Managing Authority of the Danube Transnational Programme and Danube Region Programme that we're now moving to. I'd like to thank also firstly the organisers here, the Ukrainians in particular, the EUSDR Presidency for arranging and organising and supporting the event, and of course the Slovakian former Presidency for their assistance, along with the Danube Region Strategy Point and the Commission. What we'll do today is we'll have a series of presentations, 10 presentations in 2 hours, so it's very tight. I remind the presenters on that point, that we have to get through a lot. We'll start with the presentations by the head of the Managing Authority, that's Imre Čologović, here on the left. I'm sure just about everybody will know Imre. And he'll look at the environment for transnational cooperation, how it has been, how it is changing, and the way forward. And we'll follow that with Nada Bojanic, the Assistant Director for the Directorate for European Integration in Bosnia and Herzegovina. And she will look at the experience of Bosnia and Herzegovina in territorial cooperation and also integration. So without much further ado, I'll hand the stage over to Imre, who will offer his presentation now. So thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, our presentation, my colleague's presentation will be fairly technical, but very useful. We are in the moment when we are starting our new program, the Danube Region Program. And just to start somehow and make it more clear the situation we are and to make it more clear that what we are changing in the future in comparing with the present situation or present program, I will make a kind of summary of the main points. So we are in the whole program area. It was always a changing area. Geopolitics was changing. I will show some map soon, but basically everything is changing here. In each period, we have a different set of countries with different status. Also, the content is changing a lot because of the environment overall in global level, or in European level, or even the region is changing. So we have to adapt it always to the changing environment, and we have to prepare the future. So it's very important, and I'm more talking about the future. We cannot help a lot at the very moment because our instrument is not enough big to help in major issues, or instrument is not fast enough or not responsive enough to immediately react to challenges. But we are preparing and we are trying to understand what is around us and where we are going in order to be able to at least to contribute a little bit to a better perspective of the region in the future by 2030. So there are two basic things. The one part which we have to understand but we cannot change, this is the environment. What I already mentioned, the geography, the political situation, the policies, the problems, economical issues, and the achievements around. This is what we cannot change, but we have to understand, because we have to address them. The other part is what we can do in the program, and then the program is a specific instrument. I think it could be more used, so this is what we are offering. So first of all, we are only an instrument, we are able to provide a platform between partner states, like a program with the whole region. The platform to exchange, to develop, to put together projects and develop some basic directions for a better future. Then we are also ready to develop tools and solutions which is used by professionals, also to helping the member states to improve the overall environment for several sectors. And we are also able to prepare future investment, which is of course implemented more in national regional level, but should be recognized at transnational level, because very often the objectives are not in single partner states. It is belong to several partner states, and partner states are helping to each other to somehow cover some key problems. Going back to the maps, and then to show what I'm talking, that previously we have planned to have several maps, so I had a number of maps with my colleagues for different years, but it was so complex, then we just decided to have the first one and the last one. What has happened in the last 25 years. So when we started to deal with transnational programs, Austria was joining to the EU. It was more or less the moment. So at the moment, the first, when it started, it was Germany and Austria was the member states, and then quite a number of countries were already in the candidate status. There was a lot of countries, especially in the Western Balkans, and of course Ukraine and Moldova was not even accession, or not even pre-accession, or not even a candidate status. So it was a starting point. At that time it was a bit difficult to manage programs because we had different funds, and then even member states at the beginning were financing their own projects. There was not even common projects at all, so it was a quite far story. And then there was a lot of changes. Then some member states, it was not in the same time, because Romania and Bulgaria became later, but it's still quite a number of countries in Central Europe became member of the EU, and then slowly the Western Balkans country became candidate, pre-accession, accession countries, and now because of this accelerated present, somehow Ukraine and Moldova also became candidate countries. So at the moment, the whole region is either candidate or potential candidate countries. Bosnia is still not candidate; they are potential candidate. But as far as I understand, I'm not able to follow completely this process, this political process. But I understand it is close to be candidate country. So we are in a moment where the whole region is either dark blue or light blue, either member of EU or in candidate status, which is a huge change. It is a big difference. So even with the big difference for our program, because when we're talking about supporting EU policies, which all programs are doing, we already had the problems to do it because not all countries were part of the EU, and therefore them EU policies was something which was not always very clear and was not embedded to their national policies. Accession countries are, because they are accessing the EU, they are doing it already. Even we can help them a lot, and also the member states can help them to be more integrated. So we are a very different status now. So this is, so I know that everyone is talking about the war and the situation we have, but we are talking about 2030, and 2030 this map should go somewhere. So I think it is one of the main challenges to also give a quite clear hint to the countries, to the accession countries, that where this path goes, what are the steps, and we have to understand, because this is the way how we can help. We are not defining, it's a political issue, how it is going to be set up. Also for Ukraine, it should be clear at how this process is going. I mean, we have political decision, which is very important, but how it is going to technically done, what will be the steps, I think it is substantial for the member states of the region. So this is something which we have to understand, and we will try to understand. We have nothing to do in the terms we cannot change it. But this is an input for us. There's another map, because I was talking about the integration. Now we are still a number of issues here. Because otherwise, I mean, the maps was rather clear and very well present, but if you see another map, which is designed in different way, in blue, in green, we have the Schengen countries, who really, they have no border, they are able to really put together, integrate their economy fully. And then this is not only consists of EU member states, because we have Switzerland, who is part of the Schengen zone. But we have still non-member states, or member states who are not part of the Schengen zone, Romania and Bulgaria, after 10 or even more, I'm not following it so much, is not part of the Schengen, which is really not, of course, in a big scale, it is a major problem. But even a problem for our program, because it's limiting our possibility to propose projects and to run projects because they have limited possibilities to cooperate in a certain extent. So we have even borders inside of the EU in our border area. I already mentioned the issue with Bosnia and Herzegovina, which is still not even candidate countries, should be also solved. And I think it also should be a clearer path, or at least we would expect to have more clear path for the accession for all the countries, because it is also dividing them. So there is a lot of other type of division in our program space, which is also should be considered, and it would be good to really integrate it. We have a dual task in this respect. I mean, the member states have a dual task. What we have to support is one is, of course, support EU integration in our program area now. Just if you're going back to the previous map, that it's very clear that we have something to do with the accession, the EU accession in our program area, but we also have something to do with the member states, and then to also support the member states to cooperate more strongly and more strongly and more integrating the space for a more effective and more compliant European state. I don't know how to say it. So just a couple of words about the approach, what we are doing. We keep saying similar thing, but in some moment we have some good points, or even we can present some results. That first of all, somehow everything around us is somehow accelerated. So it's not only about the war, because today was a lot of discussion on this, and everyone understands because it's very immediate and very close. But we have had recently a lot of issues. And first, the labor market has major problems everywhere. We have an accelerated issue with the internal migration of the space. Then we have some areas which they lost in 10 years 20% of the population, and other areas, especially urban centers, are growing. And it is a substantial problem for some part of the region. We have an accelerated issue with the demographic change. Out of I think the 10 worst country in demographic status, I think 8 from the Danube region. This is something that should be addressed, because it is very soon comes to a political issue or a serious economical issue. We had the COVID situation where suddenly the borders has been closed, and there was not many means of cooperation in economical or technically. So it's opened some new ways, but also new challenges, but eventually is also in the pipeline to develop it further. Energy independency, we were always supported. We had some good projects. Eventually I can make it that we were supporting it, but overall, because we are just a very tiny contribution, I think the region didn't do everything what they should do. Otherwise, probably, just I'm saying like a citizen, I think probably the situation would be better now. But overall, of course, we have some projects and we have initiatives, and we have potential also in this respect, which we have to think it over a longer run. Also, smaller scale issues, how to support for municipalities to use renewable energies or whatever. This is what we are supporting. And I think all these small parts are contributing for a bigger picture. And I think the cooperation between member states and regions, I think in this respect is also very substantial, could be very substantial. Then the refocus on the territorial scope. This is also important to make it a bit also linked to the third point, what I will talk about, the more tangible results, what they are expecting from us. I mean, there's the professional target group. So we are changing the name of the program from Danube Transnational Program towards Danube Region Program. And the reason is that the Danube Transnational Program, although it is clear for us, but it is not necessarily clear to the general public. It is a bit technical. And eventually this has no clear territorial dimension. We also met with a lot of people, and a lot of people are thinking about the Danube River when they talk about Danube region or Danube program, and it is not like that. It is a program of the region where Montenegro and Czech Republic is participating in the same way as Austria or Hungary. So therefore, it is also the periphery. You should understand that they're part of a region. So therefore, we are changing to region, making it more clear that we are supporting a whole region and not just a river. and not just a sophisticated element of cooperation, but it is more tangible changes in the region by the cooperation of the partner states. And also we also think that we have to focus more on the territorial regional approach and focusing really on the specific character of the region. So, because this is what is our mission. There's a lot of funds for national economies, and this is obviously because they have much more to do. They have the regional programs, local investments. Then we have European level programs, which is tackling horizontal, I don't know, innovation issues, whatever, which should be done in the same way in the whole Europe. But here we have some issues, but we have to be selective, and we have to really, with the small funds we have to focusing on those which is linked to this eastern dimension of the EU. To this very specific character we have, and we feel it more than before, that we have some specific risk-specific problems, and then we have to find them in time and try to tackle them in time. Then we have the third point, I think, this realistic objective, because I think, to be very frank, our programs very often seems, because we are more supporting studies or whatever, or at least not major investments, which is more seen as politically important in short run. So therefore, it is not always considered very tangible. So we have to be more clear in this respect. We have to have more concrete results. Of course, we still cannot invest, we cannot build motorways or whatever, but eventually we should have some projects which could lead something concrete, concrete or innovative elements which I might say the citizens, because we are too small, but at least the professional target group could see. So eventually we have to move more and more to this tangible results, otherwise we would be not seen like an important program, and I think the potential is there. And the fourth point is even more important, because this is something is a result, and I think it's something that eventually we can use. That we are developing, and we are constantly developing an instrument which is much more simple and much more fair and transparent in all sense. So eventually, when I was presenting the first map, I was mentioning that at the beginning, each member states were supporting different way their partners, and very long we have different. We have FAR. We started with some of us. We started with FAR funds, and we had TOTSIs. We had cards. We have IPA, ENI, MPI, whatever, different type of cards for different countries, and it was not easy to manage. Now we have the options, and then the member state decided to go in this direction. We have one single fund. We call Interreg Fund for Danube, and there will be no differentiation between member states and non-member states. In this program, then there will be no any more difference. Our program is a program where the whole map is blue, same blue to everyone. So then everyone has the same possibility to apply, to be even lead partner from any region, any country of the region. Of course, the potentials are still different, but this possibility is given to the future. It's already a simplification, it's a substantial simplification for everyone, but eventually we would like to really simplify the program as much as the new EU legislation allows. So therefore, we are trying to even to convince the member states, because from a managing authority side, we are really like to push it, to make it as simple as possible, and then we are also expecting that the member states also will agree, and then to put the program in a much more simple delivery mechanism, develop it, and then to make to the applicants more focus on the content and less on the administration, because it is very often unnecessary bureaucracy what we have to avoid. So that's more or less the story what I wanted to just like introduction tell you, and I think you all understand even before I was saying. I just tried to summarize it. Just a few words about the status of the program. The program has been developed quite some time ago. The content was ready, I think it was more than 1 year ago, and basically the information has been provided already 1 year ago. We have put our information to our website. We have initiated some project development. We also developed a number of webinars during the year. We have put our website, and we know that quite a number of applicants was already applying to these documents, and they tried to develop the project. We had already the first core proposal, which was a specific one targeting the strategy framework the DSP and the PAGS has been launched, and now we received the applications and we are assessing, and basically early next year we are making the contract, so continuation of the Danube strategy is ensured. Even we have proposed to sign contracts for 6 years, so we are covering basically the whole period. That will be more simple. As you know, the Danube program is financing the operation of the strategy, including for this conference as well, and is all included this, and it is going to be ensured for the future. Then second, and then we have a quite big call, our first formal call, I would say the second call in overall, which is a full open call application. It is running now. We had several seminars, webinars. There's a lot of interest. Also, we have in Moldova. There's also in Ukraine. There's a lot of interest in the country. What we see also in the accession countries. So it is going to be 2 steps. First, just a more and simple project concept, just to allow to a wide public to apply without big administration, and then there will be a more restrictive second step to only go for those who have a chance to have contract at the end of the day. So it is running, and more colleagues will give you more information about what we are supporting and also what we are not supporting, because I think it's also important to understand. The INTERAG program, maybe I should say at the beginning that INTERAG program is an operational program we have. It is developed and it has been discussed several times in the Commission. According to understanding, there will be no more comment, and it's going to be approved in days or in weeks formally by the Commission, but eventually the contract is final. So that's why we are running the calls. So this is a new program period, a new program. It ends 2030. And we are hoping that we can have or tiny contribution for the region, for the personal region. It could be well used by you or by all the actors of the region. So that's it. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Imre. One of the key messages I got coming from that was the importance of the non-EU countries. And on that note, I would hand over to Nada, and for the Bosnia and Herzegovina perspective. Nada.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you. Dobry dzień to our hosts. It is really a pleasure for me to be here, to greet you all, and speak on behalf of an IPA country. I intend to say a few words about our experience within this kind of program, specifically the Danube. But before that, I would like to confirm what Imre announced in his presentation. Recently, we were informed that the status of Bosnia and Herzegovina will change soon. There is a proposal to award status of candidate countries instead of potential candidate country. And we expect that the formal decision will be made in December. So Imre, you will need a new map as of December, hopefully. I have been introduced. I come from the Directorate of European Integration. I'm Assistant Director in the sector for territorial cooperation programs. Our country participates in total 6 territorial cooperation programs, 3 transnational, Adrian, Med, New Euromed, and Danube. We also have the Interreg IPA CBC with our neighbors Croatia and Montenegro, the trilateral one, and also 2 CBC programs with 2 IPA CBC programs, one with Serbia and the other one with Montenegro. We are quite satisfied with the level of our participation in these programs. Many projects were implemented, many outputs were produced, even more partnerships and networks were created, including partners from our country. Concretely, within the new program, in total 54 project partners participated in 40 projects, and with a total value of some 5.6 million euro in total, out of which almost 5 million come from EU funds. The capacity for participation in this kind of programs was building over time, and this also includes us from the national authorities who were learning by doing, and we managed to establish and develop necessary structures with appropriate capacity to continue participating in these kind of programs. Hopefully, and as announced in the new program period, on a more equal footing with other countries, as full integration of IPA has become a reality. What was a challenge for us is the fact that transition to indirect management of EU funds in our country is lagging behind, and we had to establish the structures to enable our participation just for this kind of the programs implemented under shared and indirect management. For example, our program in Montenegro is still being implemented in direct management mode with EU delegation as a contracting authority. The program with Serbia is in indirect mode, but thanks to the developments on their side, not on our. And we have the other 4 programs implemented under shared management. In order to learn more and present in a structured way, promote and capitalize on the results achieved within the new transnational program in Bosnia and Herzegovina, we have developed and published in electronic format a catalog of the project implemented in our countries within the first call, and the same is under preparation for the subsequent calls. This publication has been shared with all program relevant stakeholders and is made public through DEI's website and social network of the B&H NCP, with the intention to disseminate information on the results and outputs, especially those that might be further used in the domestic context. With this activity, I believe we contributed to the overall capitalization process that all the programs are dealing with. We do not know, and we do not know how to measure the ultimate effect, actually, to learn how many other relevant stakeholders entered into outputs produced by the project and use them. We are not still yet there, but that would be our next step to try to measure the effect of these projects for the communities in our countries. Given the fact that in the following period, IPA partners can assume the role of lead partner, we have reinforced capacity building activities by organizing specific trainings for potential applicants, targeting in the first place those who already plan to get involved in the first call for proposal of the Danube program. And I would like to use this opportunity to invite potential partners from the EU member states to include IPA partners, because it would be for mutual interest, because the extent of IPA partners' involvement is made one of the quality assessment criteria of the project. The intention behind this full integration of IPA countries is strategic orientation of the program to reinforce and further enhance EU integration of the candidate and potential candidate countries, which we appreciate very much. Today, the second round of the training organized for potential applicants in our country will end, and based on feedback from the participants in this training, we learned that there are a few of them who are willing to take the role of the lead partner in the forthcoming period. There are not many of them, but there are a few, definitely. And let me close this speech by a rather personal message that, I mean, I have been involved in these programs from the very beginning, from Southeast, 2 phases, then the new transnational program 14-20, and then we are entering the new phase. And I have to say that it has been both professionally and personally rewarding, as it includes a privilege to meet so many people from different countries and become colleagues with all of them. We look forward to continuation of our cooperation in the forthcoming period, and that's it from my side. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Nada. It's very interesting to hear the progress Bosnia and Herzegovina, and we very much look forward to the lead partners from Bosnia and Herzegovina if they come through, and the partners, of course. Okay, now we'll take a slight and different turn, and that will go hybrid. We'll go to Budapest. My colleague is waiting eagerly there. It's Horst Schindler, and he's the coordinator for the energy line of work. So Horst, the line is yours.
Well, thank you very much, Steve. I hope you can hear me.
It's good, Horst. It's good. It's good. Well.
Wonderful. And you see my screen? I hope so. So let's go into medias res. The first specific objective we talk about today is a greener, low-carbon Danube region. And here we start with the question, what about the Danube region and energy? So what is the situation we still face today? And due to our expertise and our experiences and the research we made, the Danube region has a share of renewable energy in gross final energy consumption, which is very low, and that has never reached 50% in any countries. Notable shares can be just mentioned in Montenegro, in Austria, and Croatia, while...
Horst, could I interrupt?
Sorry?
Could I interrupt? Can I interrupt? Can you share your presentation?
Yes, I already did. Oh, I'm sorry. Is it now here?
Now it is. Now it is. Now it's good.
Okay, I'm sorry. Yes. Well, the renewables play in general a minor role compared to traditional fossil fuels as well as nuclear energy. The majority of the countries, the shares of renewables were stagnating, for instance, in Austria and Bulgaria, or even significantly decreasing, like in Montenegro or Hungary. An increase occurred just in Germany, Slovakia, and in the Czech Republic. Considering the EU 2020 targets, the member states are performing quite heterogeneously. In some countries, the target was set low, and thus it has already been reached, for instance, in the Czech Republic or in Hungary. And while in some other countries still have to take steps to realize the targets set for 2020. Thus, the Danube region still heavily relies on fossil fuels in relation to both production and consumption, Despite of significant favorable changes in many states, the energy sector is very far from being a low-carbon economic field. Sustainable production and consumption would require significant shift to renewables in all states, since the share of fossil fuels in production is generally between 80 and 65%. The majority of the Danube region still heavily relies on uncertain supply of fossil fuels from Russia, or like it is nowadays, and this exposure to non-renewable sources results in energy dependency and a lack of energy security. Another reason for a greener energy sector is the high and steadily increasing level of energy consumption paired with a low level of diversification of energy sources. And therefore, the support for harmonized action and transnational cooperation on renewable energy is required in order to decarbonize the energy and the related transport and building sector, especially considering the heating and cooling systems of buildings. The still relatively high greenhouse gas and air pollution emission by the transport sector within the territory of the EU, documented in the European Union Emission Inventory, published by the European Environment Agency, calls for increasing utilization of alternative fuels and new technologies, which could be a field of joint measures and policies. And here we are. This is our answer to these needs and challenges, and we have formulated specific objective 2.1, support for greening the energy and transport sector in the Danube region by enhancing the integration of renewable energy resources. When it comes to needs and challenges, the graphics I would like to show to you, they give a picture of what I just have told you. On the left, you can see the difference on total primary energy production. These graphics have been made before the pandemic, but to my best knowledge, the relations stayed quite similar up to today. And the right picture shows the share of renewable energy in gross final energy consumption. And here we have some examples for needs and challenges that we face in the region. One major thing is that all power systems are based on fossil fuels, which reach at least 60% in each country. The energy dependency in several countries is higher than the EU average. The share of renewables in gross final energy consumption is low and has never reached 50% in any of our countries. And as a result of underutilized renewables, energy dependency, lack of high energy safety characterizes the Danube region that still heavily relies on fossil fuels. And this brings us to what we focus at. Firstly, we focus on increasing the share of renewable energy in the Danube region, and secondly, on decreasing the carbon intensity in the power and transport sectors. Both shall lead to a better diversification of energy resources. And let's talk about a type of activities, because the program's main goal is to contribute to the reduction of the region's dependency on imported fossil fuels by facilitating a better integration of renewable energy sources and consequently greening the energy and transport sectors. And this brings us to some ideas of possible activities. This list is, of course, not exhaustive, so there is many and much more imaginable. And we started with strategy making and policy support in reaching low carbon energy production and supporting the decrease of energy dependency, followed by capacity building for sustainable energy planning, especially in such regions with a high share of non-renewables. Then support for harmonized, cost-effective actions and transnational cooperation in the buildings, heating and cooling sector. Or another idea would be the reduction of greenhouse gases and air pollutants emissions in the transport sector by introduction maybe for alternative fuels and new technologies. Another idea would be promote the promotion of the production and use of advanced biofuels, or the pilot testing and solutions for the production of decentralized renewable energies, or maybe joint planning of solutions for the utilization of renewable energy sources, or maybe also the development of incentive schemes to encourage the renewable energy production based on the Danube region available resources, and to strangle this way the sustainable usage of renewables and energy storage solutions. So this is maybe possible, and we are waiting, and we are quite interested in getting to know your ideas for the ongoing call. But of course, in my last slide, I want to tell you that we definitely don't finance everything. So what we do not finance are projects with a predominant focus on infrastructure, or projects with a predominant focus on the technical solution without ensuring its application by the target users, or projects with a predominant focus on research and data collection activities, and also here without the translation of the outcomes to into applied solutions. So I thank you very much. I'm now at the end of my presentation, and I forward to the next speaker, and wish you a nice day in Košice. See you. Bye.
Thank you, Horst. Just a word to the audience there that there will be a question and answer session afterwards. So if you have questions, then store them, and we'll come back to those. Now, I have a couple of hats here I'm wearing today, one of which is the moderator, the second of which is the lead on the social aspects on the program, and that's what we'll present now. Or I'll try to present now. Okay, I think we're there. So the new priority for the program is a more social Danube region program. Its focus is on labour markets and human capital. Its background comes from the European Pillar of Social Rights, and that's back in 2017. It links to the PO4, a more social Europe, which is from the Cohesion policy, which has come out of the European Pillar of Social Rights. And we've taken it into the context of the Danube region program as our priority 3, a more social Danube region. The next. As you see here, it has 3 priorities, the first of which is accessible, inclusive and effective labour markets. The second is accessible and inclusive quality services in education, training and lifelong learning. The third is socio-economic development through heritage, culture and tourism. The first 2 I will deal with now, and the third we will go back to Budapest, and my colleague Natalia Lihalot will present on that. So when we look at the needs and the challenges here in terms of the labour market and human capital, Imre sort of mentioned the approach and the needs and challenges in the region and how we are looking at that. But just to reiterate some of those points, starting with a common sort of indicator, which is unemployment. We know certainly in the last 10 years there have been very positive movements in unemployment in terms of the rates coming lower and lower, historically low in some cases, if we look, for example, to the Czech Republic and other countries. We also have employment rates increasing. This is a general trend. We see here 12 countries on the chart, and we see the dark green column, which is greater than all the columns for the previous years since 2014. So we have increased employment rates. But still, if we look at the chart, we can see significant parts of the region to the right where we have relatively low employment rates. We're looking from 75% on the left to approximately 50% employment rates to the right of the chart. So there's significant difference there within the region, which we'd like to contribute towards addressing. It's interesting that one of the targets of the pillar of social rights in the action plan is by 2030 to have 78% employment rate. So there's a clear need there. But whilst we see some positives here, we also see that within those positives there are groups which aren't doing as well and still stay in those difficult long-term unemployment traps. And we're looking particularly here at minorities, we're looking at disabled, we're looking at rural, youth, aged. So there's significant issues to address there. We have, of course, industrial change. We have some areas which have, are reliant on individual industries, which are maybe not progressing now, and so there's difficulties there. We have a green transition to work towards, which is affecting how industry employs and the types of labour they demand. As Emma mentioned, we have the demographic change, and this is particularly important if we have a shrinking labour market in the future, and we need to upskill aged beneficiaries as well. We have migration. I think this was mentioned before as well. We have this east to west general drift. We can see the net inwards migration represented by the reds and the oranges, and we see the net out migration on the blue and the green and the light green. So we see this east to west migration pattern. We see skills gaps. We see skills shortages. We see skills gaps. We see also the differences in terms of the skills mismatch between what the university education system can offer and what business and industry demands. Changing ways of working. Well, we all know what it was like during COVID. Increased remote working, but this seems to be a general pattern now. And of course, all these changes which are happening demand support, employment service support. And this is quite demanding for the existing organisations to rapidly change to meet the needs. And this is where we see the social economy coming into the perspective, how they can add to the support for the current services. So the focus of the programme is here. We have 3 focus areas in this specific objective, looking at the integration of vulnerable groups into the labour market, special attention on those regions which have high proportions of disadvantaged, looking at focus 2 on retaining skilled labour, focus 3 about capacity building for employment support bodies, information, data systems, coordination, this training on perhaps on social economy, how organisations can work together. The activities that we draw down from these focus areas, these are suggested activities of importance for the region from the 14 countries. First activity is joint coordination of policies and planning aimed at integrating disadvantaged groups. This is from the first focus area. Second is about supporting designing innovative policies for retaining skilled labour. Third is these information systems, this capacity building. Fourth, coordinating policies and strategies to tackle active aging, recognizing the demographic challenge. Fifth is around this cooperation, innovative planning for bodies responsible for the labour market and integration. So again, this capacity building aspect. Sixth, again, capacity building, a Danube observatory system, looking at labour migration and how this can be measured and data and information brought back into the policy realm. Developing models to explore the effectiveness of remote working, again, coming out of the focus area. And finally, this restructuring and diversification of employment. This would include integrated action plans around the regions. So those are the activities that have been highlighted as important in the region. But of course, this isn't exhaustive. And when you come to the call, you can explore your own avenues if they fit the focus areas. When we talk about the partnerships and the stakeholders involved, well, in the social realm, it's broad, isn't it? We have the public bodies, of course, the public employment services, the PES. We have community service organisations. We have the responsible ministries, chambers of commerce, federations. We have international organisations like the ILO and networks. So quite a broad potential partnership to get this thing going, as we can see from here. So that's the more labour market focused specific objective. The second specific objective is this accessible and inclusive quality services in education, training and lifelong learning. Now here we can look at education attainment, and here well, firstly I should say, and I'm looking to you in the audience here because I can see faces here from universities, I can see faces here from other education institutions. There are good, excellent universities and education bodies within the region. We know that, but we also know that there are educational attainment issues across the Danube region. So if we look at this ISED 2 or less, this is achieved or less than, we see this high red and orange figures, which is up to 23% in the east, but also there's a lot of yellow here, this middling ground of achievements of this lower secondary education achievement as a maximum across the region on the yellow colour. So there is need across the region in terms of educational attainment. Part of that, of course, is early school leavers. So that's part of the issue, is enabling those young learners to stay within the system. So we have this inclusion and integration challenge as well. So again, on those disadvantaged groups, minorities, disabled, refugees, for example, for the integration, is a big issue. Migration again, we're back to migration, affecting those smaller settlements, those towns, even the bigger sized towns are experiencing a brain drain. So another challenge. Demography, we've mentioned again, the need to educate those older workers. They need to have lifelong learning to adapt to the way that the current business and industry is progressing. Okay, education in terms, it's not just a supply side, is it? It's very much a demand side as well. What the business and industry need. And many of the organisations are talking about the skills challenge, the shortage. Industry can't get the people with the skills. The gaps, that if you have employees, because of the change which is going on, they need to be reskilled. And the mismatch between the education, what the education system is providing and what industry needs. Got industrial transition to a greener economy. This will need different sort of education programs and skills. Digitalization and responding to this with educational institutional capacity building and adapting to change. The three focus areas here: innovative educational models, programs, practical tools and materials for disadvantaged learners, and as I mentioned before, early school leavers included. Focus 2 is maximizing the existing knowledge and experience to develop best practices in inclusive education policy and advancing education policy and reform. And the third area is innovative approaches to encourage and improve inclusive vocational education, training, and lifelong learning. So these are the core focus areas that we need to fit within. The activities directly out of the focus areas, the development of education models, programs, practical tools. The second is developing best practices in education policy. We know there's a lot of good practice within the region. We know this can be shared, and this is where this is heading towards. Third activity is establishing, this is combat sort of brain drain, so it's establishing existing scientific and educational networks, finding solutions to counter this brain drain. Fourth, innovative digital and remote education. We know this is moving up the popularity scale and the need. It can offer solutions to those in rural areas, to those disadvantaged, and generally for lifelong learning. 5, knowledge exchange and sharing of experience in elaborating and developing accessible, inclusive vocational education and training. Very important, the vocational education and training within the region. And when we look at partnerships, again, it's a broad area of partnerships. We have all the ministries, of course, we have the education establishments. If we're going to tackle these disadvantaged groups, we're going to need the specialist organizations, for example, disability support organizations, getting close to the community. Employer bodies, the sector councils, sector skills bodies, chambers, agencies, the new centers of vocational education. It's quite a lot of partners to work with here to move the agenda forward. So these are the two specific objectives on the labour market and human capital that we're offering for the forthcoming calls. And there's a call at the moment, of course, which is open to these. Okay, so I switch hats very quickly, and I introduce my colleague, Gustav Chomor, and I introduce, we go back to Budapest, and Kotelin, are you there? You never know, Gustav, it may be you next. Kotelin?
Hi, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I will start to share my screen.
Screen.
Is it okay?
It's great.
Thank you. Okay, so thank you, Steve. I would like to give a short...
Kotelin, one thing, could you just expand the screen to put it in full screen mode?
I did actually. Now?
Yes, it's good.
Okay, thank you. So my name is Katalin Kovács-Kassa, and I'm responsible for the topic innovation. In this new program, we call it a Smarter Danube region as the priority. And I will give you a short overview about these specific objectives and focus areas. First, I would give you a short overview about the characteristics, what we are facing here in the region relating to this priority. We all know that there are still large competitiveness gaps between the old, the new member states and the non-EU countries, also including their status within the regional innovation ecosystem. We have a low share of technology and knowledge-intensive activities, and there is a need for strengthening synergies and cross-relationships between quadruple innovation stakeholders in order to facilitate the uptake of innovative technologies across the region. The region is still characterized by large cohesion gaps in social and economic aspects. The solutions what we are searching for can be delivered through digitalization, Industry 4.0 processes, and or smart specialization strategies and policies with a special focus on SMEs. We have large differences in S3 in terms of specialization sectors and territorial coverage as well. So it is very important to support the transnational alignment of S3 strategies. What do we offer as funding opportunities for the region? We have two specific objectives. The 1.1 is enhancing innovation and technology transfer in the Danube region. What are the needs and challenges what we are trying to tackle with this objective? Across the Danube region, we have a low share of technology and knowledge-intensive activities. The RDI activities are overly concentrated within the western regions or the major urban hubs, including capital cities and or university towns. The structural problems that arise, especially in regard to the development of high technology economic sectors or the low level of ICT employment. Joint measures are of high relevance to support a better share of innovation capacities and the joint uptake of innovation and advanced technologies. Such action should result from new RDI-related policies and furthered through quadruple helix approaches. You can see that we have quite a big list of focus areas identified in the program. So I am also encouraging everyone who is interested in this priority and also for the other priorities as well to check the program where you can read everything in detail, but I will now give you an overview about the focuses. We have first the RDI-related transnational policies and processes, uptake of innovation and advanced technologies, capacity building among the thematic value chains, technology transfer and uptake from and towards SMEs, circular economy policies and processes, smart, sustainable and green transport technologies and networks, e-mobility solutions, and integration of smart cities and regions solutions. So we have quite a big range of focus areas that you can cover and target by your project idea. What are the activities that can be supported? This is also a list that you can have a look at, but it's not an exhaustive list. Uptake of technologies alongside thematic value chains. We can have circular economy collaboration forms and harmonization. We can have technology generation, uptake of related advanced technologies, and direct contributions to EUSDR Action Plan for PA7 and PA8. The second specific objectives what we have is 1.2, is development of skills for advancing smart specialization strategies, industrial transformation and transition towards Industry 4.0, including cross-sectoral collaborations. To define it a little bit better, because it's important not to think of just normal trainings, what are the needs and challenges in this specific objective? The spatial pattern is quite fragmented, especially due to the growing gaps between the urban regions as engines of growth and the rural regions as peripheries. While some regional economies of the Danube region are heavily industrialized, most of them seem to be unprepared for the challenges arising from this transitioning to Industry 4.0. And if we are considering the overall entrepreneurial sector, in particular the SMEs, the innovation level are substandards, which results in a share of innovative enterprises below the EU average. Here we have 3 focus areas, so much more defined and not so wide, the focus areas as in the previous specific objectives. We can have skills development for and of joint advancement of smart specialization strategies and policies with the focus on less advanced regions. We can have skills development and cross-sectoral collaborations of smart and traditional type of industries with industrial transformation and transition. And we can have skills development for delivering products and services with transnational impact. Now, here we listed quite a lot of type of activities so that you get a real hint what we are looking for in the projects. We can have enhancing cooperations related to entrepreneurial skills in advanced technologies, industries of high Danube region importance, to better combine the existing capacities and competencies that are available. We can have building cooperation structures, obtaining innovation capacity needed. We can target competitiveness at regional and EU level, and we can identify niches within the EU market. It can be also a target to become attractive as a partner within the Danube region or towards other EU regions. We can establish platforms for transfer of knowledge and skills. We can build interregional synergies for the development of regional smart specialization strategies and policies by involving entrepreneurial actors and existing networks in discovering and exploiting the promising areas of specialization. We can also set up and pilot measures for regions, exchange of experience on implementation of S3. So I would here refer back to my colleague Ihor's presentation when he was listing, everything what is not financed from the program. That is actually linked also to this specific objective. Thank you very much. I'm giving back the word to Košice. Thank you.
Thank you, Katalin. That's a very clear picture, clear message from Budapest. Now we have Gustav Csoma. He's the coordinator for environment topics and is approaching now.
Good afternoon. I have a pleasure and honor to have the possibility here and meeting you in person, as well as the advantage of not struggling with the technical challenge of sharing my screen, but simply pressing a button. In my presentation, I will introduce you 3 thematic fields within the environmental priority of the program, starting with the first one, promoting climate change adaptation and disaster management. In this field, how we also can already experience on our daily life each year, each summer or each winter, we also experience and not only read from forecasts and scientific works that the annual mean temperature is rising, wet regions are becoming wetter, and dry regions are drier. All these challenges are becoming more extreme with increasing intensity and frequency. And this relates also to such environmental challenges like flood risks, droughts, and forest fires, which all these are affecting our society, biodiversity, or human health, economy. Among such challenges and such issues. Among the environmental challenges, I would also emphasize the accidental pollution of transnational rivers, which are also key challenges on a broader territorial scale. In connection to these challenges, the program is focusing on of course, strengthening the cooperation of key actors and within the broader transnational areas. In connection to climate change forecasting and vulnerability assessment on a broader territorial scale, harmonized and coordinated disaster prevention and preparedness, as well as response, and preparedness and adaptive capacity to cope with these impacts, the different impacts of climate change on transnational regional scale, as well as developing and providing new climate and innovative climate services to foster resilience. And in connection to flood and accidental pollution management, it's important that these are, within the program at least, program framework, these are meant to be addressed on a transnational scale, focusing on transboundary key water bodies. In general, what type of activities are financed by our program? On the one hand, in order to improve policies and institutional capacities, strategies, action plans are to be developed, policy and sectoral dialogues are to be promoted and initiated, as well as trainings to increase capacities. Another key aspect is harmonization, harmonizing management processes in connection to disaster management, contingency plans, for example. Another type of activities are related to pilot actions, pilot testing joint solutions. In this field, this can relate to monitoring tools or forecasting tools. And what is important that within the projects, we expect a reasonable mix of activities, so not a single track of activity, but a reasonable mix of that. And another important aspect to focus on the challenge and approach it by an integrated and cross-sectoral approach. More specifically, in this thematic field, the program is intend to support harmonized climate change modeling, forecasting, and vulnerability assessment on a Danube River Basin scale. This is an important aspect when a project is elaborating such solutions and tools, these are expected to be taken up also by the key actors. So not only elaborating and developing something, but also ensure that then at the end it is also applied by the key actors or relevant actors. Regarding the climate change adaptation, integration of research results and improving skills and competencies for policymakers and stakeholders, another important activity field. Coordination regarding the flood risk, drought prevention, and in this aspect, it's important to take into consideration nature-based solutions. On a transboundary river scale, we expect tackling the challenge or the risk of floods and accidental pollutions, as well as other type of environmental risks in connection to or climate change-based environmental risks. Harmonization, which I also mentioned, is expected in the field of planning and monitoring and alert systems. And on the ground, the cooperation of operational level is also supported and intended to be improved. And what is also important, of course, both on national level as well as on EU level, there are certain mechanisms in the field of risk and disaster management, but the program is trying to focus on the regional level, something in between, which is lagging behind somewhat. What is not supported within this specific objective, if, as I mentioned, the flood and accidental pollution project is not focusing on one of the key transboundary rivers or river basins of the area, of the region. In the connection to the climate change issues, a project which would like to tackle water scarcity and low water issues, those are to be addressed by another specific objective, and also in connection to climate change, in case it relates to the issues of biodiversity related issues, then that is also to be tackled by another specific objective. Another thematic field is transnational water and sediment management. One advantage of the program, especially compared to other funding sources in this thematic field at least, that the program area is basically covering the whole Danube River basin. So it's a perfect setup to try to tackle such issues that are relevant on a transnational level, which needs coordination, harmonization among the riparian countries of a certain key river. Here the issues are on water quantity, quality, as well as sediment balance, once again on transboundary river basin, both surface as well as groundwater bodies meant here, and key pressures are related to contamination and pollution, the increasing water use and the decreasing groundwater levels. Due to the climate change, the low water periods are affecting strongly different sectors in connection to the transboundary rivers, as well as the sediment balance is also quite much altered in our era. And what is also an advantage of this program, that here is the opportunity that the upstream and downstream countries can cooperate and try to find solutions together for the same river or river basin. The focus of this specific objective is on prevention and mitigation of water pollution and possible restoration of quality of transnational water bodies, harmonizing management practices between key sectors to improve quality, quantity of water, as well as the sediment balance, and transnational coordination of water supply management, and certain focus is also on transboundary level relevant groundwater bodies. The type of activities I don't repeat once again, these are more or less in general the same as I mentioned in connection to the previous specific objective. Here what is important to consider also whenever a project is developed, the respective related climate change effects to be taken into consideration. More concretely, within this specific objective, harmonization is expected on data availability, monitoring and forecasting on a transnational water scale. Capacities are to be improved in preventing, mitigating water pollution, improving the sediment balance and the related morphodynamics, and potentials of floodplain reconnection to improve water quality. Monitoring and modeling of transboundary groundwater system, that can also be another scope of a project, and measuring the balanced use of water regarding the climate change impacts, and measures in connection to climate change induced low water. Here, what we expect is a cooperation of the different sectors that can be strongly affected by such events and that effect of climate change. What is not supported, again, if a project is not focusing on a transboundary river or river basin, that is not really fitting our program. So regarding water pollution, if the topic is about accidental pollution and emergency response to these events, that, as I mentioned before, that fits to another specific objective. And regarding floodplain restoration, this issue can have different aspects. What fits here, I mentioned, is related to water quality issues, so improving water quality. While in case that it is focusing more on flood protection, that is to be linked to another specific objective. And in case the focus is more on biodiversity aspect, then that's again another specific objective which I'm just about to present now. The fourth specific objective in this priority is the protection and preservation of biodiversity in ecological corridors and ecoregions of the Danube region. As we know, the Danube region is a quite big territory with a colorful mosaic of biogeographical regions and rich in biodiversity. At the same time, the big transnational rivers or the mountain chains are important transnational ecological corridors. However, these aspects, biodiversity are strongly affected by different factors from human side as well as by invasive alien species, or these ecological corridors are strongly fragmented meanwhile. And of course, climate change is also affecting this area as well. At the same time, it was also analyzed that the management capacities are not necessarily strong enough in relation to ecological regions, especially on a transboundary scale. And all these, the impacts need some cooperation beyond the borders. The thematic focus is related to improving the ecological connectivity within the mentioned transnational level ecological corridors, conservation and restoration measures for the endangered umbrella species, again on transnational scale, and strengthening the network of cooperation of ecological regions and or protected areas, and ensuring the resilience and adaptation and capacity of biodiversity within the region in connection to the climate change. Again, the same, more or less the same type of activities in general are supported. And more specifically, we intend to improve and manage the monitoring ecological connectivity, the revitalization and rehabilitation of water habitats along the major transnational rivers and water bodies, establishing or strengthening management and cooperation networks within the ecological regions or among protected areas. Strengthening the resilience of habitats and ecosystems in the transboundary ecological regions, or following eco-friendly land use systems, landscape management, soil protection. Regarding the challenge of invasive alien species, some joint harmonized solutions and prevention measures, management can be supported. And regarding the umbrella species, key umbrella species of the region, monitoring, conservation, and protection can be supported. And here again, there is an important territorial aspect of the program that if the proposal or project is not focusing on a transboundary, transnational scale, then that does not fit our program. And I already mentioned the aspect of this floodplain and wetland restoration, where one has to understand what is the scope and then address it by the respective specific objective. Thank you for your attention, and I give back this tool and the micro to Steve.
Thank you, Gustav. Now it's my pleasure to introduce our next speaker. It's from the Commission. It's Andreea Stracinescu. She's head of unit of DG Affairs and Fisheries, and we'll have an interesting presentation, I'm sure. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you for having me here today. Maybe you ask yourself, okay, what maritime has to do? Of course, that each sea and ocean starts with a river. And for us, Danube is extremely important. I will present you briefly what we are doing, but in the same time, how we can work together. Missions are a novelty of Horizon Europe. They are looking at, and they have a system approach, looking on how we can implement in real life innovative solutions, but also how we can involve citizens, because at the end they are, in most of the cases, of course, the beneficiaries of all the solutions that we want to put in place. We want them to be engaged. We want them as well that the solutions are in their benefit. So missions, 5 missions in Horizon Europe, and one of them is dealing with oceans, seas, and waters. There are 3 main objectives for this mission, and also 2 enablers. As mentioned, system approach, but also citizen engagement. So for the mission, Restore Our Ocean, Seas and Waters by 2030, the objectives that we have are linked to the strategic orientation already heard before. There is about protection and restoration of marine and freshwater ecosystems with clear target objectives that are coming from the policy we have at the European Union level. As well, the second one is dealing with prevention and elimination of pollution, and we know very well that a lot of pollution it's coming through rivers at the level of the ocean. And the third one is looking at the blue economy. Blue economy, it's broad. So, of course, that when you have a lake or you are an inland country, aquaculture is considered blue economy. But we want this blue economy for the future to be developed in a sustainable and a circular way. The 2 enablers are one, knowledge, so data, and also working on what data can offer us for the future policy developments. And the second one, citizens. First is the part on education and skills, and also looking how we can involve citizens in the project we are putting in place. How we work on this. So this is a starting point. What I want to mention that when you see the Danube here, do not think that this is the only thing that we are looking for the Danube. All the objectives, pollution, but also decarbonization and restoration of the freshwater ecosystems are important for all regions. So this is the starting point, and how we financed, we supported through Horizon Europe our work, because we needed to start somewhere. And we split it Europe like this. But as I said, objectives are important for all regions, and also synergies are going to be put in place among regions. We have a work program for Horizon Europe, and already the call 2021, the projects are expected to be signed by the end of the year. This is the amount that we put in place. Call 2022 closed on 27th of September, and at the end of the year, it will be 2023 call that is going to be open. And always we work, and we have projects that are linked, that are linked to what I previously mentioned. So the starting point of the objectives are there. What is also important is that all the projects are requested to bring another element, the associated regions. Let's take an example. You saw previously that we have Mediterranean dealing with pollution, but Mediterranean, the projects that are going to be selected have to bring in at least 5 associated regions situated elsewhere than Mediterranean. Then a lot of opportunities for all regions in Europe, including, of course, the ones that are situated along the regions we have here today. This is what we had in 2021 work program, 2022 that I said closed on 27th of September, and these programs as well, these projects, the ones that are going to be selected, they have to bring associated regions from elsewhere than Danube up to the Black Sea. So the place for collaboration is open, and we want, of course, to put this in place because exchanging innovative solutions and seeing how projects can be built together is extremely important. 2023, as I said, it will going to be announced at the end of the year. We are going to continue to work around the objectives and the 2 enablers, and we are going to have 2 joint actions with mission soil and climate adaptation. The other 2 missions that exist are one dealing with cities and one dealing with cancer. For us, the synergies are, of course, soil and climate from all the challenges already mentioned, and we know that at the level of the rivers, a lot of pollution is coming from the soil. So this is what we will have for 2023, and again, the principle of associated regions is going to be continued. Now, we have a different angle on which I think we can work more. We launch a charter for the Mission Ocean because for sure that with 100 million that are going to be put in place, we are not going to solve all the challenges that we have at the level of ocean, seas and waters. And the charter, it's coming from the objectives that we have for the mission and its implementation plan. The idea is how we can join actions, different projects happening at European Union level, or different stakeholders that are interested to implement solutions in the region or other regions. So the idea is to create a network, to create a community that can build, they can exchange, and also build for future projects and future solutions that are going to be put in practice. It's open to all public and private, it's non-binding, and it's based on the interest of the ones that are coming to the charter and submitting action. It's not very complicated, and all the actions are allowed, as you can see, starting from research and innovation, but also looking at everything which is knowledge-based. We have the upscaling, we have also the deployment of innovative solutions, and all the part linked to citizen engagement and the literacy. We work on ocean literacy. It's called Ocean, but for sure, it's education towards not only the younger generation, but to all of us, to the role and the importance of the water ecosystem around us. So education, training as well. So this is how we encourage all the actions to come. But what are the benefits? The benefits already I mentioned. The idea is, of course, to show, to express a just toward protecting the ocean, seas and waters in Europe, to be able to participate to different events, to increase your fora, to increase your visibility, to increase the possibilities for networking, but also exchanges of experiences. We are going to have coordination actions at the level of the lighthouses that are going to bring together all the ones who wanted to work at different sea basins, but also allowing the sea basins to exchange among themselves. Not very difficult. I'm certain that the slides will be circulated. If not, very easy to to search. So we have a website. We need only basic information to know who you are, what is your project about, and what are your interests. You want to deploy this elsewhere, you are interested for partner, for financing, for things like this. And at the end, of course, the needed visibility, because all the actions are going, this is only for an example, all the actions are going to be represented on a map, and everybody looking for what are the actions that are carried in a certain part of Europe and seeing how they can engage, they can go and they have this visibility. Hoping that I will see quite an important number of you engaging, and as well, I think there are several synergies that can be created between the work that is done at the level of Danube through Interreg, and also the work that is done at the level of the Mission Ocean. So thank you very much for your attention, and looking forward to see you in future activities. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrea, and I particularly like the last point about the synergies, the potential there. Thank you. So back to Budapest we go now for Natalia Lihalot. She's the coordinator of the cultural focus that we have. Natalia, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Steve. Do you hear me?
It's good.
I'm going to share my screen and switch on the camera just a second.
Okay, we can see you, and now the full screen.
Yeah. Here I am. Good day. Good afternoon. My name is Natalia Lihalot, and I will continue to speak about the specific objective 3.3, which is integrated in a priority area most social Danube region. Steve has mentioned you and provided the information on specific objectives 3.1 and 3.3. The 3.3 relates to enhancing the role of culture and sustainable tourism in economic development, social inclusion, and innovation. When you think of heritage, culture, and tourism in the Danube region, you always have to tackle the transnationality to find a transnational link. The program also pays attention on disadvantaged regions, cultural heritage, natural heritage assets. A great attention will be paid to valorization, access, and community management and community inclusion. The needs and challenges are the following. It was identified by the program that there is a need in coordinated preservation and management of heritage sites and cultural landscapes. Also, there is a need in fostering the integrated social, economic, and environmental local development, cultural heritage and security, including for rural and remote areas, also through community-led local development. Cooperation of stakeholder institutions should be also improved on heritage and valorization. Such challenges like insufficient efforts for making the assets not available to all are also very important. Historically limited access to cultural and heritage assets and initiatives. Missing inclusive strategic planning. Weak level of social innovation. There are three focuses under the specific objective 3.3, and they are the following. Valorization of local, cultural, and natural heritage for the development of sustainable tourism products and tourism services in order to increase regional added value and employment. Improvement of accessibility of cultural and natural heritage for all, amongst others youth and vulnerable groups, in order to promote social inclusion. Promoting community-led natural and cultural heritage management and associated nature-based and cultural tourism in rural areas and small cities. Thus, the potential applicants have to stick to these focuses and make their project proposal to be focused. It is by the program we propose indicative types of activities just to guide potential applicants what is possible to be implemented. They can also go beyond and think wider and maybe come up with ours with more extended proposals. But amongst possible types of activities, we can talk about valorization of joint natural and cultural heritage and cultural activities through elaboration of new or improved thematic initiatives, for example, cultural hiking, cycling, or other thematic routes and initiatives across the macro region, with a special focus on rural or less visited areas. As I have mentioned in the beginning, disadvantaged regions should be regarded. Then capacity building in social innovation to better support valorization of joint cultural and natural heritage, in particular for tourism and their heritage management schemes. Also promote sustainable and slow tourism concepts and models. Capacity building and development of innovative models for community-based tourism. The better community involved in planning and the better engagement of local communities it's easier to develop tourism culture. Also improving the accessibility of tourism and tourism infrastructure. Maybe potential applicants will come up to us with new products and services, and which will be accessible for vulnerable groups such as minorities, people with disabilities, elderly, and youth. Promoting quality product services and transnational infrastructure, and also making this infrastructure accessible. And what is supported and what expected results the program foresees is that the transnational cooperation actors should result in new and widened understanding of the value of local nature, cultural heritage, and the local community, and how this connects more widely in the Danube region. Concepts, plans, and models should result in accessible nature and cultural heritage and community involved in valorization of this through tourism. The existing tourism offer should be strengthened, widened, and more sustainable, and the offer will be expanded with new initiatives, finding the understanding and space to develop. The foundation should be provided for social inclusion through new and expanded community involvement in planning and with capacity built to support employment opportunities, including social enterprises and SMEs. Among those things which are not supported, the very important thing for this specific objective is that projects without the expected social consideration will not be supported. The range of stakeholders is rather wide. We refer to public and private institutions, so local, regional, and national public authorities can be targeted, and organizations established and managed by public authorities as well, in tourism and cultural sector, sectoral agencies, regional development agencies, social enterprises, employment organizations. Of course, tourist operators and tourism information centers, points, regional tourism boards, destination management organizations and museums, research and development institutions, universities, and NGOs and private enterprises, including SMEs. Also, from the education sector, higher education institutions can be involved, training centers and schools, etc. From my side, this is it. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Natalia. And last but not least, from Budapest, we have Johannes Gabriel. He's the coordinator on governance. Johannes, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Steve, can you give me feedback if you can hear me?
You have full screen. It's good.
Okay. Then the last presentation, at least regarding specific objectives from my side. Before talking about the specific objective 4.2, which is the actual subject today for me, a short clarification regarding the general setup of that fourth priority we have. dealing with governance. It's specific in the sense that we have a specific objective 4.1, and that one is exclusively dealing with support measures to the USDR. We have here a support scheme for the priority area coordinators. We have one for the Danube strategy point. Actually, the annual forum, which we are all participating today, is financed under the umbrella of that very project. And we will have also a seed money facility. Those measures are not, let's say, included in the first call or regular calls. Those are restricted measures. The seed money will be open, but the message here, and especially for those of you interested in the first call for proposal, so the specific objective 4.1 is not subject to the first call for proposal. Now, specific objective 4.2, what are the needs and challenges? The findings in the programming phase in that field were that we have huge discrepancies in territorial development and general development policies across the Danube area, much more severe discrepancies than in other regions and corners of Europe. The institutional integration in general is lagging behind. We have huge urban-rural divides and lack of polycentric development, and also insufficient local and civil participation in general, and especially in development processes. And we have also the institutional capacities for adapting, implementing development policies is insufficient and lagging behind, especially if it comes to transboundary and transnational approaches. You see here on the left side of the screen a map illustrating the demographic developments. It outdated 2017. The picture now would even look worse, meaning more discrepancies between red and blue fields. And we had it already. Steve had it in his presentation. We included it here again because we look at that demographic scenario, which might be relevant actually for every priority area of our program. We look at it in when it comes to specific objective 4.2 in a specific way. We see that in all those depopulating areas, they are not just getting smaller in terms of population and dot, but nobody will invest in such areas or settlements. The public services are deteriorating in such areas in terms of medical services, in terms of public transportation, and so on. And this everybody of you can experience or is experiences. We just have to leave the capital cities by some 20-30 kilometers and we can see it with our own eyes. And that at the same time makes that the label of that specific objective and priority dealing with governance, which might appear a bit abstract, it makes it very, very concrete. Now, what is at focus in SO 4.2? All those points you see here, they are dealing with promoting integrated governance models, meaning that we want to bring together partners from different administrative levels, also from different sectors. And the key words are here that we want to do this in relation to demographic change. For example, regarding aging, depopulation, brain drain. We want to do this with respect of development strategies in rural and remote areas, in relation to transboundary functional areas. We see the need and want to tackle the need of capacity building within regional and local public administrations, and want to promote the better involvement of civic actors in transnational policymaking. And last but not least, we want to support the monitoring and analysis of transnational territorial processes. Those were the, let's say, more topic or thematic related focuses of SO 4.2, and here 3 further more cross-cutting points, which are public services of general interest and digitalization, and the embedding of sectorial aspects like transport accessibility into broader governance scenarios. And the last one, and the important one, is that all measures shall be substantially taken into account existing main territorial spatial development frameworks. We have here 2 very prominent ones, namely the Territorial Agenda 2030 and the Leipzig Charter, New Leipzig Charter. There are others. The point is here, that came clearly out of let's say, of country positions in the programming process. We don't want to reinvent the wheel. There are already territorial agendas and schemes in place, and applicants shall consider this. What is not supported, I avoid here to duplicate what was said already by my colleagues, which basically also applies to 4.2. Just 2 points. We will not support under 4.2 projects which are lacking that multi-level governance character with respect to objectives, activities, output, and especially partnership composition. And we will definitely not support projects with a narrow sectorial focus. For example, that is one example, many others could be mentioned. Projects which are focusing on educational or mere educational training schemes, they might fit better under priority 3, like other project types might fit better under other specific objectives of our program, or are to be better financed by other funding instruments. The partnership will be a point which actually will distinguish the projects funded under 4.2 quite clearly from other projects. That is our expectation, because we do expect a critical mix of partners reflecting that the transversal holistic character of 4.2. We definitely expect a strong local and civic ownership, so the partnerships shall be mixed and reflecting multi-level governance. At the same time, there should be a strong local, public and civic pillar in them. And in general, of course, the partnerships should, let's say, by coverage, also by institutional representation, have enough weight to leave a footprint at transnational level. My last slide, and I will not read it down, but again, I come to those background frameworks, Territorial Agenda 2030, which is a more broad spatial planning related framework, whereas the Leipzig Charters dealing more with the urban urban rural the dimension. And what I want to show here is that basically the frameworks are around the same keywords. It's about just city or just development, territorial development, green and digitalization. All of you who intend to submit a proposal in 4.2 are strongly recommended to look in those frameworks. They are, of course, easily accessible, and there are also nice summaries on the internet, so you don't have to read through hundreds of pages. A lot will be not new, but still it will, let's say, shape your vision on what you have in mind. And last but not least, one framework we all consider here, also my colleagues in each and every specific objective, is the EUSDR, the Danube region. And here perhaps the most relevant PA for SO 4.2 might be PA 10, but due to that horizontal character we have in SO 4.2, also the transport-related PAs might be relevant, 1A, 1B. We cannot say it. To wrap it up, the 4.2 has quite specific shape by having, let's say, a horizontal and multi-level character, which is different than the other specific objectives we have, which makes it challenging at the same time, especially if we think in stakeholders, because the market of stakeholders for 4.2 is largely intransparent. There are no limits, basically. We say, yes, civil society shall be integrated strongly. We say, yes, public, local, public and regional bodies shall be strongly represented. But apart from that, whatever body, research institute, etc., can be part of such projects, which is a challenge in terms of generating projects. And at the same time, it's also an interesting specific objective for us. It allows to generate and to design projects out of the box type of projects, crossing the boundaries of sectors. And at the same time, it goes down, if we think into that bottom-up approach we have here, to the core of interregional cooperation, perhaps. And with that, I pass the word to Simona as the next, I think. Thank you.
Thank you, Johannes. So as Johannes mentioned, Simona is the final presenter. She's quite fitting because she's the head of the JS, the Joint Secretariat. So Simona, thank you, and I hand it to you.
So thank you very much for staying for 2 hours. I promise you I will be short because dinner started, I think. I have the task here to draw the conclusions and to tell you what is new in the program compared to the past programming period. As maybe you have seen, or if you are the first time who hears about transnational cooperation, we are more focused than in the past. At least we believe we are more focused because we work towards that. Even though maybe some people are disappointed that we have not continued the history of cooperation in transport sector, this doesn't mean, as you have seen, that you cannot have projects in transport sector. You can have them under innovation priority, or you can have them actually under the energy specific objective under priority 2.1. And what is very important is that we are going to use these Interreg funds. And also Imre in the morning spoke about this. What does it mean? In the past, member states received ERDF in our program, Serbia, Montenegro and Bosnia and Herzegovina received IPA, and Ukraine and Republic of Moldova received ENI funds. What we have done in the future, for the future period, we put all these funds together in a single amount where partners can participate from any country of the Danube region on equal terms. This means that you can develop projects with a Serbian lead partner, so Serbians can actually promote projects, or Bosnians, or Montenegrins, or Moldovans. What it's not possible in the first call is that Ukraine institutions are lead partners. This is not our decision. It was a decision taken after consulting with the Ukrainian authorities, because for the moment, institutions in Ukraine have certain limitations due to the martial law and, of course, to the unfortunate war situation. We have a budget of the program of 215 million of EU funds. This is the whole Interreg funds we have. This sounds a lot, but it's not, because actually we are financing 14 countries with this money, so projects developed by institutions from 14 countries, and when budgets are created, actually it's not so much money. We have managed with these Interreg funds, we hope we will manage to overcome the shortage of IPA funds, which we had in the past. Because, for example, in the ongoing program, in the third call, IPA funds were exhausted. So we had to search for alternatives with the partners, with the lead partners, how to involve IPA institutions in the projects. And as I said before, which is actually a novelty in transnational cooperation, is that no new countries can be lead partner. Why is important? You can say that in CBC they are, yes, but here we are implementing this program under the ERDF rules, so under the structural funds rules. What is also new is that the entire territory of Ukraine, institutions coming from the entire territory of Ukraine can participate in the first call, in the program, not in the first call. This is possible because the regulations offers us this possibility that if it is in the benefit of the objectives of the program, then institutions from the outside program areas can be involved. So for the future program, as you have seen in our program map, we have only 4 regions of Ukraine eligible, but all institutions from all over Ukraine can apply in the Danube program as project partners in the first call. Also, a new thing, which is not so happy compared to the past, is that the maximum EU contribution is 80% now. The 20% is the co-financing of each partner in the project. This is, I'm saying is not happy because in the past it was 85%, so now it's lower. We have launched the first call for proposal on 29th of September. We have an allocation of roughly 91 million euros, and the deadline of application is 21st of November, 2 o'clock Central European Time. The rules are mostly the same as in the past, so we have to have minimum 3 partners from minimum 3 countries of the program area, out of which 1 comes from a member state. As you can see, the lead partner can come from whichever country. It is a 2-step application, as was said before. In the first step, we are expecting only an expression of interest, which is a very reduced format of application form, where some basic, more important information is requested from the projects. And there are no attachments to be submitted now. It is only an electronic submission through GEM system. And we are expecting that the second step will be launched in, we will call the project selected to the second step in spring 2023. What we offer as program support, please read the program website where we have published under future funding opportunities, I think this is the name, the first call for proposal. We have a dedicated page with a lot of information, with the call announcement, the applicant's manual, and other information that we consider that is useful for you to develop a project. We have implemented a series of webinars, and you can find in our website the registration of all these webinars, the video registration, so you can re-see them if you wish. And we are planning to have a new one on 28th of October. It is an online, so you can still register. It is a question and answer webinar where we will answer questions that you might have come across while developing your project. Do not hesitate to contact the national contact points. These are people which are very helpful, which are based in each country of the program area. So in each Danube region country, they speak your language and they can offer you a lot of information, not only about the program, but also about rules to be followed in each country, like co-financing possibilities from the state, etc. And do not hesitate to contact all my colleagues who you have seen all today, either in person or online, and who are responsible for program-specific objective from a thematic point of view, or contact the MAJS in general, including myself. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Simona. And this brings us almost to the close of the event. We have an opportunity for questions and answers now. This, obviously, we can take that here. We can take it online, as I understand it, from the local organizers.
Okay. Sorry, Stefan, you can just stay here with us. We are just totally, completely gone digital. That means that for you, our YouTube viewers, I would just like to remind you, we have this live chat section for you to use. Actually, there are no questions so far. Those questions that were there got actually covered about whether there are going to be the presentation online for the people to go through them later. So we have that. We also have the Slido. I would like our technicians to put a Slido hashtag online for you to get in touch.
And we also wait for the questions on Slido, so if you're ready to sign something up, just do it. But before we get some questions also from the YouTube and also from the Slido, here's the time for you, here the attendants, to ask some questions. If there is anybody, you can put your hand up, and our hostess will bring you the microphone, and you can also ask anything you want from our participants and also our moderator. So the time is here for you.
Yes, she doesn't bite and we don't do as well. So just you raise your hand if you'd like and we come to you with a microphone.
But if there are no questions, it's okay, because this is not the one and only day. Today, tomorrow is also a chance to ask something, or maybe at the lunch. If you're hungry and you have a question, that's the perfect opportunity to do it.
All right, so are there any questions so far? Okay, so big applause, please, for Stefan Holigan for moderating and also for the participants.
So just a few words again to thank you for participating today. Of course, we're here now in Košice. The next presidency is in Slovenia. So we all hope to see you there. If you want to ask us questions in person, then some of the colleagues will be here later, so you have that opportunity. But finally, I thank you and wish you well on your trip back or your stay here for tomorrow. Thank you.
And before all of you get up, I would like just to de-escalate the panic that was going on. The dinner is not yet ready. So just please stay with us for just a couple of moments, because we have these side events. I was with Michal, we have been announcing together, and we actually met one lady that is actually a general director of the National Museum in the Ukraine. And as she explained what is going on in here at the side event, she was so passionate and so well educated and so all of her own job that we wanted to bring her up on the stage for you to say just a tiny bit of the amount you are going to explore over there, right at the dinner, right next to the dinner in the room. So I would like to invite Ms. General Director of the National Museum of Ukraine, Ms. Jaroslava Tkachuk, and also her colleague and translator for today, her colleague Vita Wojciuk. Hello, good evening. So we made it through. There's the microphone you can have for the translation then.
Шановні пані і панове, шановні пані і панове, сьогодні відбувається надзвичайно важливий форум Дунайського басейну, до якого належить Україна. І сьогодні все одно російські окупанти тероризують Україну, обстрілюють її ракетами. За цей час вони знищили 46 українських музеїв, понад 50 бібліотек, а загалом зафіксовано понад 500 злочинів, воєнних злочинів проти української культурної спадщини. Сьогодні ми тут, серед вас, політиків, маємо можливість звернутися до вас і подякувати вам усім за неймовірну підтримку, яку ви надаєте Україні.
Good evening. Thank you very much. This is our honor to be a part of this community and of this event. At this same time, when we are talking about the security of the Danube region, of which the Ukraine, the parts of Ukraine is declared to be a part of, we are under the attack of the Russian Federation. And since the start of the war, in half a year only, Russia had committed more than 500 crimes against the cultural heritage of Ukraine. More than 50 libraries were completely destroyed. More than 40 museums have been damaged.
Ми сьогодні приїхали з місією показати дуже маленький шматочок української традиційної культури.
Our mission here is to show a tiny part of the Ukrainian culture that is being under the attack at the same moment while we are talking here about the security of this part of the world.
Але ми обрали тільки дуже такий обмежений вид традиційної діяльності. Це є кераміка і це є писанка, яка характерна для всіх культур народів Дунайського регіону.
We chose to show you two samples of the traditional folk arts of Ukraine, which are the traditional Easter egg called pisanka in Ukraine, and the cursive painted ceramics that has been listed on the UNESCO list of the intangible cultural heritage since December 2019.
Ці види народної творчості є одними з найархаїчніших і нараховують уже дуже багато тисяч років.
These crafts have been with us, not just with Ukraine, but the entire world for centuries and thousands of years even.
Звичайно, після вечері ми запрошуємо вас оглянути цю виставку.
So we heartily invite you to join us just around the corner and to see the examples of the exhibits. We own more than 50,000 of art objects in our museum. So you have a chance to see quite a few of them here, and we are grateful for the chance to share the part of our heritage with you.
Я тримаю в руках свічник, який розрахований є на 3 свічки. І який запалює родина, запалює батько і мама в особливий день року, це є святий вечір Різдво.
The triple candlestick that our director is holding in her hands is a symbol of a very special event for many families, not just in Ukraine, but all over the world. This is the Christmas Eve, when we gather together by the table and share the best moments of a year for many of the families.
Він нагадує український герб, український тризуб.
And maybe you have recognized that this triple candlestick somehow reminds our coat of arms, тризуб.
А в українській народній традиції, мистецькій традиції, обрядовій традиції він символізує сучасне життя тих, що були предків, а також нащадків.
And this triple candlestick in cultural traditions, this triple candlestick symbolizes the unison of generations of our ancestors, of our relatives, and those of our family members who have passed away.
І завжди сучасники, батьки, які сьогодні живуть, вони відповідальні є за своїх дітей, за своїх нащадків. Але вони повинні їм передати пам'ять про своїх предків.
And we always bear in mind our future generations, and by gathering with such a candlestick in the middle of the family unison, we remember to pass our culture, our best wishes to the generations to come.
Це дає підстави у цьому дереву життя родини бути таким життєвим, життєдайним. Тобто сьогодні ми, сучасники, відповідальні за те, що буде завтра. І несемо відповідальність за тих, хто зробив сьогоднішній день таким, який він є у нас, і добрим, і злим.
So, using such symbols and such artifacts, we admit our responsibility in front of the future generations and for the future of our country and mankind in general.
Народна традиція, вона дуже глибока і дуже глибоко філософська.
So if we talk philosophy tonight, please bear with us, because folk traditions root in philosophy quite a lot.
Наш музей, який ми представляємо, він в своєму лоні чи в своєму підпорядкуванні має єдиний у світі музей писанки. Це є куряче яйце, яке розписане є пчолиним воском та офарбоване природними барвниками.
In the town of Kolomyia that we come from, we have a museum dedicated to the Easter egg tradition. This is the only museum of the kind in the entire world. It's shaped as a huge писанка. Писанка is an Easter egg.
Писанка символізує життя, оптимізм, любов, віру і єдність.
And this Easter egg, писанка, symbolizes life, eternity, and unison of mankind.
І ми подумали, що сьогоднішній форум, власне, тема якого буде дуже відповідати символу оцього життя, його збереження і цьому оптимізму, бо все залежить від нас.
So we brought these pisankas to this meeting with the thought in our minds that maybe such pisanka can even symbolize tonight the meeting that is taking place at the same time that unites so many people around the need to solve the same problems all over the world.
Із незривого появляється життя. Із яйця вилітають птахи, які повертаються завжди до своїх домівок або до своїх осель, які вони звивають гнізда.
And Pisanka, being the symbol of eternity, always gives us hope that life will prevail, because the same way the new life comes out from an egg, we don't lose our hope in life to prevail.
Наша земля така прекрасна, як ця писанка.
Our land is as beautiful as these Easter eggs are.
Але вона така незахищена, як і це маленьке яєчко, яке в недбалих руках може впасти, розбитися і зникнути.
But at the same time, our land is as fragile as these eggs are and needs a special care.
І сьогодні вся цивілізація відповідальна за наш єдиний спільний дім – це нашу планету Земля. Дякуємо вам.
And once again, it brings to the mind the thought about the responsibility we carry in front of each other for each other's happiness, security and future.
Слава Україні!
Thank you. Слава Україні!
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And as I was explaining, there is a real lot of passion for the history and the culture, and you are all invited right after a short video to either the dinner or a guided tour with these exhibitions and expositions right across the corner.
So we're finished at the day one, right?
Yes, I enjoyed it. Thank you.
I enjoyed too. I hope you enjoyed the day one of the 11th annual forum of the EUSDR, and we are looking forward to see you tomorrow at the second day. We start at 9:13 with the energy security and sustainable economy of the region. And right now we will look to the video from the Ukraine Museum, and also we wish you a good day and maybe see you on the dinner. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Hello and good morning to day 2 of the 11th annual forum of the Danube region program. David, hello also to you. Welcome.
Hello, Michael. And also hello to our YouTube participants over there in the cameras. I hope you are having a good morning and actually starting a good day with us and the Danube strategy.
In Slovakia, we say Thursday is a small Friday. So usually maybe say it in your countries also, but Thursday is going to be the second day of this annual forum, and we have 5 sessions also with the annual closing.
Yes, and also we are going to start right away with the energy security and sustainable economy of the region. But before we introduce the host, I would like again to, well, get you involved, all of you. And for you participants on the YouTube, I'm going to be the administrator of the questions placed on the YouTube live chat comments. So if you'd like, place a question over there. And at the end of this session, we are going to have a Q&A also with these questions.
And also don't forget the Slido app with the hashtag EUSDR. That's the all-day hashtag for today, because we're going to have those maybe 3 or 4 sessions that we have. One is online. The chance for you also here in attendance to ask questions for our speakers and also our moderator.
Yes, so Michal is going to be the administrator of this one, and also we have got the possibility for you to place questions on site with our beautiful hostess, and the microphone you will be provided.
So we can start the first session of today, and I would like to welcome the moderator of the Energy Security and Sustainable Economy of the region, Mrs. Nadia Afanasieva, the director from Ukrainian Institute for International Politics and also the Ukrainian Presidency team member.
Thank you very much, David, Michal. Thank you very much for introducing. Thank you very much to upgrading us and some kind of refreshing in the morning. This is a very hard morning, I think, because my colleagues told me that yesterday it was the International Day of Gin Tonic. Who was trying to celebrate this day? Please raise your hands. Okay, only 2. So others probably are more fresh now than these 2. I hope so. So, yes, and I also would like to notice that unfortunately, today in Ukraine we do have, all over Ukraine we do have the air alarm, the air defense now, and some of Ukrainian speakers are not ready to be online with us. We have our distinguished guest from the Ministry of Energy of Ukraine. One of our guests probably will connect later, probably not, so it depends very much on the situation. So as we are permanently living now in Ukraine, for you it will be also a kind of the very, very flexibility panel discussion. So thank you very much, my colleagues.
Thank you. It's so fresh that we can already leave the stage and get to our tablets where we administer the questions. So the stage is yours.
Thank you very much, dear colleagues. So just to introduce you a little bit the topic which we were planning to do during our presidency, it was Green Deal. It was the European Green Deal. It was the demonstration of Ukrainian way to the European Union, to the European integration. We definitely thought that for us it will be a big path on the European way. But still, the energy security, and especially this day, is very special for Ukraine today, because due to yesterday attacks and due to the several attacks of the Ukrainian energy infrastructure, today is the switching off partially day for Ukraine. So we do have like 4 hours all over Ukraine. For 4 hours, each region is switched off from the electricity to get more, to save energy for the others. We also have here a very big cooperation with the society as well, because all citizens of Ukraine are asked to save energy. And for us, this is a type of survival now, not only just a kind of the declarations that we would like to save energy due to some energy security and energy efficiency, but for us this is also survival as well. So This is just an overview for you, and I would like to pass the floor to Yaroslav Demchenkov, Deputy Minister of Energy of Ukraine, on the EU integration. Please, Mr. Demchenkov, the floor is yours.
Can you hear me well? Can you hear me? The main stage, can you hear me well? I would like just to check that you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear.
Okay, thank you so much. Good morning, dear colleagues. It's been 238 days of Russian invasion of Ukraine. 238 days of bombings, shellings, and fear that we haven't seen in Europe for many decades. For many Ukrainian families, their lives have split into before February 24 and after. For millions of Ukrainian families, their lives have also split into before they were cut off electricity and gas supply and after. And in this after, millions of Ukrainians lost access to very basic human needs: water, hot food, light, warmth, access to information, and so on. Having little success on the battlefield, the Russian regime decided to resort to its usual tactics: mass terror and oppression. The biggest nuclear power plant in Europe, Zaporizhzhia NPP, has been occupied since the 3rd of March. The occupation of the Zaporizhzhia NPP has been subject to deliberations in the UN Security Council, but the Russian soldiers and mercenaries are still on site. Not only did Russia cut the Ukrainian grid off of 6 gigawatt, almost 20 of generation capacity, but on several occasions, the electricity supply to Zaporizhzhia NPP was interrupted, putting the world one step away from a nuclear disaster as a Fukushima scale. Massive attacks can damage the integrity of the components of the reactor installations and safety systems at any of other 4 Ukrainian nuclear power plants. Also, the failure of the emergency response system and the energization of the reactors can lead to the leakage of nuclear materials and at worst lead to a nuclear accident. It is clear now that Moscow has chosen Ukraine's civilian energy system as a chief target. On September 11, Russian missiles disrupted electricity supply in Kharkiv, Poltava, Mykolaiv, Sumy regions with a total population of around 5 million people. Inspired by the scale of devastation since the 11th of October, Russians have been attacking Ukrainian energy infrastructure, unfortunately, daily. The aggressor is shelling not only the key substations of Ukrenergo, Ukraine's transmission system operator, but the generating equipment, grid infrastructure of thermal and key cogeneration plants as well. So, not only Ukraine's transmission system operator, but the generating equipment, grid infrastructure, and thermal and key cogeneration plants. Just between October 10 and October 19, about 30% of the available thermal and cogeneration was put out of operation. This creates the risk of long-term power outages for consumers, including Kyiv, the capital city, even if the transmission and distribution systems are operational. For many years, Russia has been weaponizing its energy supplies. They abused the dominant position for market manipulations, bribing politicians and working towards their geopolitical goals. They failed. Having learned from their mistakes of the past, many countries in Europe have consolidated their efforts, diversified their suppliers and delivery routes, invested into green energy, energy efficiency, and energy saving. So has Ukraine. Never before has the energy infrastructure of a single country suffered from such attacks as in the last 2 weeks in Ukraine. Never before has Europe been so united in standing up to Russia's energy aggression, and never before have Russian positions in European energy market been so weak. The EU and many other countries have managed to agree on energy sanctions on Russia. We are truly grateful to the countries of the Danube region for your contribution also. We have banned import of Russian coal. We are a few weeks away from ban of Russian oil, and the EU is discussing price corridors and other stabilization measures on gas. In this regard, I should point out that joint purchases of gas at the EU level allows it be stored in states that are not yet formally members of the Union. And as you know, Ukraine has large gas storage facilities that can be used for this purpose. We have significantly advanced in the implementation of the Repower EU initiative. The Ukrainian grid has achieved emergency synchronization with the ENTSO-E. We managed to start electricity export, directly replacing Russian gas. Our operations have fine-tuned their system so that gas flow whenever it is needed the most. In Europe, we have built new LNG terminals. Instead, our underground gas storages into the European network. The regional group for Southeastern Europe is taking stock on the progress just now, as we speak. This progress became possible only due to solidarity and cooperation between our countries. And I want to stress that we managed to do it in less than just 8 months. Solidarity has been crucial in maintaining the energy system of Ukraine. With the support of the European Commission, energy community, and of course, your governments and private sector, in-kind assistance started to arrive in Ukraine just days allowing the invasion. So far, we have received more than 700 tons of specialized equipment, transformers, generators, cables, repair kits, and so on. But I hate to say that today we need even more. Winter cold, Russia's usual ally, is at our doorsteps. Our technical crews now have to make repairs even faster and at a much greater scale as Russia stopped up missile and drone attacks on our energy assets this October. This is our first order priority to procure the needed equipment to safeguard supply of water, ensure proper functioning of the communication system, provide higher capacity mobile generators to power critical infrastructure and essential systems, arrange heating points and other measures. Our major challenge right now is equipment. To manufacture a transformer takes at least 6 months. We don't have 6 months. This equipment is needed today. That's why I appeal to you today at this forum. This doesn't have to be new equipment. This may be your old equipment from your coal-fired plants distribution system. Please provide this equipment to Ukraine. It will make a great difference to maintain the functioning of our energy system as a temporary solution after the next attack. This winter will be difficult, yes. But we need to also start thinking about and preparing for winters that will follow. The attack on our infrastructure, on our solidarity and unity will continue. Unfortunately, Putin's words at yesterday's Russian Security Council point that he has no intention of stopping. Unfortunately, he has no intention of stopping. Even today, it is obvious that Russia has already committed all acts that can be interrupted as an act of war. And the war will only spread if this is not stopped on the Ukraine-Russian border. This is the sad reality of today. For our common energy security, we also need to provide for more fuel reserves, more infrastructure, transmission and balancing capacity, energy storages, and funding. Despite the losses and damage to the energy infrastructure, we are looking into the future and planning to restore and rebuild the energy sector of Ukraine based on the principle of sustainable development and decarbonization according with the Green Deal goals. Everything that is happening today in our region is a stress test on how well a united Europe can protect its values and prevent energy poverty. We see emergency foundation of the new energy architecture on its principles. I would formulate them as a unified policy and distributed security where decisions are made jointly. I highly encourage the participation to make the participants to make good use of the Danube Strategy Forum to exchange views and to explore ways how we could strengthen each other. This is really important, to strengthen each other. In that spirit, let me once again say how much we appreciate all of your support. And I truly wish all of us fruitful discussion during this second day of the forum. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Demchenkov, for being with us. We really hope that you will have the opportunity to remain for the Q&A session as well for several minutes. And you were speaking about the supporting of the European Commission to us, and I'm very happy to pass the floor to the representative of the European Commission, Ms. Chiara Trovati, Policy Officer of the European Commission, DG Energy. Ms. Trovati, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and good morning. Thank you for inviting me to the Danube Strategy Forum. Again, I'm Chiara Trovati. I'm working for the Department of Energy in the European Commission, specifically in the recently created structure of the task force, and specifically Task Force 2, dealing with the relations of the relations with the member states in the neighborhood. My contribution this morning will aim at giving you an overview, a brief overview of the actions taken at European institutional level until today, and to face the energy security threats that have escalated since February this year, and also to make sure that such actions aiming at diversifying the energy supply sources and enhancing the independence from the Russian fossil fuels go at the same time hand in hand with the long-term objectives of the sustainable economic development and the ambitious decarbonization process, which we launched already in 2019 with the European Green Deal. And I will also zoom on the challenges that we've been able to identify for the Danube region and the contribution that the Danube region can offer in this perspective. It is no doubt that the energy crisis that we are facing is of unprecedented scope, and we know the main reasons behind. We had a high global demand following the ease of the restrictions after COVID. We have Russia, which has been weaponizing energy supplies and manipulating the markets, and also last summer was unfavorable. We had unfavorable conditions to generate electricity from hydropower and constraints for nuclear. So the European Commission and the heads of state have found themselves in a very critical situation and under a lot of pressure to find solutions to support their citizens and the businesses in facing the crisis, and especially the price crisis. Of all the actions that we have taken over the past 8 months, I will not go in detail of them all, but I will just mention the most important ones for this discussion. And I will start with the Repower EU plan, an ambitious plan which we adopted in May this year, and with which we are trying to accelerate the deployment of renewables and address the existing infrastructure bottlenecks. Then, among others, I will go into detail later, but it's important to mention now the setup last April of the energy platform for the voluntary joint purchasing of gas, in which the Danube region could bring a valuable contribution. And the very last packages, the package of 2 days ago, built upon the request of the different councils which met in September. And 2 days ago, the Commission adopted the emergency regulation to address high gas prices and ensure security of supply. And with this regulation, we aim at addressing 3 main points: the high and volatile gas prices via supply and demand measures. We aim at ensuring security of supply across the entire European Union, and at enhancing equal and solidarity access to energy supply. And as the Deputy Minister for Energy of Ukraine already mentioned, solidarity is a key word in this perspective, because we have already in place a security of supply regulation. It has been in place for 5 years, and under this remit, it is possible for member states to sign solidarity agreements. By now, we should have 40. We have only 6, and only 2 member states of the Danube region have signed solidarity agreements. So I can only encourage the member states involved in this region to look into this possibility to strengthen and enhance their security of supply. Zooming in the challenges for security and sustainability that we analyzed at the European Commission level and concern the Danube region, we could make an analysis through the different documents available, meaning the national energy and climate plans, the country reports from the European semester exercise, and the last but not least, the recovery and resilience plans. And of course, the region is wide, and inevitably the challenges vary across the member state. But to highlight some main recurrent ones, I can mention the fact that we have noticed that many economies are very carbon intensity in this region. There is a high energy intensity, and this means that the region would benefit from front-loading energy savings by targeting deep renovations. Then there is still a high dependence on Russia for natural gas. We have, in some cases, an import dependence of gas, which amounts to 100%. So, and this reflects also into high dependencies in coal and crude oil. The industry remains the biggest gas consumer, and so it's important to accelerate investments in the decarbonization of the heating and the industrial sectors, and it's also important to improve flexibility options and the response by energy consumers to varying prices and strengthen the energy system integration. Another point is the need to ensure energy interconnections with sufficient capacity, including with the neighboring countries, and this leverage not only the existing interconnected gas network but also the available storage capacity. And as a final key obstacle that I can mention, we have the complexity and the length of the planning and permit and appealing procedures, as well as the delays in the expansion of the electricity network, which impairs the deployment of renewables in the area. All these challenges can be tackled through, let's say, through the lens of the REPowerEU plan. We have put forward the REPowerEU plan as a way to find solutions, and the member states have many possibilities to look into the actions proposed in the REPowerEU plan, not only also at the recovery and resilience plans and the recovery and resilience facility funding, and especially. And the additional funding that has been recently reallocated to be invested in the so-called REPowerEU chapters of the national recovery and resilience plans. Looking at the three main areas in which the Danube region could intervene, we look first at renewables, and in which there is for sure underutilized potential. It's pivotal to accelerate the rollout of renewables with a particular focus on solar energy, wind and heat pumps, and there is also an underutilized big potential for geothermal energy. It's pivotal to grant permits for new installations in an easier and faster way. And as well as it's important to benefit from digitalizing and modernizing the electricity network so that you can accommodate the increased level of intermittent renewables in the grid, coupled with investments in the energy storage facilities. Still in the remit of renewables and energy efficiency at the same time, it's important to reduce the oil dependence for the transport sector, investing in a further greening of it, deploying electric and hydrogen charging stations, and investing in mobility infrastructure, increasing the uptake of zero and low emission vehicles. From the point of view of energy efficiency, we know that buildings are key in the green transformation of our economy, and therefore the Commission put forward the Save Energy communication this summer with a need to step up ambition in regards of the structural energy efficiency and heat pumps deployment. And actions should also be taken to increase energy efficiency, reduce energy consumption, and accelerate the decarbonization of the building stock, and in the transport sector. Last point under the REPowerEU, which we are looking at, is the energy infrastructure projects. And the green transition will require significant upgrades in the energy transmission networks and to speed up the deployment of green infrastructure. This will require inevitably an improved regulatory framework and greater investment and greater empowerment for the consumers to be able to actively participate in the electricity market. And last point is the strengthening of our energy infrastructure with the third countries. And in this perspective, we revise the regulation on trans-European energy networks. This can make an important contribution to develop such projects with neighboring countries, also in the Danube region. And this is what we have seen, as I said, in the analysis of the documents and we had available of the recovery resilience plans. But more can be done. More can be done with the REPowerEU chapter of the RRPs, and these actions that I mentioned under the topics of renewables, energy efficiency, and energy infrastructure. These are key aspects to improve the efficiency of the energy system, of the security of supply, and of the market integration, and in the long term will be necessary to be in line with the 54-55 objectives. Last but not least, as I anticipated in my introduction, I wanted to touch upon one action which was adopted in April, the setting up of the energy platform at European level. Why? Because all actions that I've mentioned until now were thought to tackle an immediate response, were thought to be an immediate reaction to the current situation. But we cannot lose sight of our long-term objectives. And this is why the EU Energy Platform has been set up together with the member states. And the scope is to pool gas demand in member states and enhance international outreach to replace Russian gas by LNG or gas pipeline in the short term, and renewable hydrogen in the longer term. So the two main components of this platform are, as I said, the aggregation of gas demand and the assessment of joint purchasing opportunities. And this is made with constant exchanges with the member states. Now we are discussing with the member states indeed several models of joint purchasing. The deputy minister mentioned already the Southeastern European group, and next week, the Central Eastern European group of the platform will meet again in the second occasion. And I can only encourage you to participate and bring your contribution and have a say in identifying the strengths of the regional clusters and the areas to improve. In this group, you will have the opportunity to discuss in detail how to reduce gas consumption in the short term, diversifying gas supplies, and make best use of gas infrastructure after that Russia reduced gas supplies to the region. And with this last point, I conclude my intervention, and thank you again for the attention, and I give back the floor to the main stage.
Thank you, Mr. Vati, for your intervention and for very good points on the policy development that you do have in the European Commission now. This is very important to know for us that we are on board, that all the countries which are in the region are participating in all the activities and all the policy developments which we need to overcome these hard, and I can say literally dark days. And I would like to pass the floor. We were already discussing, we were already tackling the issue of the planning, of the supporting, of the somehow reacting to what is happening. And the Agency of the Renewable Energy, International Renewable Energy Agency, could probably give us some tips how to do this, on how we can move forward with all this stuff. And in general, the renewable energy could be the solution for the future support. So please, Ms. Elizabeth Press, Director Planning and Program Support of the International Renewable Energy Agency, the floor is yours. But I will ask you to be like in 10 minutes, if it's possible, like not more. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and absolutely I will stay with my allocated time. It is a pleasure to be here today. And let me just mention at the outset, because it's not inevitable that everybody knows who we are. We are only 11 years old. We are a global treaty-based institution with 167 countries plus the European Union as ratifying members. And I was looking at the membership of the Danube region initiative, and then all the countries on the list are actually also members of FERREIRA. So it's really a pleasure to address you today, and I will reflect on the topic of this session from a little bit of a broader perspective and provide some concrete suggestions on the way forward. So the energy crisis is obviously acutely felt in Europe, but it does impact the whole world. To give you an idea, that 80% of people in the world live in countries they're actually net importers of fossil energy. So in the past, there was a lot of focus on renewables in the context of climate, but these latest developments in the last couple of years, obviously through COVID crisis, but and the latest crisis in Ukraine, re-emphasize the importance of moving to energy that is actually more secure in terms of access and supply. So the domestication of renewable energy, every country on the planet has some sort of renewable that they can harness. So there is at least a level of independence that that each country can gain. And in that context, we need to start to reimagine a little bit how we understand energy security, because it's not simply an uninterrupted supply at affordable price, which was the definition that emerged from the oil crisis in the 70s. It's actually very different now because of the interaction of demand and supply, because of the diverse participants that Chiara mentioned, the consumer, citizens. It's a very, very different system with renewables at the heart. And I mean, renewable energy, I think that from technology perspective, that there's absolutely no doubt that the solutions are there. The innovation is continuing, but what we need to do in the medium term, the technology solutions are there. And we see that in deployment rates in 2021, the crisis was still ongoing due to COVID, and 81% of new capacity additions were renewable in all over the world, and that's a reflection of a recognition of the market, not just a policy recognition, but also markets understanding that this is inexpensive, it's available, and in the long term, it's a better solution. And I want to reflect on something that actually we have not discussed in this session until now. We, as ARENA, we track jobs related to energy transition, and in 2021, there were 12.7 million jobs in renewable energy, and that there was about 700 million jobs added globally. Even in 21, when we know that the economy was depressed all over the world. So I think it's a really important point for policymakers to consider, because you see a clear pattern that where the growth of renewable is visible, it's also the growth of jobs. A couple of other points to consider as we go forward, because this is all good news, but also there is new risks emerging. One is obviously how are we going to grow so quickly, with considering the supply chains, the critical materials, and the rest of it. So that there has to be a strategic approach to these aspects. But also we need to think about the energy system, physical system that needs to be more resilient, because the climate challenges that we are facing, they're evident. I think many of the countries that we have here today, they understand very well how the impact of climate on hydro. We all have seen the impact of extreme weather events in other parts of the world. That the floods are coming. That we need to think how all of these things can be minimized as we create a new system. And not to repeat what Chiara was talking about, because I 100% agree that infrastructure is a very, very critical part of this, together with the interconnections, to have the system that is more resilient and harnesses the respective different sources of renewables that might exist in the region, which absolutely has to be underpinned by efficiency, which she also mentioned. But I also want to bring focus on a very important aspect as we go forward, which is the policy aspect. And this is not only about a policy making for development and deployment of renewables and related technologies, because renewables on their own will not make it. You need to have the infrastructure flexibility and efficiency in parallel. So this holistic policy approach needs to go beyond just development and deployment, needs to touch upon the industrial policy. And, the conversation around supply chains is very acute, and that there are possibilities around the manufacturing, around different parts of the value chain of different technologies. We're not talking about hydrogen today, but I mean, hydrogen is another value chain that is very, very prominent. And countries need to consider not only the energy policy, but also industrial policy to see whether it makes sense to take part of the value chain and develop these forward-looking industrial clusters in the countries or the regions. The second part of this holistic policy making is around labor. And it goes both ways. Many of the countries are heavily dependent on fossil fuels, and ensuring that the individuals and communities are looked after and properly transitioned is super important. We often hear the shortcut saying, "Oh, you're going to have the renewable jobs, so you can easily transfer." That's true, but it's not. It's true from the skill perspective, but it's not necessarily true from a timeline perspective, from the geographical location perspective, and other things. So that is very, very important to consider going forward. On the positive side, for instance, the solar value chain, 2/3 of the jobs are local jobs. They're operation and maintenance jobs. They're jobs that cannot be outsourced. They cannot be moved away. So it's really important to both consider these opportunities with the transitioning areas, but also making sure that there is a workforce available that can implement these policies. So I will stop here and just conclude this interventions with the recommendation to really take a holistic approach to the energy transition and consider the medium and long-term consequences, not only for the energy sector, but also for the industrial policy, labor policy, and the broader climate policy. I thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Mr. Press, for your inputs, for this very interesting presentation. We also would like you to remain here with the Q&A session, and also I would like to invite together with me to the scenery the two on-site speakers who are here in the room. This is Ms. Barbara Todt, Senior Research Associate, Regional Center for Energy Policy Research, please. And Anna Leganel, expert on energy issues in the Danube region. Please, Ms. Leganel, the floor is here. We do have the presentation of these two speakers, and we can use this one, right? For the on-site speakers. So please, I would like to pass the floor to our first speaker. You will need the microphone, or you can use the microphone there, sure. Ms. Barbara, I think this is already a very interesting point when we are moving to the practical decision, to the decision of the scientist, to the decision of the practitioner, how to deal with all the policies which were presented previously. So please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the invitation as well. It's an honor to be here at this forum. And the title of my presentation is Diversification of Gas Supply in the Danube region, which is, again, unfortunately, very timely. As we heard from Mr. Demchenko in his introduction, the situation has moved to an even higher level. We experienced stress in energy prices, then we started to call that an energy crisis and war, and now we have an energy war where physical infrastructure is being destroyed in our neighborhood, in one of the members of the Danube region. So this is something that, that we have to now address to a certain, and this is what I'm going to do in my presentation to a small extent. The Danube region flagship project with the same title has been commissioned us. We are a small think tank based in Budapest, DVORAK, to carry out research on diversification options and also on ways forward from the gas dependence of the region. And this is what I'm going to present to you now. I'm not going to talk about this very long. We all know the roots of our problem here. The gas dependency of the Danube region is way higher than of the European Union as such. So if Europe is in trouble of being dependent on Russian gas, the Danube region is even more in trouble. When you look at the individual countries, we tried to look for the basic indicators on supply security and also on from the demand side. So we wanted to see how the individual countries are using their gas, what they are using it for, how much they use, and how much is it used for households. And based on those indicators, we tried to group them into very much exposed, less exposed, or mid-exposed categories, both from the supply and the demand side as well. We've heard the problems of Ukraine, but as you see, Ukraine is among the exposed countries, but not the most exposed. And we heard in the first intervention from the Deputy Minister that Ukraine has done a lot for many years now to get away from gas dependency of Russia. And actually all these countries has done something. They tried to diversify, they've built infrastructure, except for maybe Bosnia, who hasn't done anything, but their gas use is marginal, so they are not that much exposed. I'd like to draw your attention to one of the countries here up in the right corner. It's Moldova, which we don't talk about that much, but they are in extreme trouble this winter. They are very much dependent. They are 100% supplied by Russia. They are very much dependent on also on their in their electricity production on gas, and their only electricity power plant is in the region, which in the Transnistria region. So I'm not going to talk about more on that, but you can feel that Moldova is also very much in trouble. But all in all, we have most of the Danube region countries in this red circle, so they are, in their demand, they are very much exposed to Russian gas dependency. And starting from here, oh, this is very bad, so, oh, I'm sorry for the figure, it did not look like that on my slide, so sorry for that. Actually, I wanted to show you some modeling results that we carried out, which you cannot see now, unfortunately, on these slides. But the original idea was that we wanted to do some modeling simulation to show what would it mean for Europe if Russian gas would be out of the mix. And on the slide here, you can maybe just focus now on the figure down there. You could have seen a huge price increase. So if there is no Russian gas in the European energy mix, what happens is that prices skyrocket, and it's felt not the same way in every region. There's a region in the middle, from Germany to Italy, and then to the east, which is very, very much exposed, and there the prices skyrocket. And here in the Western region, you don't have that much price increase originally, even in a full supply cut situation. And here on the right, I'm sorry for the bad figure, but you can see only smaller numbers. So prices won't skyrocket as much if Russia would cut supplies now when storages are already full in Europe. So and that means that with the storages being filled, and that was a very, very good idea of the Commission to push for that, we are not that much in trouble. And actually, of course, when we think that if Russia would cut supplies, then European prices would skyrocket and we would be in trouble. But Europe is not just Europe can also do on its part something to counteract the situation. And there are different supply and demand measures which were already told by the Commission, so I'm not going to repeat this. There are things that Europe has started to do and is doing. I would just like to highlight that since we are in Slovakia now, that Slovakia has also started now the Polish-Slovakian interconnector, and there are new LNG terminals being built in Germany, and so many infrastructures being built, and we have the storages filled. We've done a lot. And what is on the demand side, it's that we have to save, and this is what I'm going to address now. Again, unfortunately, a bad map, but I promise you that we will provide you in PDF the slides. So what happens if Europe is doing everything that it has listed in its different documents, then what would happen, according to our simulations, we could just counteract, and all that price increase that was caused by the disappearance of Russian gas from the supply mix could be reversed and prices would go down. So to a certain extent, in some countries, this would be done via the increased energy supplies. In other countries, and these are our countries here in the Danube region, we also have to very much look into our demand. So we have to spare demand. And this is a summary, and luckily it's not a map, so now you can see what I have on my slides. On the first column, you see how the European supply structure looked like in 2021. And this is fact figures, and here you have the Russian supply with the red color. And here you see that what if Russia is out and is just supplying a little bit until in the beginning of the year, since the war starts, let's say, and then fully cuts supply, then what we see is there's some sort of missing demand in Europe. You have very little Russian gas, and here you see the European gas bill. This is what we pay for the gas. And you see that it skyrockets, and it's 3 times as much as we used to pay in 2021. In 2021, we already had high gas prices. And now let's move to this column. This is the winter that we have now. We already have the storages filled. We don't have Russian supply anymore. But what we can do is that we save some demand, and here we calculated with the demand saving that is envisaged in the REPowerEU plan. And you see, we arrived at a new equilibrium. Of course, Europe has to get used to consume less gas. That's a fact. We have to finish our infrastructure, but then we arrived at a new equilibrium with less gas, but even also a much lower gas bill. So we have to aim for that new equilibrium. And what are the main messages from our study to you? Is the most important one is demand response. As we heard, winter is coming, and so far, Europe has already saved a lot. By today, European gas demand went back by around 10%, but we need to save more. And now, so far, it was the industry who saved this for us. And we are not that happy about it, because that means a lot of production disruption. And now it's on us consumers to save this in the building sector. So I encourage everybody to start turning down the heatings and do something. And we do that for our joint interest, and we do that also for Ukraine. So please, everybody, give demand response. Another message, next winter will be even worse. So far we had some Russian gas. We have the storages filled. Next winter we won't have that. So we have to start thinking about that. Solidarity, no question on that we all understand why it is important. And the third one, yes, our dear consumers, you need to have price signals because otherwise you don't react. So we have to give price signals to the consumers as well. Here in Europe, it's affordability, it's a huge problem. But if we don't give price signals, then we cannot save the gas. So thank you for that.
Dear Barbara, thank you very much for your presentation. I think the most optimistic presentation we have today from all of the presentations. Yes, we are safe. This is the main message. This is a very nice message from our expert. And I would like to pass the floor to our speaker, Anna Leganel, expert on energy issues in the Danube region. Please. Ms. Leganel, the floor is yours. And then we will open the session for questions and answers. So please be prepared.
Thank you very much. So, to be honest, I don't consider myself an expert in energy, but I was invited here today in my former position as project officer for the Danube Transnational Program, where I was in charge with the energy project. So thank you very much, the Danube Region Program and the Danube Strategy Point for this invitation. And I will try to do my best to present to you the funding opportunities for energy projects for the Danube countries. This year's event of the Danube strategy finds us in a very delicate moment of history when Ukraine is fighting for its territorial integrity and the natural course of European economic development is being seriously challenged. If the last year's event was mainly focused on digital transformation and innovation, triggered by the need to counteract the effects of the pandemic, aspects which generally have a forward-looking feature, priorities have now changed, and it looks like we have to take one step back if we think that reopening the coal mines as an alternative to the gas imports from Russia is being considered. The one thing that has not changed, though, is that once again the whole world is duty-bound to take action. If we are to narrow this discussion down to the energy crisis in the Danube region, which is the topic of this session, it goes without saying that firm, coordinated, efficient and rapid measures are crucial. Energy dependency of the region is not a new topic. It has been put forward again and again at different levels, be them national, regional and European. However, this issue has been rather modestly addressed and maybe in a quite uncoordinated manner so far. Every time the region's energy dependency was mentioned in a document or analysis of the status quo, and it was also mentioned several times even today earlier, the region's potential for renewable energy was also mentioned. But it turns out that insufficient actions have been taken to exploit this potential since the share of renewables in gross final energy consumption is still low in all Danube countries. Russian invasion of Ukraine and subsequent energy crisis in the Danube region can be regarded as an ultimatum to apply ourselves and to try to fully exploit the in-house, still untapped energy resources. We need to exploit the silver lining of this current situation and to gain momentum. The threat can be turned into an opportunity if the right decisions and the right measures are taken. History taught us that the greatest advances were made during difficult times. So it is therefore high time for us to put greater effort into facilitating the integration of renewable energy sources available in the region to better cope with the energy crisis. To this end, local, regional and national public authorities, regional development agencies Energy suppliers, energy management institutions and enterprises, regional energy associations, NGOs, universities and research centers, they should not miss any financing opportunity that could help countries to contend with the energy crisis. The Danube region has a strategy behind, and it receives dedicated funding and financial support from the Danube region program. But there are many other funding sources for the energy projects, which I will try to summarize. So, through the national and regional programs, the Cohesion Fund supports energy-related projects that benefit the environment by reducing greenhouse gas emissions, increase the use of renewable energy, or improve energy efficiency. For the period 2021-2027, money from the Cohesion Fund is given to 7 Danube countries: Bulgaria, Czech Republic, Croatia, Hungary, Romania, Slovakia, and Slovenia. The Just Transition Mechanism is a financial tool that provides tailored support to the most vulnerable and coal-intensive regions in the transition to a greener economy. Support will be available for all member states with a focus on regions that are most carbon-intensive and with most people working in fossil fuels. The Modernization Fund contributes to the investment needs of 10 European countries with lower income, among which also 6 Danube countries: Bulgaria, Croatia, Czech Republic, Hungary, Romania, and Slovakia. It supports investment in generation and use of energy from renewable energy sources, energy efficiency, energy storage, modernization of energy networks, and just transition in carbon-dependent regions. The Innovation Fund focuses on technologies and big flagship projects that can bring significant emissions reductions, including innovative low-carbon technologies and processes in energy-intensive industries, carbon capture, utilization and storage, renewable energy generation, and energy storage. There is also the European Energy Efficiency Fund, which aims at enhancing energy efficiency and fostering renewable energy in the form of targeted private-public partnerships. The European Energy Efficiency Fund mainly facilitates sustainable investments in the public sector. Connecting Euro facility supports investments in infrastructure, networks, and energy for energy through the long-established project of common interest, but also for cross-border projects for renewable energy, which is a newly added section to the program. The European Investment Bank supports projects which are strategically important for the European Union, including the areas of energy efficiency, renewable energy, power grids, and interconnectors. EU member states in the Danube region, as well as candidate countries who have started the accession negotiations, can apply for a loan or other financial support given by the European Investment Bank. Horizon Europe finances research and innovation projects, as you know, aimed at the creation of improvement of clean energy technologies such as smart energy networks, tidal power, and energy storage. EU member states and countries associated to the program. Luckily, also all the 5 non-EU members in the Danube region have access to this program: Moldova, Ukraine, Serbia, Montenegro, and Bosnia. The new sub-program of LIFE program dedicated to clean energy transition offers support to deliver on sustainable energy-related policies that contribute to the achievement of European Green Deal objectives. The sub-program is available for the member states in the Danube region. Ukraine also signed an agreement for the participation in June this year, but the ratification is still pending, and Moldova is also currently negotiating the participation. Applicants for in the Danube region can also access ERDF, IPA, and NDC funds allocated to the European Territorial Cooperation Programs. The financing possibilities offered by the Danube Region Program were extensively presented yesterday. What is worth mentioning, though, and repeating, is that the Danube Region Program focuses on 2 main directions: increasing the share of renewable energy to alleviate regions' dependency on imported fossil fuel, and the second direction, decreasing carbon intensity in the power and transport sector. Central Europe program, which includes 7 Danube countries, lists 8 fields that can be addressed in the project: smart integration of carbon solutions, renewable energy sources, energy efficiency of building and public infrastructures, reduction of greenhouse gas emissions, energy planning at local and regional level, energy demand management and behavioral change, financing schemes for energy efficiency and renewable energy investments, and last but not least, energy poverty. Specific Objective 2.1 of the Alpine Space Program focuses on the promotion of energy efficiency and reduction of greenhouse gas emissions. Here, please pay attention that the citizen is at the heart of the approach of the program, as the program puts an emphasis on sufficiency-oriented post-carbon lifestyle, behavioral change, skills and competencies, social inclusion, and energy poverty. The Adrian program does not include a specific objective that is exclusively dedicated to energy issues, but aspects such as smart specialization strategies in the energy field, raising capacities of key actors in renewable energy, or supporting the introduction of alternative clean fuel supply facility can be tackled within the different specific objectives. Specific Objective 2.2 of the Euromed program supports, among others, the integrated planning and financial scheme for energy transition, including concepts for just transition, deployment of renewable energies, energy upgrade, or energy efficiency of the building stock. The Interreg Europe program is structured among a single overarching priority, a better cooperation governance. However, beneficiaries can cooperate on any subject of shared interest, including energy efficiency and reduction of greenhouse gas emissions, renewable energy, smart energy system, grids, and storage. According to the cooperation program which was submitted to the European Commission, Hungary, Slovakia, Romania, and Ukraine cross-border program will support institutional cooperation between public and civil society organizations in various fields, among which also energy efficiency and renewable energy. Specific Objective 2.1 of the CBC program, Croatia, Bosnia, Montenegro, focuses on the reduction of energy consumption, the introduction of innovative technologies in the field of renewable energy sources, development of energy saving and energy efficiency enhancement methods. There are, of course, many other cross-border programs to which the Danube countries, all the 14 Danube countries, have access to, but I just wanted to highlight the ones with a wider geographical scope. And finally, I would like to make some recommendations for the potential applicants in the light of my previous experience in transnational cross-border programs. First of all, I would like to encourage everyone to take advantage and do not miss any opportunity to any financing opportunity. Sorry. What is important is that you start from your needs. Make a list of your needs, prioritize them, and then identify the most appropriate instrument to address them. Read all the program documents carefully, attend all program events and ask questions. Pay attention to the specific requirements of and the mandatory elements of the programs, like, for example, the contribution to a minimum number of indicators or the transnational cross-border character of the investments and so on. And capitalize. So do not start from scratch. Do some research on the previous initiatives and projects and results, and build on them. This will also demonstrate that you are familiar with the previous initiatives and that you are not trying to reinvent the wheel. Involve relevant partners with expertise and capacities in the addressed fields. Design an assessment-proof work plan demonstrating the efficiency of the proposed measures and their impact. And of course, take into consideration the objectives of the relevant macro-regional strategies. Request a consultation with the responsible project officer if this approach is allowed by the program, and follow all his recommendations and advices. And also, before submitting the application, please ask someone who is not involved in the project to read your application. This is always helpful. And do not wait until the last moment to submit your application. And last but not least, be successful. And with this wishing, I would like to conclude my presentation, and hopefully the information that I provided will be useful for your future work. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, dear speakers. So now the floor is for our participants to ask questions to our speakers, both online and on-site. We are ready to answer your questions, and also I would like to invite also my dear colleagues to support us with the online participants. So if we have any kind of questions here on site, please raise your hand. Yes, please, the microphone.
Before you ask the question, I'm sorry, I would like to say that we don't, until now, have some online questions, so the floor is on for the attendance here and the participants here.
So please.
Okay, thank you very much, Dejan Šajinović. I'm a journalist from Bosnia and Herzegovina. So my question is, where is the Western Balkan in the overall European energy strategy? And second question, you probably heard that President Putin is suggesting to Turkey to establish new line of gas flow to Europe through the Turkish flow, which means Bulgaria, Serbia, Hungary probably. So where is the place? Is that a threat, or how do you see this eventual new flow of gas to Europe? Thank you.
Okay. If I can ask, to whom are you addressing your question?
Whoever could answer. I think
all the speakers.
Thought probably, maybe, I don't know.
Okay, so please.
Thank you.
Hello, do you hear me?
Yes.
Is it right? Okay. First, I would pass this question to the Commission, if she's still online, and then I would jump in. Is the Commission still there? First, let's start with the Commission, and then...
Okay, please, Ms. Travati, if you're online, if you can answer the question from the journalist from Bosnia.
Perfect. Yes, the Western Balkans are fully in the picture, and not to forget also the role played by the member states being part of the energy community. So we are in constant exchange with these countries, and we are developing dedicated strategies day by day. So the work is in progress. They are fully part of the picture, and they will be more and more, especially in the framework of the energy platform, also helping to diversify supply sources and enhance dependence from Russian gas.
Thank you.
Just to highlight the role of the regional groups within the platform, they will certainly discuss this possible threats to the flows.
Thank you, Ms. Travati. Please.
Can I also jump in?
Yeah.
Yeah. Let me first state that I'm now answering this question on my own capacity. So now this question is answered by Borbálatot. So in my view, the Russian strategy has always been to offer favors to those who are helping their strategy to be implemented. So if I were Bosnian, I wouldn't jump on this possibility. Maybe you have heard that the example of other countries who used to be transit countries of Russian gas. It's not the best option that you can have. Otherwise, there are infrastructure already in place in the Balkans, partly built by Russia. It's the Balkan Stream, and partly built by a consortia who are delivering Azeri gas through the Balkans from Turkey via Greece and Albania up to Italy. So there are a lot of new infrastructure in place in the Balkans, and this new infrastructure is capable of transmitting different sources of gas, if it's possible. We also know that the Balkan Stream has been fully contracted by Russia, so actually it's, the capacities are reserved, and if they don't deliver there, and it's again Borbala Tóth who is answering the question, then I would suggest to start immediately a use it or lose it procedure with them and just use that capacity to ship other sources if those are available. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So please, we still have a question. Yes, please.
Hello, Alexander Slivchuk, Ukrainian Institute for International Politics. My question is about Moldova, because it's really very interesting that it is going to be a big problem for the whole region, the full dependency of Moldova from Russian gas. In a short-term perspective, do you see any scenario that the European Union or neighbors of Moldova can provide Chisinau with gas from the West, just to reduce the full dependency from Russia? Thank you.
Again, I don't know if Commission wants to answer first.
Mr. Vati, if you are with us, if you can answer these questions, please.
About Moldova, I think you will have more technical knowledge than I do, but I can say that discussions and exchanges
Well, Moldova has been very much Romania to Chisinau. This pipeline is already in place, it's working. It hasn't never delivered gas so far, because Russia has been still supplying, but Moldova is aware of the threat that it is now facing next winter, and the continuous threat from shutting down the Russian supplies. So they are now testing all the options to purchase gas from that direction as well, and they also try to store some gas. They don't have storage, and they try to make use of Romanian storages, and and they also try to save as much demand as they can. But the situation is not that nice. But as far as I know, now they receive a lot of advice from Polish colleagues and also from the energy community. So now people are working on fixing it. And they received a lot of support from Ukraine. So when we come to solidarity, Ukraine has been helping out on electricity on Moldova. We are talking about the Ukraine who is under attack. And of course now situation is different, and I'm afraid that if Ukraine won't be able to help out Moldova, then Moldova will be even in a more trouble than it is now.
Thank you very much. We have the possibility to ask a last question before the coffee break. So please, the most successful person here today for the last question. Okay. Everybody understood that they are safe, and maybe they are already relaxed a little bit after your presentation, Borbala. So, dear colleagues...
We have a question. We have a question in the audience.
I don't have a question. I have a small remark, but if
anyone else has a real question, I can pass the microphone. Otherwise, I just would like to ask one, I would like to add one information. I would like to thank Borbála for the very interesting presentation. And so the whole study, the study was financed by Priority Area 2 of the EUSDR. And we will upload the presentation to our website in the upcoming weeks. So you can find there the full study. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the comment. This was also one of my comment that actually we do have in the Danube strategy. For those who are not aware, maybe probably online, who are for the first time in the forum, we do have a priority area 2, which is coordinated by Czech Republic and Hungary on the energy security issues, on the energy, on the renewable energy. So we are very happy for this comment as well. You can find everything on that web page of the priority area 2. So now I'm passing the floor to my distinguished colleagues. Thank you very much.
Yes, and before we move on, thank you very much. Please make an applause for our moderator of this session, Nadia Afanasieva. And yes, the coffee break is imminent, almost there, but a couple of organizational stuff to move on, because in this, 25 minutes, we are not going to meet here, or at least not all of us. We are also going to have 3 panel sessions at once. And my panel session is going to be in the opposite room, right across the hall, and it's called Human Capital and Labor Markets. We are going to meet with Nadia again.
And those who are involved to the parallel session 2 with Mr. Robert Lichtner, that calls Involvement of the Youth into USDR, it will be here in this hall.
Yes, and for all of you that would like to stay on the coffee break longer, you can use the connection of our wireless connection and get to the last online session that is parallel with these 2, strengthen cooperation and integration of the EU and Ukrainian companies in European value chains.
I would like to say also the both 3 sessions start at 11:30. So you, as David said, have maybe 25 or 30 minutes. Then we set up in the different halls.
Yes, and for our YouTube participants and online watchers or viewers, please find the page danuberegion.eu, where you can find the links to each of these parallel sessions in the timetable. Thank you very much for your patience and also for listening. See you in 25 minutes.
See you. So, for the second time, hello everyone here at this parallel session number 2 called Involvement of the Youth into USDR. The USDR has paid a special attention to the establishment of the Danube Youth Council, its structure, model, functional area, and financing. Involvement of youth into the USDR governance aims to promoting the visibility of youth perspectives as well as the contribution of youth to the implementation of the USDR by not only bringing the new ideas, but also to provide the young generation with opportunities for real impact. And this is the session that we're going to talk about. And I would like to welcome our moderator of this session, Mr. Robert Lichtner, the coordinator of the Danube Strategy Point.
Thank you very much. I hope it works. Yes, it does. Thank you for the kind introduction and also for the great contentual introduction. So we are already in medias res, and I'm also very much looking forward to this session after, and also hello to all you watching us via YouTube and online. We are very happy to be on site this year after several years only being online. But also very happy to have all of you who are watching us on YouTube. What we are discussing today, and you heard this already, is about the involvement of young people, of young generation, into the Danube region strategy. And this is something that is the strategy and the colleagues have been working on for quite some time. On the question on how to involve the young people's perspective, how to get the insights, their wishes directly within the strategy, and what does it actually mean for the Danube region strategy? Is it going to change? Is it going to adapt? Are we getting new inputs? And how are we going to implement the Danube region strategy? Because, and this is something that most of you have been hearing for many years, that everything that we do are doing for the next generations. But this is not going to happen in 10 years. The next generation is here and is now. So it is now on time, and it's now high time to have the young people being part of the governance, being part of the Danube region strategy, and having them on board and discussing, giving proposals and ideas on how our joint region, the Danube region, will develop in the future. And this is something that I would like to discuss today with my guests, and we have a great 6 people who will be joining us. We are all on site, and I will now ask first to all our colleagues to come up. I'm asking Sławomir Tokarski from the European Commission to join us on the podium. Then we have Irene Schneid coming from Vienna, from Danube Strategy Point. We have Biljana Popovic and Julian Stöckle. And remember these 2 guys, I will be talking about them more. We also have Claudia Singer, also joining us from Vienna, Priority Area 10. And last but not least, Stefan Barth from Agapedia Foundation, also joining us on stage. Right, so I would start off with the most important one, with the European Commission, because the European Commission has been very active in providing inputs for not only the Danube strategy, but for all strategies, and throughout, obviously also throughout the whole European Union, to have more input, to have more impact and involvement of young people in the strategies, but also in developing the future. So I will pass the word now to Sławomir Tokarski, Director from Regional and Urban Policy General Directorate, responsible for European territorial cooperation, responsible for macro-regional strategies, Interreg, and the program implementation. So Slavik, the floor is yours.
Yes, good morning everybody, good day everybody, and thank you for inviting me to this program. Although I'm not young, as you can see, I'm very keen on speaking on young people, which happens quite often actually in the European Commission. Sorry for using the text, but I was asked to give you a sort of review of different initiatives of the European Commission in the area of youth. And there were so many that I have to rely on the written word. So 2022 is the European Year of Youth, and during this year we were trying to bring in young people across Europe into the policy making of MRS, the Interreg programs, and the European political priorities at large, such as the green and digital transition. And this is also the reason why we dedicated so many activities during the EU MRS week in Brussels earlier this year to young people, and we will also do the same during the Interreg annual event, to which I would like you to come to participate next week between 26th and 28th of October in Brussels. But there are also more things happening during this year. On 4th of October, the Commission adopted the Youth Action Plan and EU External Action for 2022-2027. And I think it's important because it's first ever policy framework for a strategic partnership with young people around the world to build a more resilient, inclusive and sustainable future. So we believe that by improving meaningful youth participation in the youth external action policies, which indeed is for the first time that we are seeking for such a participation, it will help us to meet international commitments such as 2030 Agenda for the Sustainable Development and the Paris Climate Agreement. The EU will also further engage with youth through existing initiatives like the EU for Youth program, which is fostering youth participation and leadership in policy making in the Eastern Partnership, especially in Ukraine. And here Erasmus Plus will support capacity building in the field of youth, also in the Western Balkans and the Southern Mediterranean. Now looking more specifically at EU cohesion policy, we, of course, are trying to continue to involve young people in the policy making of MRS and Interreg. In 2020, we all celebrated 30 years of cooperation, thanks to Interreg programs and in the framework of EU MRS. And at this occasion, the Interreg community launched a vast consultation towards young people to align youth needs and cooperation actions. As a result, young people issued an Interreg Youth Manifesto demonstrating 5 areas where Interreg programs and UMRS can address their concerns. And young people also listed 12 recommendations to better involve the young generation in the policy making and project leadership. And now Interreg programs across Europe are delivering on these recommendations. So, for example, young people are the project leaders of tomorrow in the Interreg Northern and Peripheral Arctic program within a capacity building project to engage young people in cooperation. In the Interreg Euromed program, students from Italy, Portugal, Albania, Croatia, Greece, Spain, Slovenia, Malta, and Cyprus are leaders of a project linked to blue energy. We have also the Smart for Youth project within Ukraine, Romania CBC program, which welcomed 140 families from Ukraine, providing teaching to Ukrainian children. And this allows young Ukrainians to continue their education despite the war conditions. At the same time, the project installs a mother support group based on discussion and psychological support, benefiting 300 people from Ukraine. Then with the Interreg Volunteer Youth, young Europeans aged between 18 and 30 can serve as volunteers in cross-border, transnational or international programs and related projects. Between 2017 and 2021, we had more than 700 volunteers who were working there. And for 222, we have signed a 3-year-long contract with the aim to deploy another 420 by the end of 2024. And I think it's a very, very good experience for them. We have also the Interreg Massive Open Online course, Interreg MOOC, which is available for anyone who wants to know more about cooperation. It is free, accessible, and I think very rewarding. We had already more than 1,000 students that have benefited from it. Now, at this year's Interreg annual event that I already mentioned, we will dedicate an entire morning to exchanges with young people and listen to their concerns and proposals. We start with a youth dialogue for peace and cooperation with Ukraine, followed by 3 parallel workshops on digitalization, environment, and employment and entrepreneurship. This year, we also launched EU Teens for Green, an open call to fund youth-led actions advancing the green transition in the EU carbon-intensive regions covered by the Just Transition Fund. The call is open from September to December this year, and the young people aged 15-24 can apply for a maximum of €10,000. Now to our MRS strategies. Of course, young people are also on the top of the agenda in all 4 EU macro-regional strategies. The 2020 Baltic Sea Youth Declaration issued in September this year includes recommendations for each of the 14 policy areas of the Baltic Sea strategy. Many youth-related activities took also place at the 2022 User Annual Forum in Tirana. And it also coincided with Tirana being the European Capital of Youth in 2022. The USALP Youth Council was set up already last year and serves as an inspiring example. In 2020 and 2021, the Pitch Your Project competition rewarded 6 young people for a total of €20,000 for projects addressing solutions to USALP challenges. And the 2022 Pitch Your Project has just closed. Now, I'm well aware that young people feature high on the agenda of the Danube strategy and has done so for some time. And that is also why I'm delighted to see the setting up of the Danube Youth Council. It is the second Youth Council being established in the EU MRS. I am convinced that Danube Youth Council can help young people to accede to the decision-making process and to contribute to the future of the Danube region. In addition, a Youth Council can foster intergenerational cooperation and mobilize young stakeholders in the region. Working with youth can also build leadership capacities among young people to engage in transnational dialogue and cooperation. But for this work to be successful, there are 3 important things to remember. First, be clear on expectations. Take time at the beginning to discuss with the young people on their involvement, to sort out any ambiguities related to expectations, and then be serious about what has been agreed. Second, recognize the diversity among young people. Young people are not a homogeneous group. that think and believe the same, but individuals with different views and interests. And third, communicate in an understandable way for a younger audience and people not familiar with the topic. And I address this recommendation also to us in the European Commission, by the way. And the last point I would like to make on this occasion is to say that I'm pleased to see the launch of the Danube Youth Council pilot action, and very happy that we could help from the side of the Commission by funding this action. And my expectation would be that once on track, it is important that Danube Youth Council finds its funding from the ordinary sources used to support activities within the Danube strategy. Thank you very much.
Yes, that deserves a round of applause, and it's really impressive how many activities and how many actions there actually have been going on, not only in the macro-regional world, but of course also on the all around the European Union. And thank you for this really great overview of what's going on. And as we heard, we have the 2022, the European Year of Young People. And I suppose this is not just something that we will be following up throughout this year and then it's done. I think this is something that we will and we should continue also to work on in the next years. And when you mentioned that you also see the experiences in other macro-regional strategies, so maybe just a short question. So where do you see the future potential here? Also, if you have in mind what was set up by the Commission in 2022, so maybe you could also give us a short outlook on where do you see the perspective for the coming years?
Well, I think with this something very important that is not a sort of one-off mobilization that will gradually fade away afterwards. And I think it should really become a routine to treat young people as a fully fledged partners and participants in the program. And sometimes we tend to fall into two pitfalls. And one is this sort of protectionist attitude, patching the backs and so on. And the other one is on the contrary, to putting all the burden on the shoulders of young people, saying that, okay, now it's your turn to save the world. And I think it's also sort of divisive with the older generation. As my son is telling me often, you boomers, you brought this world to the brink of destruction, and now it's for me to fix it all. So I think we have to avoid this divisive language because we have enough divisions in our society. So this intergenerational responsibility is also important. And secondly, I think second is that really make it simple and accessible to young people. Young people are also busy. I recall once a dialogue with social innovators in Paris, in France, and they told me, look, I can apply to a program, but if I need to fill up more than 2 pages, I'm sort of discouraged. So just keep it in mind, make it as simple as possible, and use also the challenge, because I think it is something that is really mobilizing young people. So if you have the council, why don't you put a challenge in front of them? Of course, bearing in mind that you have then to stay by your word and implement the solution that comes from this discussion. And here, I think, in the Danube strategy, we have quite many fascinating challenges. I mean, what will we do with Ukrainian youth? And what will we do with the aftermath of the war? We saw in the Balkans what it brings. It brings a trauma to young people. It brings trauma to those who were fighting. It brings also a lot of disabled people. So how we can deal with all of that? And there we could put such a challenge in front of Youth Council, asking them what to do, for example, with young people from Ukraine, in order to best heal this experience and take them to something different. And the last point I would like to make is a bit more personal about Interreg and transborder cooperation in general. I think it should be particularly attractive. Well, correct me if I'm wrong, for young people, because here we are talking really about the empathy, about the solidarity, about reaching out the hand across the border, about curiosity. And these are the values which we so often are lacking these days. We're confronted with all those divisive and tribal politics. So I think this is something magical. It could really move our imagination and give us a strong motivation to act. So that is what I wanted to say, and I also wanted to apologize because I will have to leave because my plane leaves quite soon, but I will, Johan, I think he's sitting there, so all the difficult questions he will be more than happy to tackle.
Thank you very much. A round of applause for Sławomir Tokarski, please. Thank you, and it was really, the last sentence was really good, and I think this is something that we need to think about, and we need to work along also with within the Danube Youth Council, and we will have two of them already. We have them with us here, so we'll be definitely taking this up. And what we have seen, and because you mentioned the Ukrainian crisis and the war and the young people, what we saw when we established the Danube Youth Council, that there was so much enthusiasm also from the young people from Ukraine there who were applying, who were willing to be part of this process and also bring that in. So I think this is also something, if we just break it down to the Danube region, which is also very specific for the Danube region. But we will be talking about this as well, and I would now move on to our next speaker, and we have Irene Schneid with us. She works at the Danube Strategy Point in Vienna. She's my colleague, and Irene has been working with all along the establishing of the Danube Youth Council, and she will now tell us about the whole process, how it came to be where it is now, and quite frankly, it is quite a historic day today, because it is officially today we are announcing that the Danube Youth Council was established. So Irene, it's all yours.
Thank you very much. Okay, thank you very much, Robert, for those introductory words. Thank you also, Mr. Tokarski, for your inspiring words to set off our panel. It is really my honor to speak here today in front of you and to explain to you a bit of the process of how the DYC, the Danube Youth Council, was established and where we are standing now. I know that for many of you in the audience, this might not be news entirely, as many of you have been following this process. Yes, and I will be glad to sum it up for you and give you a picture of where we stand. First of all, the DYC, the Danube Youth Council, in a nutshell, also for those of you who have maybe not been that familiar with the process of setting it up. The Danube Youth Council is an initiative to bring in the youth perspective into the EUSDR. It is basically a council made up of 2 young people from each of the Danube region countries, as we have 14 countries in the strategy. That makes 28 people in total. People from 18 to 28 were able to apply. The council has been established as of October 2022, so as Robert said, this is really a very historical moment, and I'm very happy to announce that on the panel with us today we already have 2 real living and breathing DYC members who will also speak to you right after me. That is Biljana Popovic from Montenegro and Julian Stöckle from Germany. As Mr. Tokarski already mentioned, the Danube Youth Council pilot action is funded via technical assistance from the European Commission and is also co-funded 5% by the city of Vienna, and it will run for a period of 1 year, 13 months to be precise. That is from this October until October next year. And now about the timeline of how the DYC was established and how we got to be where we are today. Of course, the European Year of Youth 2022 was an important incentive, but this is not where it all started. As many of you know, the initiative to found a council like this and to bring in the youth perspective into the strategy has already been going on for a while before that. And also, as mentioned before, the US ALP already has a youth council, which was set up last year. So there has already been a longer movement and efforts to bring in this perspective. Now, speaking precisely about the Danube region, a task force, DYC, has been founded in the summer of last year. And then a draft proposal for setting up the Youth Council was actually presented at the annual forum last year in Bratislava under the Slovak EUSDR Presidency. So I think it's really wonderful to see how far we have come in that year, and that from a draft proposal that was presented back then, we can really say now that the DYC has been established and is ready to start its work. After that draft proposal, the concept was officially endorsed by all EUSDR national coordinators via a written procedure in March this year. And from there, we were able to open the application window, which was open from May until the end of August this year. It was an online application via the EUSDR website, where young people from all the Danube region countries aged 18 to 28 were able to apply. And we were very, very happy that at the end of the application period, a total of 80 applications spanning all 14 countries had been received. So we were able to make a selection of those applications and really set up the council then. As of now, the council consists of 27 young people. We are not yet at the full 28, which were the goal, because from Bulgaria we are still missing one application, but we are busy still promoting the call and making sure that also this last person will join the council soon. The selection was carried out by the Danube Strategy Point in September. I will not bore you with all the details of the selection criteria and how we did that, but just to give you an overview. In a first step, we looked at the applications in terms of formal eligibility criteria, checked whether the applicants had the right age and had answered all the questions, and well, whether they had the formal criteria fulfilled. And then from all of them that did fulfill those formal criteria, we, in a second phase, selected 2 members per country at random, however, keeping into account diversity criteria. And now, what is the mission of the Danube Youth Council? It is very important to understand that it is a mission that, I like to say, goes in both ways. On the one hand, we want to give young people a possibility to contribute to the implementation of the Danube Region strategy and hence give them an opportunity for real political impact. At the same time, of course, it is also very important for the strategy to receive young people's input on a thematic level and hence gain new perspectives. So I think we can really look at it from that way, that it is a win-win situation. It gives the young people a possibility to have an influence in the strategy and bring forward the topics that matter to them. And at the same time, it is an enormous chance also for the strategy to hear new perspectives and gain new approaches. In order to fulfill this mission, let's take a look at what the role of the Danube Youth Council is. It is very important for us to stress that the DYC should not stand for itself, but should be strongly embedded in the already existing EUSDR governance structure. I'm convinced that this is the only way that the mission mentioned before can actually be fulfilled. This cannot happen if we say we now have the DYC and they should do their thing. No, we really have to bring them into the strategy and make them a part of the governance structure that already exists. When it comes to strategy decision-making, the DYC will have an advisory role, meaning that the DYC members, for example, in NC meetings, will not have voting rights, such as national coordinators, but they will have an advisory role and will be able to bring in their perspectives and their opinions. The DYC is to be understood as a non-partisan body, meaning that the members in it do not represent their country, but represent the voice of their generation in total. And as such, the DYC is supposed to form a framework for meaningful participation of young people in the Danube Region strategy. On this very last slide, I will only briefly mention that the DYC is also connected to the DYON and the DYN, so the Danube Youth Network and the Danube Youth Organizations Network, which are also organizations aiming at connecting youth in the Danube region and also helping to introduce youth perspectives into the Danube region strategy. I will leave it here for the moment because our colleague Stefan Barth from Agapedia Foundation will talk in more detail about that in just a minute. To sum up, I would say that we are now at the point where the DYC has been established and is ready to start its action. We are all very excited to see what will happen during the 13 months of the pilot action, to see where the DYC can take us, what we can learn from the DYC, and in which fields the DYC will bring in their perspectives into the strategy. Thank you very much, and you're most welcome also to approach me later in the break if you have any more questions. I will be glad to talk to you also personally and to introduce you to the DYC members. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Irene, for this very comprehensive overview on what happened throughout the last year and also pointing at the two of you. I'm very excited to have you here just in a minute. But Irene, maybe you can give us also a quick overview and maybe outlook of some activities we have clearly been planning for the Danube Youth Council without being too long, too technical and too boring for our audience. Just maybe give us some highlights on what's going on in the next year and what's to expect from them and what we will expect from them as well. Mm-hmm. Thanks.
Yes, I'll be glad to do that. So first of all, we have a capacity building seminar planned, which will take place in December on site in Vienna. This will be the first occasion where we will bring all 28 Danube Youth Council members together, where they can get to know each other for the first time and where they will receive an intense capacity building from our side in order to give them all the information that they need and also the knowledge of the strategy that they need in order to participate and to contribute in a meaningful way. We're really looking forward to the Danube Youth Camp. As I said, it will be in December in Vienna. There will also be a second Danube Youth Camp with all of the DYC members next year in Slovenia under the Slovenian EUSDR Presidency, because also for the Slovenian presidency, youth is very high on the agenda, and yes, we will discuss with you how to do that then. Other than the youth camps, we will bring some DYC members to the NC meetings, the NC PAC meetings, the PAC meetings, not all of them, but a selection of them, so that they can represent the DYC there and bring in their perspective. Yes, and overall, we are really looking forward to see what they can contribute. Also, many priority areas and national coordinators have already approached the Danube Strategy Point and have asked for the contacts of the DYC members, which shows to us that they are very eager to bring them into the strategy. We are also really eager to see how that will take place. We would just ask for a little more patience because it will make more sense to do that after the first capacity building has taken place, when the DYC members also really know about the strategy and how to contribute. I think that sums it up pretty well. You can approach me later anytime for questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A round of applause for Irene, please. Thank you. So that's what's going to happen in the next years. And Irene, as you also pointed out, there is not just excitement on our side, but also excitement on the side of the national coordinators, the colleagues representing the national states within the strategy, but also, and this is even more important, those colleagues, those experts who have been working on the implementation of the strategy on the thematic level. And this is, I think, one of the key points here, to get the young people into the implementation, getting their ideas and see how they can contribute to the Danube region strategy and its implementation. And now it is, I think you said it, they have them live here, and it's my big pleasure to welcome two representatives of the established Danube Youth Council. As you heard, there are 2 out of 28, so they are representing all 28 of them, and please give it a big applause for Biljana Popovic and Julian Stöckle. Biljana is coming from Montenegro and Julian is coming from Germany, from Bavaria, and they will tell you what they think about the Danube region strategy, what they expect, and give you a short introductory words on behalf of the Danube Youth Council. Floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. Hello once again from this little part of Danube Youth Council. We just wanted to say that it was really encouraging that yesterday we had a opportunity to hear many times that youth will be priority in the next year and through all the activities. And even today I heard the adjective used, magical, so it sounds really promising to me that we will have a great opportunity to create something not only useful but something that will last for a really long time. And also, as a young person, it's always nice to have like a platform where you can make some institutional involvement and changes, even though if you already heard, it will be more like advisory part of the whole strategy. Also, we wanted to say that often when you're a young person, many of your problems are just brushed off because you're young and you have whole life in front of you. So it's really nice that you have an opportunity to change and that you see that you are like a valid part of the society. As you probably know, even during these crises, youth were one of the most affected. So not only those who were studying, or also those that they were working. So we believe that through this council we will have opportunity to represent the ideas, problems and expectation of youth in general, which is one of the good things about this council, that we are also representing the youth in general, not only like on the national level. So also yeah, I think that will be one, let's say, expectational part, and now I'll give floor to the Julian to tell you more about perks of involving youth on all this process. Thank you.
Yeah, so thank you. Perfect. Thanks. So what are some of the benefits of engaging youth in policy making? I'm going to just highlight 3 points. I'm sure there's more, but just going to focus on these now. You know, if we think about product designs, often, for example, women are not really accounted for. And it's kind of similar with youth when it comes to designing programs or policies. So we want to make sure to include young people's voices when designing policies. Because the best experts' advice can be just as good, but eventually we're going to need feedback from the target audience, which often is young people as well, at least. Secondly, I think that young people can kind of bring an outside perspective, kind of because they think outside of the box in a way, and their mindsets are more unconventional. Maybe they're going to have more unconventional ideas. And, you know, when you're being a little naive, seems like a bad thing, but it doesn't have to be, because it may actually help you open some doors that you may not even have thought of if you've been already in the room for quite a while. And so I think that's where young people can really provide value. And typically diversity of perspectives brings better results. That's what research shows. And thirdly, I think that young people kind of have maybe better flexibility when it comes to adapting their views to new realities in line with their values. So what I mean by that, for example, I'm from Germany. I'm a young person. When the war in Ukraine started, I think people from my generation were really quick to kind of reconsider what we thought of before. I don't think that's really a generational issue in all of the region, but I think it is in Germany, for instance, because I think we were quite quick to be in favor of sending heavy weapons to Ukraine, also in the Social Democratic Party, if we're talking about young people. And so I think that's not because we're naive, right? That's because we were receptive to experts' input and because we're just still learning. So we're in the process anyway, so we can kind of still sort of reconsider our beliefs, basically. And after all, we haven't lived through the pacifist movements of the 80s, but we're just kind of learning now what is happening in the world. And, you know, when I look at our German Chancellor's office, to be completely frank, I don't think it's the right way to go and to kind of discredit critics of our reluctance when it comes to sending heavy weapons, and kind of discredit them as boys and girls and teenagers. I think that would have maybe some merit if that's what I'm called, but not really if it's members of the parliament and actually of the governing coalition. So what I absolutely believe, and a lot of young people from the Danube region, also from Germany, believe is that we urgently need to step up our military support of Ukraine. For Ukraine, that's also what the European Parliament has advocated for with overwhelming majority very recently. That's what the German Parliament has overwhelmingly voted in favor of in the end of April, which is almost now half a year ago. And in 4 days, it's going to be exactly 180 days. And you know why I think that's absolutely relevant in the context of this forum of the priority areas that we talked about over the past 2 days is that, you know, if Russia gets anything out of its invasion into Ukraine, if it gets to keep territory that is not theirs, then eventually investors are going to be very reluctant over the next decades and so to invest in the Danube region and in wider Europe. So, you know, because risk premiums are going to skyrocket, and if I would be an investor, I would just go to the US or to Asia, but not to Europe if we can't provide stability. So, because that's what's actually what has happened in Ukraine since 2014, 2015, when there was actually, the Ukrainian economy grew by between 2 and 4% rather than 7 or 8%, because there was this instability in the region and investors were very reluctant to invest. And, you know, so instability destroys investments and eventually thereby also jobs. So what that means is that if we want to turn all these great ideas that we had over the past 2 days into reality when it comes to all sorts of economic development projects for which we're eventually going to need significant amounts of private investments, then we need to make sure to do everything in our power to help Ukraine win the war and make Russia lose it. And I think because that's it's not only about defending European democracy, about a moral imperative, or about in our very own security interest of whole Europe, but it's also the fundamental basis, the cornerstone of economic prosperity over the coming years. So with that said, let's hope Ukraine wins the war and let's step up our support to help achieve that. Thank you.
Well, that was a statement, clear as bell. I mean, thank you for that. Excellent. I would like to ask you a personal question because this is something when you started, and obviously you were not being very much aware of this macro-regional concepts before. And when we started with this, we're also discussing, considering, you know, where can be your role and what would you do that, and how can you be part of this whole process. So maybe on a very personal level, what was your motivation, and what did you think when you first time had a look at this whole macro-regional world, and you know, having 14 countries all along the Danube cooperating together. So on a very personal level, why and how you decided to be the one to both of you, why I want to be part of this.
Okay. So for me personally, I've been engaged for the past 3 years in a student-led think tank called European Horizon. So it's not the research funding program, but a student policy incubator. And there we thought about how we can make young voices heard in policy making. So I was really interested in kind of how we can create those institutional mechanisms to ensure that youth voices are being heard at a policy level. And so when I first heard about the Danube Youth Council, that was like 2 months ago only, I was like really intrigued also by the possibility to work across those 12 different priority areas and across the whole macro region. So that's when I decided to apply, basically.
Okay, how about you, Biljana?
Was it just, okay. So, nice. Thanks. It takes some time, but we get there. So, yeah, when I heard when I saw the whole proposal for the Danube Youth Council, like first thing is like it seems like something where you could be like really involved, as I briefly said, like you will have some kind of power to do something, to propose and things like that. And I also like the idea that there is like broad and regional cooperation, not only EU or non-EU. because usually when I would participate in some similar, let's say, youth councils or something like that, they were usually excluded by if they were just like Western Balkans or they were only for the youth from EU countries. So I think this is like a good opportunity to create something, let's say, common between us. So yeah, that would be it.
Excellent. Thank you very much. A big round of applause for Julian and Biljana, please. Thank you. Thank you very much. Wow, that was very impressive. And looking at our next speaker, Claudia, we've been discussing this before, and I think there is quite a lot of coming up. And to be able to set up something like this, to have a Danube Youth Council, it also was on the strategy part, a process where the strategy needed to set up rules, to set up mechanisms, to have studies, to have papers on how to actually achieve this, to have this direct input, to have the young people becoming part of the governance structure at the end of the day. And within the strategy, we have the priority area 10. We have Claudia Singer with us, who has, within the PA10, produced a guidance paper for the youth participation, which is the document that the strategy then worked along, and we also worked along to prepare this involvement and the opportunity and possibility for young people being part of the strategy, being part of the governance. And now we'll ask Claudia Singer to give us an insight input on what the paper is about and what it means actually to have the young people part of the strategy. Claudia, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the invitation, and I knew it will be very hard to come after the two members of the Danube Youth Council. I wasn't aware of how hard it will be to come after. But if that was already the taste of the discussions that we will have in the future, I will very much look forward to that. Now, yeah, I talk a bit now about, I'm also, thank you also for the opportunity to talk a bit more about youth involvement on the perspective of priority area coordinators or the strategy. We have heard now the sort of the perspective of the members of the Danube Youth Council. But yeah, of course, there's also a thought process behind that in the strategy. Basically, involving young people in the Danube strategy is not an entirely new idea or concept. We had that ever since the beginning. We do have a lot of interesting, committed, engaged initiatives in place, but it's mainly for young people. It's sometimes in cooperation with young people, but in any case, it is not yet quite, has not quite made it to the mainstream of the Danube strategy. And in the course of revising the action plan, so that was, the process started, I think, somewhere in 2018-19 with the eventual publication of the revised action plan in 2020. We had a lot of discussions with a lot of stakeholders along the line, and one of the recurrent demands was we need a rejuvenation of the strategy. And that was actually the starting point where we started, okay, maybe it's worth thinking about that. So when we started doing this, we thought, well, we tried to do it right. We hope we got a step, we took the right step forward by involving young people, youth organizations, and a lot of organizations that work with young people, for young people, and representatives of the Danube strategy. And here I also want to say a big, big thank you to the Danube Youth Network. Because the network with all their outreach work and the members itself was very helpful actually in drafting the guidance paper. And what is the guidance paper? I don't know how many actually know about it, ever heard about it, and I would like, unfortunately can't see but the people on the screen, but around here in this room, how many people actually heard about the guidance paper? Okay, see. So it's Yeah, there are some, but not obviously not everyone. It is basically the collection. It was actually about the path, getting there, the journey, and the journey was to find out why should young people be involved or participate, how they can be involved and how they want to be involved, and what can be done. So on this basis, we developed basically the how around the three Z's: capacity building, communication, and cooperation. So for each of these dimensions, we elaborated a list of needs that is our to-do list to create step-by-step an environment that allows young people and youth organizations to be an active part of the Danube strategy. And for those who are not that familiar, let me share some of the to-dos. So in terms of capacity building, we need to look into how young people can be encouraged to network, to advocate their position or transnational cooperation, because not all of them, and basically the majority of young people, are not that experienced yet, because they are still actually in a learning process and have not actually encountered that many situations where they might have already started doing this. In terms of communication, we need to go, we have also heard this today, easy to understand language. I think I would actually be right for all of us. I think we would all actually encourage, I think, this objective. And to go for a more dialogue-based communication rather than a one-way communication. And of course, we should also involve young people in communicating about the strategy and to have outreach. And in terms of cooperation, we need to look a bit more into flexible cooperation structures and less bureaucracy. And I get to this now a bit because, of course, there's also a question what's next. So the guidance paper is there, but was just the beginning. And here I would like to share actually a bit the priority area coordinators or the strategies or priority areas concerns about what we need to do, how we actually need to change. Because this is, and Robert, I think, said it right at the beginning in introducing the session, we need to change. And this is actually the basis also for actually any progress here. And again, many thanks to the DYN, because actually it was Lumen Georgiev from REACT, who's member of the DVORAK network, who in a training session on youth projects had some really good advice on how to work with young people and what we need to do. And I think, well, this is also something I would like to share here. Some of these recommendations or suggestions, and that is keep it simple. It is not about difficult language or the ideas and the initiatives need to be clear and structured. We need to have a clear language and should actually maybe move away from all these cohesion policy lingo or all our administrative language that I have to admit or say, even newbies, professionals who come new to the strategy or to cohesion policy have some struggles actually understanding what we're talking about. So I think, well, if we actually understand what we're doing, we should also be able to say it in a sort of simpler way. We need to provide guidance. We need to set boundaries and rules for cooperation, because also there is a lack of experience, particularly on newbies, to actually to know how to do things. It's about also delegating responsibilities in order to actually also get more ownership. And likewise, we need a constructive culture of failure in order to learn and be encouraged to learn instead of being frustrated. And last but not least, and we had heard this also today, we need to take care about 2 F words, and it's flexibility and fun. And the flexibility part is a bit of a challenge because we, as coming from institutions and ministries, we face a lot of legal requirements, administrative structures on the one hand, and on the other hand, in terms of a long-term development strategy, we also need stability and continuity. So we have to find a constructive and creative way how to bring in flexibility that is actually strengthening cooperation. And of course, fun. We heard it also today from Sławomir Tokarski about we need to find the magic in cooperation, and we need to convey this message. And I think this is sometimes something that is got a bit lost on the way to be traded off for more professionalism, but there can be also professionalism and fun. And I don't think that anyone in this room or behind the screens would deny that a little bit of fun or more fun is not the worst idea. So that's about it so far.
Thank you very much, Claudia. It's gonna be tough, huh? And we had a discussion also with the priority area colleagues, and maybe also on a more personal level, the question what you refer to, that it's not that also you as the part of the governance of the strategy, you will also have to change. We all have to change. And I think the keywords that you placed, the keep it simple rule, and get out of this what we call the Brusselish English that none of us, nobody outside of the tribe actually then understands. Like, you know, we have the next session, we will be talking about embedding. Just wonder how many people, except from all those of us here, actually understand what it means. So I think this is also something to make the strategy, the beauty of the strategy, because it is something really great that we have this transnational cooperation, 14 countries cooperating with each other for joint aims. But yeah, keeping it simple and keeping it a bit more magic and fun. That was good. So, what do you think, Claudia? In terms of changing the priority areas, changing those like you and also us, everyone in the strategy, on a very personal level. So, what do you think? What's it going to require? What will be the next step? So, how will you profit as priority area coordinators from the input, and on the other way around? What will the young people learn from our maybe a bit more old ways, more maybe more structured ways? What would you reckon? You have been working on this topic for quite a time, so.
Yeah, but I was a bit reluctant in terms of anticipating what other people find good and useful, or what they can learn from us. But in any case, I would say we need to be open. Open up for stakeholders, sort of open up our structures, sort of these very hierarchical, very strict structures, and be more open. I think the macro-regional strategies are a playground for sort of experimental governance, I think was the word. And I think that this is something that we should actually embrace. So I think the benefit, so we need to learn and open up, because I think, and also Julian, I think, said it very well, we need the perspectives. We need actually to get it straight, to get it right. We have the objectives, and if we want actually, we are working on a mid and long-term perspective and strategy. So we need to get the perspectives right. That means that we need to get perspectives from young people. And this doesn't mean necessarily all the young people have one perspective, because they're just as diverse as everyone is, sort of. But they are coming, sort of, they are growing already up in a world that's different from the world that we grew up, or sort of different generations grow up. So that's also, I think, shapes the perspective on how we look at things. This is also maybe the reason why maybe older people, sort of, I think even I guess, have sometimes maybe difficulties in seeing that there is actually a dramatic change going on, and it's not just temporary. It might be a new sort of a paradigm shift even. So I think that this is important. It's not that we are sort of totally ignorant, or that we can't understand it, but it needs also people who are saying, yeah, maybe you have to look at it differently. And this is also something that we also encountered during the process of the guidance paper, long before the war, before the pandemic, and those actual sort of really big immediate crises. I think from young people, I hope what they can learn, I think in any case, is certainly sort of this training of sort of advocating their positions. And maybe also sometimes I have to warn you, maybe in a way, in a sort of quirky environment. But I think, and also this is maybe something that I would like to pass on to you. Please be patient also with us because we are also learning here. And I think you are actually here the pioneers, and don't feel pressured, but actually you are also will have a major contribution on how youth involvement will actually move on in the next years. So no pressure, but your contributions, your reflections, and your experience will be very crucial to shape actually this kind of cooperation. Yeah.
Excellent. Excellent. Great words. Thank you. Applause to Claudia Singer, please. I was just thinking, Claudia, on your advice, what came into my mind was compromise also. Maybe this is also something that you will have to look at, and you know that from your daily work. Yeah, this is also maybe something that you'll have to learn. Yeah, but there is a lot of work coming to us in front of us, and I'm very much looking forward, as many of you who will be involved, and we will be keeping you updated on what's going on with the Danube Youth Council. So as you already heard, there is a lot going on, a lot of planned, and we will be giving you updates on a regular basis. So you'll find all the information also on the website, and we will be coming back on a regular basis with further information and what is happening with the Danube Youth Council. And within the process of establishing the Danube Youth Council, we did not just look at the young people themselves, because and Claudia was also referring to this, there have been many organizations within the Danube region who have been working on the involvement of young people for many years. So there is a lot of experience, there is a lot of know-how, a lot of knowledge here. And within the process of establishing the Danube Youth Council itself, there was also another idea coming up, also based on the guidance paper and all the experience that we had in the Danube region, and that was to also establish what we call Danube Youth Organizations Network. So to get not only the young people, the single people from the countries, but also the organizations from the Danube region who have been working for years on this topic, get them together, and also established this organization, this network of youth organizations. So this will be also a next step that we will be working in within the Danube region strategy, is to see how the Danube Youth Council and the network of youth organizations from the Danube will establish and will cooperate, and also how to involve the organizations into the Danube region strategy. And our next speaker, Stefan Barth, will be talking about this. He's the expert, having working in this field for very many years, with a lot of experience, coming to us from Stuttgart. Stefan, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Robert, for the kind introduction, and also the references I already received in the first presentations. I would like to thank also the Ukrainian presidency, the Slovakian presidency, and also the incoming Slovenian presidency, that they really have youth as an issue. So there is an openness, and I'm very grateful for that, because we have been fighting for this for many years, and now we are here. So thank you very much, in the DSP organizing it, and all the members also from DG Regio and all these people who are involved. Thank you. Yes, so you saw that, so let's start. I'm one of these species who attended to all annual forums. So last year Irina had the occasion still to speak in Bratislava, and so this year she moved to another project. She's developing currently the Ukrainian network, which is really important, which is another part that fits very well into all of this story I see. But so I am granted as the senior expert here to stand here and talk for youth. As you see, because I am co-founder of Agapeta Foundation from Mr. Klinsmann, he's a soccer player, we grew up together, and he had this idea founding his foundation. We have 2 children's centers in Baden-Württemberg where we receive children in a daycare, and we founded this network Agapedia in the beginning of in Romania since 1995, so I'm also half Romanian already over these 27 years, and we work also in Moldova and Bulgaria and in Georgia, which does not belong to the Danube region, but it's all the water coming into the Black Sea is also flowing all the way over there, and it's also a beautiful country. And when we started it, I thought, look, there is this bottom-up. So now this is like my perspective, coming more from this bottom-up perspective. We said we have to do this project, Donauwandel, Youth in Transition, to identify all these good organizations who are on the ground, who do good projects. And we had this claim, moving, meeting, making. And we want to give them visibility because, you know, there is this prejudices from the west to the east and all these kind of things. So this, we were fighting. And then we had this series of projects with with Stefan Lütgenau, the participation days. We did a lot together over all these years, and then in 2018 we had the Creative Danube, we were in Plovdiv, and then the idea was born for this Danube Youth Network project. I'm very happy also, I must really also credit the Baden-Württemberg state and land, because Baden-Württemberg, they came to us and they said, we want to listen what the young people say. We don't give money and say what is our agenda, let's implement it. We want to listen what the young people do. So a lot of credits to Baden-Württemberg, Mrs. Eller. We have a new team now, but we have representatives here, and I must really be very grateful to the Baden-Württemberg team from the state ministry. It's just excellent. Yeah, that's 11 years, so we were moving. Then this is the project. So we had like a phase 1, phase 2. The phase 1 we did, I have to get this. This is the product of this 43-page, this is this 43-page concept of background, framework, and governance, where we really want to establish how can such a Danube Youth Network, or as an organizational network, really be founded in the Danube region. So we worked a lot on this on the first phase, and this goal to form, empower, connect a core of young leaders from long-term local NGOs, so really touch base. And this successful project permitted the state ministry to continue in phase 2, where we say now we have to inform and better embed, and that's also perfectly timing here today, that we are really in the embedding into the strategy. You see, this is the project again. So we own this Danube Youth EU homepage, and this is what I just have. So later on, if you come up to me, I can give you a piece and you can read. Now, the Danube network itself, it consists of these 7 core NGOs, with Stiftung Liebenau as the project applicant and Agapedia as the executant. And then we have ABLE, which is Irina's young federation with her Ukrainian colleagues. We have Preza from Croatia. We have REACT, which Claudia mentioned, from Bulgaria, with Luben, and we have the Federation of Social NGOs in Transylvania and Romania, and we have Supernatural in Belgrade. And you see the picture, that was on the Danube. That was the last physical meeting we could do before Corona. So Corona was not really our friend. It was nobody's friend, but especially also not our friend. And what we did, we developed 4 formats which we bring young people together. So like you saw the Supernatural from Belgrade, Srđan Stankovic, he's highly motivated, dedicated person, bring in the young people on the Danube, you know, let them kayak, let them fish, let them cook, let them do environmental, let them learn about nature and all these things. So we have these individual leaderships within the youth network. What Claudia mentioned is Shoot by Youth. Luben came up with this idea, let the young people do media. Media is important for young people, but not only media, they also have a micro project which they have to implement. So they have to do something, not, you know, complain and cry about the problem, but create a solution and implement it. So we have 14 winning teams. Irina is also applicant here with ABLE, and they really are still working on the implementations, correct, Irina? They're still ongoing. Then we have Youth in Cities. We were in Ellwangen also this year. We have very good relationships, so they were open. They give us the city hall. The second time this year, the mayor is very interested in bringing young people from different regions, and we connected to the Methodius Day, which is also an interesting thing. They celebrate this for 52 years this year, and we can connect also to the Orthodox legacies, which we have in Romania, which is really important. And in my opinion, anyhow, intercultural competences is what we need in the Danube region. So this is really a good occasion also we use this form at Youth in Cities, and there are like Friedrichshafen and Sarajevo, they have a 50-year city partnership. We have Mannheim, Chisinau, they have a 30-year of city partnership. The Mannheim people, they participated in one of our online workshops. So there is a lot of potential which is already there and established, but it's not connected yet, or it's not connected to the Danube region. So this is also, in our opinion, many opportunities still there that we have to bring together. And the fourth part, you see again, Stefan Lütgenau is here. Danube Participation Day, we have been cooperating. We've been last week in Eisenstadt and doing it. So this is the roadmap. You see again, we started this year the Youth in Cities and the Methodius Day. We have the ŠTUCIN projects. We have the Friends of the Danube camps in Serbia, Croatia, and Romania and Bulgaria. So the team were just 3 weeks ago, they were in the Danube Delta and they finished their last Friends of the Danube camp, which is a great experience for all. We had the Land Without Border Festival in Osijek, and now we are here in October. We're going to be next month in Stuttgart, do another training with the Europe Center, the Europe Direct, which is also an interesting structure where we want to connect, which is all over Europe. And then Irina and the colleagues, they plan again something in Vienna, and Robert kindly already said, hey, why can't we not connect, maybe bring the young people? So we're going to bring our Shoot by Youth winning teams. We're going to bring them, and Irina will organize it, and then we'll see how we can bring them together. And then, of course, long-term implementation is still the secret, the challenge. We were always, this is just where you see, Claudia, you see your guidance paper. Finally, I visualized it. So this was this was 2019 was the last great in Bucharest, where we could go to the House of the People, the Romanian Parliament. So we were very happy to be there. It was an estimation for the young people to be invited. So this was a great thing, and we were proposed for the flagship project. And in all our meetings, we promoted also the Danube Youth Council, because we think it's a great thing that this body also exists, and we are here. And just some facts and figures that you have a dimension. So we spent in 3.5 years 564,000 euros, which is 161,000 euros per year for a youth work, which is not much. You know, if you think on like the West Balkan or German, Polish, French youth network, you know how much money they eat, but they are top-down organized. And we, as civil society, we brought this 218,000 euros as a contribution into the project. So this is really also a partnership, and the Baden-Württemberg State Ministry also struggled at the beginning. They said, hey, how can we approve a project which is not completely financed? When we had discussion, we said, no, it's all right. You finance the basic things, and we're going to win extra projects, and we did. But you know, we are in a social innovation. Let's put it like this. So our approach was also this youth work for the Danube region must be a social innovation. We organized 36 youth events. I think only 2 or 3 of them were purely online. All the rest, physical people involved. We connected more than 120 local NGOs, networks. We have schools, and we had 6 cities present in our meetings, and of course many public authorities. And we have, I'm not on Instagram, so I don't know. So this is Irina's tax. So we have this Instagram followers. Maybe for me 1,000 is a lot, but maybe it should be 10,000. I don't know. And altogether, we can say this Danube Youth community was formed. And now the DVORAK provided you a film, and I would ask the guys up there, please let it go.
Svi mi živimo na predivnoj reci koja se zove Dunav, a za mene Danube Youth Network je upravo nit koja nas sve spaja.
Wir sind 150 Jahre alt, aber wir sind auch
Träger des Donau-Jugendnetzwerkes und wir freuen uns besonders über die vielen Aktivitäten mit den jungen Menschen aus der ganzen Donauregion. Ich hoffe, wir haben eine gemeinsame Zukunft in diesem Netzwerk.
Искам да споделя, че за мен Дунската младежка мрежа е иновативен ключ за благоденствието и светлото бъдеще на младите хора в Дунския регион.
Danube Youth Network este important pentru că aduce împreună tineri din toate categoriile sociale și de toate vârstele. Pentru mine a însemnat prima oportunitate de a lucra pentru tineri de vârsta mea și pentru a-i ajuta să creeze împreună cu mine și cu noi un impact în societate.
Dunavska mreža mladih za mene predstavlja sustav podrške u osobnom i profesionalnom razvoju, ali isto tako priliku da razvijam vlastite ideje i aktivnosti usmjerene stvarnim potrebama mladih.
Danube Youth Network este mai mult decât un proiect, mai mult decât o rețea, este acum o comunitate. Shoot by Youth, Friends of Danube, Youth and Cities, Land Without Borders, Danube Youth Participation Day, toate înseamnă comunitatea Danube Youth.
After 3.5 years of testing and implementing the Danube Youth Network project, it's time now to connect the Danube Youth Network and the Danube Youth Council and build together a transnational and sustainable youth network for young people all over the Danube region. Thank you.
No agency involved, so the team did it, so that's like homemade. Serjan provided some professional with the drone, you saw some pictures, but it's everything done by the team. It's not, no extra costs, and again, you know, this is I'm very proud of this team that they produced this thing, it's great. And I come back now, when we started the Danube Youth Network project with Irina, we had this project with the students from Stuttgart Media University, and they told us, hey guys, this thing needs to be simple. It needs to be very simple. So Danube Youth is actually the name. So if you go with Danube Youth Network and blah, 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 very complicated. So they said, they developed this logo, they developed this, you know, come to the Danube side of life. That's how young people think, you know, and it's really great. And my position now is we have this DYN. This is the operational level bottom up. And with civil society, and then the DYC, which of course, you know, I have all the respect for the processes, you know, you're forming it, but this is more top-down, inside out of the structure, and eventually the two things should be connected. And next year we still have a planning process. I don't know what will happen, but this is where we are at the moment, and I just say thank you very much.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Danube Youth Network. Stefan, and you already said it, but I have to ask you, 1,000 Instagram followers, is it a lot? No, not really. No, so just ask them, they know. I know. They know much better. So, so what they need, 5,000, 10,000, that's a lot? Better, yeah. So there is a way to go. But anyway, so what I wanted to ask you, because and we obviously had this discussion before, and this is something we'll be working on in the next months, is that with all these great activities that you have for many years with the Danube Youth Network, and the concept that we are working on now with the young people with the Danube Youth Network. So what do you think? What do you see the possibilities to getting together with the network that you have, with the experience and the know-how, and how can we in the future combine this to also have some meaningful results? Because again, what you have been doing is really impressive, and I think that this should be also taken up into the strategy and into the implementation in a way. And yeah, that would be my question. So what do you think? How can we go along with this?
Yeah, first of all, congratulations. I think it's a great thing that the Danube Youth Council exists, because now you're 28, you're really representative. So this is really the great chance, and as everybody experienced right now, you know, the young people can challenge. So this is your task, and this comes out of the structure. So I really think this is an important piece. But as you said, from our very first slide, this moving, meeting, making, which we did together in Heidelberg University with some of these people, we said, you know, we have to have this simple claim. So you have to have also the doing. You have to have this concrete meeting, physical things that you do, and you have to connect both. So in my, you know, KISS, make it simple, keep it simple and, what is the second S?
Short.
Short. Keep it simple and short. So we had always said this, we have to KISS. And it's learning and doing. And these two things have to flow together. And this would be like my hope. And that's why also if you saw my last slide, it was blank, it was white in the back. So it was not about what is DYN, it's what can we do and develop together. So we always said co-creation, so we always involved. I'm very happy. It was not my idea, you heard, we put the languages, not English, we said we want to hear the languages of the countries that participate. So I say it has a lot of potential. We demonstrated it's also economical, so it's interesting. So it is an innovation that is possible, which costs not huge amounts of money. So this is again my appeal into the structures. Let's think together, and then maybe from 2024 we can develop next year a plan, and then really get going and say we did not only proclaim, next year the European Year of Skills is important issue for young people, but we can say this is a youth, the Danube youth along the Danube connecting the 14 countries.
Thank you very much. Stefan Barth.
Thank you.
Thanks to all of you. We have another 10 minutes to go, so we do have some time for questions. But before I turn to your audience, I would just go back again to you. So what do you think? And be honest. I know you can. Just take the mic.
I think it's like in general, or about okay. I think we're on a great journey when it comes to coming up with initiatives in Europe and across different regions to include youth voices. I think what we just heard from Stefan about what the Wikipedia Foundation is doing, that's really impressive. So there's really a range of activities. And I think that's really crucial to not only kind of have it as some nice PR thing, but actually trying to get down to real dialogue and try to figure out solutions, as you said, for some specific problems. So I'm very optimistic that we're looking into a good future.
Thanks, Julian. Biljana?
I don't think at this point there is not much left to say, but I think that it would be best to ask us like in a year, maybe next year in this time when we are done with everything, so we can have a like real how do you say it on the paper what we did, like what we should change and what should be like different or what should we keep. So yeah, that's it.
Taking that, we'll be doing this. All right. Do we have any questions from the audience? If you do, just raise your hand if you want to ask. Yeah, there is. The microphone is coming down, just a second. We also want the listeners on YouTube to have you clear.
Yeah, it's on, you can hear me. I'm Aleš Rošnik from Slovenian National Coordination. Actually, not a question, just a brief reflection, because we have heard you've been referring also to our future presidency. I would just like to say that we are actually extremely happy that our youth has the will and the motivation to actually assume responsibility and start co-creating together with us a sustainable future for Danube region. We will try to do our best to give you also the means and the tools to do so. So we are really looking forward to cooperation with you, and we just want to say welcome to the strategy.
Thank you, Aleš. And as you also heard, Slovenia is taking over the presidency now, and the Slovenian colleagues have already said they will be very much in for the Danube youth activities, and they will be supporting all the process coming up. So also thanks to the Slovenian presidency for staying on this topic. Okay, any other questions? Yes, third row.
Yeah, just a reflection as well. I'm Konstantin Ivanov from Global Water Partnership Central and Eastern Europe.
And we have been involved in working with youth in the Danube Basin for quite some time in relation to water management, river basin management. For example, we are together with the ICPDR working on the Danube Art Master, which is a competition for school children, involving them for many years to do their art activities. But we also organize a summer school, which is usually working on water management issues in the Danube Basin. For example, this year it was about the Tisa River and tackling pollution there, together with some other people that you can see these days at the forum. And also we are involved in intergenerational dialogues on water management, because we see that young people should be better represented in the water sector and have more opportunities for the future, which means that all these different initiatives that different organizations are doing, we should be actually getting together and trying to see what ways we have to connect and to build up better possibilities for the young people to be working in the auspices of the Danube strategy, not only from water management that we understand, but also from other perspectives, just to give them a chance for going forward with their ideas. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This is something very important that you are addressing now, and this is what we also heard. It's also about the involvement actually in the implementation, so the topics that we are dealing with, the challenges at the end of the day that the whole Danube region has been struggling with. And this is something which is very important also for you, the Danube Youth Council, to choose also your perspectives and to say what you want to work with. So what is the topics that you are interested in? And I can also report when we had the first meeting with the Danube Youth Council, we already had some young people saying, I'm interested in this and I would be working on this and that. So there will be a lot coming up, but I don't want to give too much info before. But this is also part of the process that we are starting now, and also what we were talking, Claudia and me, before. So it's also about the Danube strategy, the priority areas that also have to change, have to adapt, and also have to approach the young people. So to ask for their opinion. So this is a process that goes on both sides, and this is something that we'll be following up in the next years. Definitely we will also come back to you, as you are also working with the strategy. So yes, this is an important part of the process as well. I'm just looking at the time. I think we are over. Okay. So at this stage, I want to say thank you, and giving the word back to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Robert. Also, this one is for you. Thank you also for your point of view for the youth in the USDR, and also give an applause for our speakers for this panel discussion. So this was the parallel session number 2. Now we are heading for the lunch break, which is the 60 minutes. And then we set up here at 2 p.m. for the Emptying USDR into You programs and panel discussions. So take your time, take your coffee, eat, and we will see at 2 p.m. Thank you very much.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back here in the main stage, or at the main stage of the 11th EUSDR Forum. We are back. I hope you had a great lunch, not only you with us on site, but also you behind the YouTubes, live sessions. Welcome again.
We would like to welcome you back for the last but not least program of the 11th Annual Forum of the Danube strategy, and this will be the Emptying USDR into the You programs, and it will be a panel discussion.
Yes, and before we announce the speaker, the moderator for this event, I would like again to invite all of you on site to participate also in the Q&A. We have split this embedding session into 2 sub-sessions, so said, and after each sub-session there is going to be the Q&A for on-site participants, either via the microphone, so the direct way, or via Slido. The hashtag is EUSDR for all of you. And for the YouTube participants, please also use the live chat section. If you cannot comment and use the right things over there, just log in with your YouTube or Google account and you will be able to place a question right there.
So, David says it all. I would like to introduce and welcome Robert Lichtner, the coordinator of the Danube Strategy Point here at the stage, who will moderate this panel discussion.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for this great job you're doing. And it's the second year in a row, so if we are lucky, we see you next year as well. You have to talk to the Slovenians after that. So, warm welcome after the lunch. I hope you enjoyed it, and also to all our online viewers. I hope you also were able to get a bite, to get a lunch. And we are back now with, if you were here before, we were discussing about youth, and now we're getting into a bit more serious topic. So we'll be talking about embedding. And for those of you who were here before, we were also discussing about making the strategies a bit easier, a bit more understandable, and using, the KISS method, keep it short and simple. So let's try to be simple today, although it is not a simple topic, but we'll try to do that. So embedding, what it is, most of you who are here and have been working with the macro-regional strategies do know what it is. For all those of you who are watching us on YouTube, if I try to make it really easy and explain what embedding is about, it's basically about the question or the solution on how we can implement the strategy. So the strategy, the macro-regional strategy that we all work on, the task is here to get the projects done, to get all the work on the ground implemented. And for this, we need, obviously, money. So the question there is, how do we make the strategy to the project? So how do we implement it? So this is something, and all those of you who come up here, you can correct me if you have different definitions on this. Anyway, we have a great audience. As my colleagues already said, we will try to split you in two, and we will start with the first panel. I would like to welcome first speaker, Johan Magnusson. He is coming from the European Commission, DG Regional and Urban Policy, and he is responsible not only, but also for the Danube Region Strategy. Johan, come up, please. Our next speaker, Katharina Lenz, she works for the Danube Strategy Point, and Katharina works in Vienna, and she has been for the last two and a half years working very intensively with the embedding. You've been there for longer, but embedding has been a big part of your work in the last years. So please do join us on the podium as well. Katharina Lenz. Our next speaker, and someone who has been with the strategy since the very beginning, and if I may, don't be mad with me. That's what you say also. You were one of the dinosaurs of the strategy. So you know everything about the strategy, and I'm very happy that you have accepted the invitation. František Koločany, please come up to the podium, and while you're up, and get your applause. For those of you who don't know your function, I'll read it down. It's a transnational cooperation programs. You work for the Ministry of Investments, Regional Development and Informatization of the Slovak Republic. And you are also part of the NC team. You are part of the NC team, but you were also part of the presidency team last year. So you were also one of those who were preparing the presidency and also working with embedding a lot. So we are also happy to have you here. Our next guest is Imre Čelagovic. Yes, you are here. Imre, please join us on the stage as well. Applause for Imre, please. And Imre is the guy with the money. So when we talk about embedding, and again, I'm trying to make this a bit not that technical. So for all the projects, not all of them, but some of them, when the project beneficiaries look how to implement their projects, it's a Danube program to look up to, and we will be hearing from Imre also his reflections on the next programming period, and also on his thoughts on how the strategy can be better implemented in the future. And also I would like to invite to us up on the stage Andreea Strașinescu. She is here. She's also coming from the European Commission. Please welcome Andreea with us. And Andreea is also working for the Commission. She works for the DG Maritime Affairs and Fisheries, and she'll also have a great input on embedding today. Right. We also should be having, and I have so many of these papers. Yes, that one. We also have Ioana Mindru with us, another program, Managing Authority Romania, Serbia, dealing with Interreg IPA CBC program. And last but not least, I do hope, I'm looking at the screen now, we should be now joined also from Vienna with another colleague of mine, Nicole Hauder. She's working as the evaluation officer, and she will also give us some perspective on the monitoring and what it means when strategy gets implemented, projects get implemented, and what that means for the monitoring. So I don't see her, but I very hope that Nicole is with us today. Right, so we have a great podium with us today, and I will do it the way that I will give you the floor, and then we will also have the possibility to have questions. So we will start with Johan Magnusson, and Johan, I would like to ask you to give us an insight from DG Regio Commission's perspective on embedding of the strategy into the EU funds, and the floor is very much yours.
Well, thank you very much, Robert. This microphone works very well, possibly even too effective. You made a very nice definition, Robert, here of embedding the theme for this session. I would like to take it even one step further backwards and refer to the word cooperation. Because that's what it's all about, and that's basically why we are all here today in Košice. Now, and if you also remember, if you listened to our Commissioner, Elisa FERREIRA, yesterday, you heard that she said that we need more cooperation in Europe and not less, in particular, given the very, very difficult times that we are passing through right now. Cooperation is also a very important theme for cohesion policy. It has been in previous funding periods, but it is even more important in this funding period from 21 to 27, when we were preparing the legal framework for the new period. We asked our stakeholders, we said, what do you want to see? Which are the really key topics that you want to see in cohesion policy for the future? And then cooperation came out very, very high. I think it was number 3 or 2 on this kind of top 10 list that we got. And that is also why in the legislative framework for this period, we put cooperation as a top priority, and is something that all funding programs within cohesion policy have to deliver on. And when we talk about cooperation, obviously a very, very important tool for this that there are the 4 EU macro-regional strategies that we have, and Danube strategy is one of them. So that's like the background why this is so absolutely fantastically important. And we have this legal requirement. All programs must take this into account. They must open up for cooperation and for support for activities that fall within their areas, that fall within the macro-regional strategies that they cover. And I'm also very happy to say that we can see that a lot really has been done. And in particular, and now we are in the Danube region, and I really want to say and highlight that I feel that the work that was carried out on this topic, this embedding topic, and the way we have been working with that here in this strategy is, I think, an example to all, for all macro-regional strategies we have in Europe. I know very well that this has not been easy. This is a process, and we are all involved in that on all levels, but there has been a lot of work invested in this over the years in the Danube strategy. And we are very happy to see this, and we are looking forward to now, when we move from the programming phase into the implementation phase, to see and take this forward.
Thank you very much, Johan. Also, thanks for the appreciative words. And as I said at the beginning, you have been following the Danube, but also other macro-regional strategies very closely. So maybe from your point of view, what were the main changes or the advancement in the last years? And you know, there has been quite an intensive process on the embedding. So if you from the Commissioner, from your personal view as well, so what do you see the key points here for the future, how the embedding process was set up now?
Yeah. Well, I think, Robert, there is like one thing I want to say if we compare this, well, the new, as we say, the new funding period with the previous one, and that is that we can see that all types of programs, and in particular, what I now have in particular in mind is this like the national and regional programs funded by the regional fund, by the social fund. Those are the ones that I in particular have been looking at, and that I'm particularly well familiar with. When we look at them, we see that they have taken cooperation and the support to macro-regional strategies into account clearly to a higher degree than what we have seen before. So that's the good news, if you like. As I said kind of 2 seconds ago, this has not been an easy process. We know that, and we know that we are not living in a perfect world. But I still think, and I think we can be as honest as to say that there is progress in comparison to previous periods. So that's one thing. And the second thing I also want to say is that now we move into the implementation phase, and what will then be an absolute key issue is to monitor now how have these provisions that are now in these programs, how are they taken into account? In other words, how are they followed up on the ground?
Thanks. So the important part is just starting, so we're moving towards the implementation. And this is something that we will be clearly following throughout the next years. Thank you very much, Johan Magnusson. Right, and I was just thinking, because also I said it before, we're trying to get a bit more simpler, and my colleague Katarina will try to tell you a bit more about this embedding process and how the whole process moved out. And she will be talking about what you also see on the screen, or at least I see it down here, what we have called the EUSDR Embedding Week, which was an event where we try to get the managing authorities, priority area coordinators, so all the key stakeholders on board and talk to each other, and while thinking about this, making things easier. So it was something like a financial dialogue, we could call it, so something that everyone maybe understands a bit better. But Katarina will tell us much more about it.
Thank you very much, Robert, for the introduction. Yes, as also Johan just mentioned, the Embedding Week was one single piece, one puzzle piece in our embedding process and in the actions we are conducting during the embedding process. I would like to give you a short overview of the embedding process, where we do come from and where we do stand at the moment. In the very beginning, we asked the stakeholders of the strategy, namely the priority area coordinators, to narrow down the topics, the strategic topics that we have in the action plan, because 85 actions of the action plan would be really hard to utilize in the embedding process. So we asked them to make a more concise shortlist of transnational strategic topics that could be provided in a consolidated manner. And that could also be further used, for example, for Danube strategy flagships, as we announced them just several weeks ago. And in the further embedding process, we furthermore narrowed it down to so-called top 5 matchmaking topics. Those are strategic topics as well, where we just made a narrow counting of how many topics we have in different programs all over the Danube region, and the most counted topics were then used for further strategic implementation. Among these were, for example, climate change, green infrastructure, R&I, female entrepreneurship, risk management, mobility, and clusters. And we took these topics that we made out of the matchmaking, which are most nominated in the programs in the Danube region, and transformed them into the organization of 5 thematic workshops. And those were the ones that we had during the embedding week. It was in the framework of our managing authorities networks that we established before with IPA, NDC, ERDF, and ESF funds. Not ESF, IPA funds. The ESF network is already existing since 2015. And we also included the presidencies of the EUSDR, and we also included European Commission to support us here. This is how it looks like. We made 5 thematic meetings, workshops during our embedding week. As you can see, we also aligned them to the specific objectives on smarter Danube region, competitive Danube region, energy efficiency, resilient, and a greener Danube region. And we had very short sessions, about 2 hours a day, where we tackled the topics that were on our top 5 matchmakings and via the online platform Zoom. We had about 35 to 50 participants each day, so it was quite well visited. And we also had the European Commission here. We had programs here, for example, from operational programs, national programs. We also had mainstream programs here. We had contributions from non-EU countries as well, so we're looking into projects from non-EU countries, good practice examples. And to also cover the thematic side, of course, we were inviting our priority area coordinators to bring in the stakeholder side and also what is already implemented within the strategy. This is how it looked like in the review. We had many presentations on how to make useful links and further read. So, for example, if you will download it here, you can find additional information, presentations held, and we also have made a review booklet out of it, if you're interested to download it. We summarized the discussions and the main findings of all 5 days, and we also made a complement of the embedding tools that are listed on our website as well. So if you would like to follow us in this respect, I put the links here on the slide if you receive them later. You can download our booklet. And I'll be happy to answer your questions now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Katarina. And I think at this stage we should also say thank you to everyone who was contributing to this process, because this is something, and Johan, you also said it, that this was quite a long and extensive process. And what we have tried on the strategy side was to involve as many stakeholders as possible from as many as possible stakeholder groups. So this was something which was very important also for the success of the whole embedding exercise. So to have the programs there, to have the managing authorities there, to have the priority area coordinators, and to have as many those here who will then do the implementation, because at the end of the day, the implementation is with the stakeholders to be able to implement what we have agreed upon. And I think this is, again, thanks to everyone who was contributing here. And also, as Johan said, it's about cooperation, about getting together, thinking together, and preparing actions together. So, but Katarina, I'm sure you can give us also a small outlook on what's going to happen as the next step. So what are we up to in the next months?
Yes, so during the embedding week, we realized that the money is there, funding is available, and we saw the contributions from European Commission blind DGs from the mainstream programs, what is available in the region. We saw the contributions from operational programs, national-wise, what amounts of money are available within the countries. And we saw thematically-wise, with the revision of the action plan that priority area coordinators are implementing, that the topics are there, and that they are already adhering to the greater strategies like the European Green Deal, for example. What is still missing a bit is making the real links between the funding being available and the stakeholders to implement it, and bringing especially the stakeholders and the funding together. And I think there are further parts where we can step in, where maybe capacity building is needed, where more exchange and communication is needed to make really these links between stakeholders and the funding available.
Okay, thank you very much, Katarina Lenz. Right, moving to the next one, František Koločany. And František, you have during the Slovak presidency, and this is also again also to demonstrate this process of embedding, which is not something that just happens in 2 months. And we remember on the strategy side, we had Croatian presidency starting with the process, and the Slovak presidency from the last year was very, very active and very supportive in this process. So by giving you the floor, I would like to also ask you on the perspective of the former and actually also kind of this year's presidency when you supported Ukraine as well, and thank you for that once again. What was your take from the whole embedding process, and what were also the learnings on the Slovak side?
Thank you very much, Robert. When speaking about the embedding, I think that we should mention or say a couple of words what had been done at the beginning, because the embedding didn't fall from the heaven. First of all, when the strategy was being defined some 12 years ago, you know all these 3 no's principles. I will not repeat it, but anyway, we realized that without tangible projects, the macro-regional strategy will not reach any success. We know that we have some limited money, but still a rather huge amount of money in cohesion policy funds, and when we started speaking about the embedding, we realized that we have to concentrate on these cohesion policy funds. In the Danube strategy, this process, I think, started during Croatian presidency, when there was formulated the basic document how we should come to topics which should be part of the embedding process based on this document. You know that during the Croatian presidency, a revised action plan was adopted specifying 85 or 87? 85. 85 yes. Actions, which is a very broad spectrum of activities and priorities. And you know, if you have a lot of priorities, you have no priority. But on the other hand, you have to realize that the Danube strategy has 12 priority areas, so it's a really very broad spectrum initiative. But anyway, we agreed that we will concentrate on 36 so-called short list topics out of these 85 actions. And these 36 shortlist topics were formulated or defined together with priority area coordinators. Afterwards, during the Slovak presidency, we were thinking over how to help the managing authorities to carry out the embedding, because at the end of the day, it will be the managing authorities, especially of the nation, the big national mainstream programs, which will have to do the embedding itself. So we formulated, many of you remember, so-called from words to actions as a discussion paper where we outlined some a kind of set of concrete particular tools how to make embedding on the level of managing authority. That means we drafted how to, for example, incorporate objectives of the Danube strategy into standard calls. We drafted so-called synergy capitalization calls to be launched for projects which would build on previous projects, for example, in transnational programs. Then we mentioned so-called
synchronized calls.
Oh, thank you very much. Synchronized calls, which means calls to be launched in a number of countries at the same time, focused on the same objectives, leading to a set of projects with similar impact. We also mentioned there the possibility resulted from the current European legislation, which is implementation of actions outside the territory of particular country, because this is really maybe the most complicated, but the most wanted or desirable actions, because implementation of macro-regional strategy cannot be implemented as a set of particular actions, isolated, implemented in different individual countries. We have to use even these national programs to promote transnational or macro-regional cooperation. So, and after this, we came to on the national level in Slovakia. We came to an idea how to help our managing authority, and we prepared a so-called matchmaking exercise, which was quite a simple Excel sheet where we put on one row, we put those 36 shortlist topics from the action plan. The second row, we identified objectives and actions from the draft of the partnership agreement and the operational program. We have a single operational program, Slovakia, covering the whole 5 policy objectives of the European legislation. And afterwards, we even put another row where we put objectives and actions from RIS3 strategy. And this resulted in an identification of overlappings in thematic overlappings between the Danube strategy, program Slovakia, and RIS3 strategy, and these we hope helped then the managing authority people to identify those areas of actions with a real contribution to the Danube strategy in Slovakia.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, František. Very comprehensive and detailed overview, and I think this is one of the key points that you mentioned. When you referred to the previous presidency, Croatian presidency, then Slovak presidency who took over, and also Ukrainian presidency who also took over this process, and you were very closely working there within the trio presidency. So to have a streamlined information to also provide and to support this process. Again, this is not something that just takes 2 weeks or 2 months and then it's done. So, and this is now the question from your perspective. So what do you think, what is crucial now for the sustainability of this process? So what needs to be done after your also long-lasting experience within the strategy? What are the necessary key points to keep up in the next period to be done?
I would say that the absolute necessity for the future is kind of twofold. It's a close cooperation, and I underline twice the word close cooperation with managing authorities, because as I have already mentioned, managing authorities will be those bodies responsible for the implementation of the objectives of the Danube strategy, because they will prepare calls, they will approve projects, and we can cooperate with them, but the national coordinators of the Danube strategy usually, at least in my country, do not have a real form of power to somehow force them or push them to somewhere. So the close cooperation with the managing authority will be crucial. And here I would like to demonstrate how important and how difficult this will be. I was talking to one of my colleagues in one line ministry, I will not mention which one. I know the lady for, I guess, 30 years, because I'm not only dinosaurs in Danube strategy, but in state administration in Slovakia as well. So, this lady is responsible for one area of the operational program, and we were talking more or less informally about the possibility of using this article allowing for the implementation of actions outside the territory of the particular country. And she told me, no, I will not use a single euro outside the territory of Slovakia, because, you know, we have our obligations to fulfill, and we have limited money, and I have to concentrate on these tasks and these obligations in our managing authority. If you want to carry out some activities outside the territory, you have cross-border programs. So I want to demonstrate by saying this how important will be to overcome these national and sectoral boundaries in our heads. Because if we do that, if one country does that and the others will not, it will not work. But if each country will exceed these national boundaries, then we will get a real macro-regional cooperation and real macro-regional results. Thank you.
What a great summary. František Koločany. Applause, please. Yeah, so as you say, this really transnational approach is the key, as you said, and the constant exchange and the work with the managing authorities. And this is also Katarina was referring to this. The work that has been done within the networks of the managing authorities. This is also something very important that will also keep on working in the next years and next months definitely, and hopefully next years as well. So here to get all the stakeholders having this discussion, and František, what you said with the Article 63, I think this will also be in the next panel a topic that we will discuss here. When we talk about non-EU countries. And one thing I would also like to remind us about is that within the whole process, there was no difference made between EU and non-EU countries. So within the strategy, it was all 14 countries who were actually working on this embedding process. Never mind if it was ERDF, CF, IPA, NDK. So the whole process was very comprehensive, and we've tried together with the presidencies also to work on this process in a very, very inclusive manner. But moving from the very national view, as you mentioned this, towards a transnational view, and with the Danube Region program, I think I learned this from someone from the Commission. They said they are the natural allies of the macro-regional strategies. And the Danube Region program is also part of the governance of the Danube Region strategy. So I'm inviting now Imre Čelagović, and looking very much forward to your thoughts on the topic.
Thank you very much. Yes, we are an easy partner, a natural partner of the strategy. Also because, of course, you know that we are already working on the international project development and financing for 25 years in the region. And I mean, time to time we have to change it, and the development of the strategy also helping us to put a program in more strategic level, which is really substantial. Still, first of all, I would like to have a remark on what you said at the beginning. It is a nice opening that you said that it is Imre with the money. So I would like to have 2 comments on this. First of all, because I think it's important for discussion. First of all, like representing a managing authority, we are basically implementing. Of course, implementation is a bit wider, not only to run Excel sheets, whatever. It is much more technical, much more professional work. But it's still we're implementing what is agreed in European level and with the member states or the partner states. So we are implementing it, and it's very important for the discussion, also the embedding. And the second point, I think, it is, although of course we have our funds and our projects are always around, and we are very happy to see that our projects are also shown in several documentation and whatever of the strategy. So for us, it's a good promotion, we like any time. But still, for the challenge of the strategy is not to have the new project inside, because it's naturally there. The challenge is, and I think we have to highlight very much, and I think it's also the future, that to have other projects there, the mainstream programs, which is less natural to embed, but they are the ones who make substantial change. Then your project itself will not change too much. So that's the point. I think we still think that our program is good and important, but I think we are not the major. We are an important partner of the strategy, but we are not the one who can change the situation. And we are helping, but we cannot change the thing. I think it's important. As we are a different partner, I would put maybe our experience a bit important also for the embedding process in general, because we have some observation, some positive observation about the involvement of the strategy. So we did a bit differently because we are natural partners, so we know all the partners, and we are naturally working with the priority area coordinators and the steering groups. So basically, the main step of the embedding was the strategic involvement of the strategy into our program strategy. This looks funny, but in reality, the EU programs has a strategy itself. So, and we have a difference between the Danube strategy and the Danube program. The Danube strategy, it has an action plan, which is a political framework, an agreement between members that they would like to do. And it's fairly sectoral, which is fine because most program is sectoral. And we have a Danube program, which is a territorial program, which is focusing on the territory, much more looking for a multi-sectoral approach. And although we are covering the same area, we have a bit different scope. We are much more narrow, so we are not supporting everything what the strategy is doing, but we are supporting almost each area, some substantial territorial projects. So we have a part of this story. And the way as we did in the programming, which the main type of the embedding was that first we did a territorial strategy. So it was we had a big analysis, receiving a lot of information and data from the member states and the partner states, even some partner states, external countries special, because there was not enough data. They did their own research to get the data, even for labor market at local level or whatever, which was very important to design the program. Based on this, we have an overall territorial strategy, which was even not, at the beginning, not looking at what is in the regulation. And then we checked the EU regulation. We said that what is the framework of the EU funding, that we use this information, and then also we check what is transnational, what important elements of the EU regulation as transnational elements, and then we made a kind of plan, what we are going to finance. And when we have this plan, we started to discuss with the member states, and all the process has been discussed with the member states, and then we had several layers of consultation, but the most starting point, we were also involved. We have two basically stakeholder groups. One, the territorial players from the member states, the partner states, including regional and national level, and then also the strategy, where we had a very good matrix of the sectoral ministries for each priority area in the steering groups. So we use the table plus the priority areas, and then we have the consultation. We have a very good response rate from the strategy stakeholders. It was like over 40%, which is very good, and more than what we generally got from regional partners. So then we embedded their comments. We even discussed with some of them, especially with priority coordinators. So they influenced and they substantially changed, or at least specify or approach a strategic level. And then it's already embedded in some way to the strategy, because at least in the framework we are working, then the strategy had a major role, or an important role to do it. And then, of course, we developed the program, we discussed member states, there was also some other possibility to comment by the strategy, and that's it. So this is the program which is already have more or less in line with the strategy by the involvement of the strategy itself. Then the second, it is going to be implementation, where it's a bit easier because anyway, all projects are naturally, all of them, or almost all of them, is supporting the strategy. We have some selection criteria where we are analyzing the link to the EU policies. Among the EU policies, the major points or major weight is for the Danube strategy. So we have a kind of points for the selection as well, which is not changing a major way because more or less all the projects are quite in line with the strategy. So this is not changing very much the selection, but anyway, we have this point also there. So overall, this is how we are doing it. Of course, it's different as a program. We have a different possibility to cope with. Still, I think there are 2 or 3 maybe important points. Also, we know some mainstream programs. Often they're asking us about the new strategy because they know the new program and they even sometimes mixing up. So we have to. And I think one of the most important things is that. Which is, I think you understand all, but I think we have to have a more awareness that the new strategy is a policy platform. And this policy platform should be strengthened, this role in the policies, which should be embedded by the member states. And then this embedding, hopefully it has happened because, you know, I don't know how is the result, but we'll see, it happened in this programming period more than before. But even later, of course, there will be a lot of possibility to more discuss the things strategically, because for a managing authority, or for a program, I would say more member states, not managing authority, it's easier, and this is the way how they can embed transnational issues if they agree with the countries together strategically, and it has some reasoning, and then they can implement it. So it is not so much going in the implementation level, it should come in a higher level. I think then they would better understand. If you came more at the implementation level, they have their own niche, they all stakeholders, they all procedures, and then they all write, and then this is more difficult. I think it comes higher level with the acceptance of the member states, and it is easier. This is my observation. I'm not sure that I'm right, but this is what we see. The second, I think this embedding is a very important process. I think one of the key aspects of the strategy. I think everything what we are doing, including the program and everything, I think we need more critical elements in the process to understand that which parts are not working well, parts not working well. I think in the last 10 years, it's a global, I think everywhere, I think we are losing the critical elements. We are much more communicating and less trying to discuss clearly what is working well, what is not working well. I don't have suggestion that some part is working not well, but I'm sure that it would be better if some elements would be strengthened and others are put back. And then you need, I think, a more clear critical approach. It's not like blaming on that is not a good instrument or whatever. It's more like to try to find a way how to improve it. I think it's also related to our program, or all EU funding, or everything what we are doing, that I think we need less communication and more substantial work on technical level, which needs a critical approach. I think this could change the things, and it's only way we can change the things to be a bit more critical. But again, it's not, I have nothing against of this case. I think it went very well. Still, I'm sure, even I cannot tell you what are the problematic parts because not so much involved. Just, I have the feeling, even especially in the past, that you have to be selective and to understand better what is really the main line and how you should go. And it's just a kind of observation. So again, it was not based on any analysis. So I'm reserved with this point that I wanted to say something, which is, I think, my view. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Imre Čelagovic. Imre, thank you for pointing this out. And I think one of the key elements, as you also said, if we talk about the relation between the strategy and the program, as you said, now the program is basically aligned with the strategy, so we are the core here on the very strategic level, and the cooperation also between the strategy and the program is important and has been working very well also within this whole embedding process. I think that what you said, this critical elements and this discussion within the streamlining, this is what was at least tried in the process. Also, what we heard from the previous speakers, to try to streamline, to try to align. But I think I know where the notion goes to, and I think that this is something that we can take up for the future and see how this process can be streamlined. But if you have some concrete ideas how this, let's say, this critical discussion can work, I think that everyone in the strategy is very happy to take this up.
So I think the critical discussion is also something that needs good consideration and understanding. So I don't see that we should be critical just to be critical, but I see that what I already mentioned at the beginning, what I said, I think this is also critical. Even from our program, we are expecting more policy level input from the strategy and less technical level, because the technical level we know exactly what we are doing, and eventually sometimes it's disturbing to have to say that, oh, this is a priority, which we don't, if it's not based on analysis or some kind of justification, for us it is meaningless, and we would have a reservation about it, like a program, because we have to spend effectively the money. But if you come with a higher level agreement, because we don't have the capacity to understanding often, and there are a lot of frameworks running already under strategy, and then also member states participating, and also so for which are the mainstream areas, we have also changes, for example. The COVID also changed a lot of things. Also, this war also changed a lot of things. So, this energy crisis and a lot of things changing. And member states should react on this. And then when they are reacting, they should come in a more transnational level kind of policy framework. What eventually the member states in our program can also embed into the implementation. The program is not only at the level of the program strategy, which is done, and it's not going to be changed probably, but at least also how to run the calls, how to do it. So this input could be important for us, and then we can also do it in run. But I think the critical point is not tell us what to do in our program, but tell us what the member states would like to, the partner states would like to do in the region, what is changing, and try to embed our program, also involve us to translate your objectives, and then to involve other programs to translate their objectives, because it's different, and then you have the whole portfolio. Do it higher level. Think this is what I think it, at least from my perspective or perspective, it would be. But so it's a critical element. I think the strategy should not be a super program, should be a policy platform, and this is what this is the critical element.
Thank you.
At the moment, but I mean, if I have some point, I will tell you anyway. So you know me.
I know you will. Yeah. So asking for more strategic-driven policy recommendations, questions towards the program on a very, very high level. Okay, thank you very much, Imre Čalagovic. And with this, yes, please. And Imre, you also said this, that the Danube region program clearly cannot finance the whole strategy, so the whole objectives, and this is also the very core of the discussion that we have been going through in the last years. And the question is here, which other programs, which other financial sources can the strategy find here? So about this, pooling resources, getting other programs, and as František was referring to, national programs, regional programs, centrally managed programs. This is exactly then the question, what else can be done? So where is the financial sources that we can get to the strategy to implement the goals? And for this, we have with us, very glad to have with us today, Andreea Stracinescu. You will have a presentation, yes you will, and looking very much forward to give you also one example on how this pooling of resources works and what the DG Mare actually has for the Danube region strategy. The floor is yours, Andreea.
Thank you very much, and it's, I would say, in the continuation of what I presented yesterday and in linked to what the previous speakers mentioned. I think we are doing beautiful things for the Danube. It's how we bring all of this together. We support each other and we support the strategy in order to implement its objectives. If I can move the slides.
Maybe let me try. It's probably...
Okay, perfect. Okay. Sorry. So I presented yesterday the mission lighthouses and the fact that we have one clearly identified for the Danube. Why I'm coming back to this? I said that all the objectives of the mission, the three of them, restoration, biodiversity, pollution, and decarbonization, are valid for all of this. And in the work program of Horizon Europe, we had already the call 2021, for which the projects are going to be signed quite soon at the end of this year. So the call is closed, but what is coming and it's important and could be relevant is that all the projects that are going to be supported, which are innovation action in the research language, these are pilot and demonstration projects, they are requested to select at least 5 associated regions situated elsewhere than when the project is taking place. So let's take pollution in Mediterranean. They have to work, so it's not only Mediterranean, but are all the rivers going to Mediterranean. They have to attract regions from elsewhere than Mediterranean to work on pollution projects. Then Baltic and North Sea, working on the decarbonization, they have to go elsewhere. So there is an opportunity here for the regions that they want to engage in these projects, because it's the idea of the capacity building, looking at how concrete solutions are implemented and then to be put in practice. This is the first angle. And the second one, the call 2022 already, it's closed as well, will publish the call 2023. And here comes the beauty of maybe attracting funding, because you have already a strategy. And at the level of the Danube regions, if this is ready, I would say, to be moved to the next step and finding the right partners, you can have access to finance in terms of demonstration projects for the region. So you can be involved. The size of the projects that we have, the demonstration one, it's around 8.59 million per project. So with the right partners to implement and to see how you can demonstrate these solutions. So it's the angle on one side, associated regions, and for this, as we discussed, maybe with the management authorities and the ones interested, we can explain this and we can collect the interest of the ones that are interested to participate into this. And the second, it's involvement in project. It's Horizon Europe money, so not only for the EU regions, but for all countries that are associated to Horizon Europe. So what you have in the Danube strategy, everybody is eligible. This is briefly what I mentioned and what is going to come here. So in December, and Info Day is going to take place for this on 1st of February. But once the work program is published, already you can get in contact with us if you are interested. And of course, letting us know what is your interest and what type of partners you would need to have. As well, the projects from the work program 2021, when they are going to be signed, they are going to be public. So I invite you to have a look and to see what are the solutions that are there demonstrated. And maybe it could be something interesting for you. Again, I'm coming back to the charter, because registering to the charter gives you also the opportunity to get involved in the community, where the financing angle also is going to be addressed. So if you have already an elements from the strategies and you are looking for financing, come as well and let us know for how much you are looking and what exactly specific to the 3 objectives of the mission you are interested to work on. So again, these are the elements. And a second one, it's Blue Invest. Blue Invest, it's functioning based on the European Maritime Fisheries and Aquaculture Fund, which is not looking at the ocean and fisheries, is looking at everything which is blue economy, and blue economy can be done also in the landlocked countries, but also everything which is related to a river. It functions as ERDF, and we have here 2 angles. So first of all, there is a technical assistance, which goes only to the countries that are part of the European Union, but then is the investment angle, which is broader. So it's about supporting innovation, supporting ideas, supporting startups, supporting scale-ups. So moving from this to the market. We offer, as I said, a technical assistance, and we work with all the ones interested. I saw previously project pipeline, Katarina mentioned. We have as well a project pipeline. So if you are looking for financing, I invite you to register your project in the project pipeline. We work, as I said, as well with investors. Investors that are looking to good ideas in which they can invest money for everything which is related, I would say, to water. Sometimes pollution can also bring a business model if what is collected can be recycled, but also restoration of the ecosystem, freshwater ecosystem, if linked to tourism. Just come in and bring us your ideas. So these are the information. We have a European Maritime Forum where all the information about financing is available. And you can see a little bit what is the distribution of the sectors that we are covering. And it's quite broad, and in the same time goes quite well to some of the priorities that were previously mentioned. Now, this Blue Invest already attracted from the investment angle the attention before the current MFAF, European Maritime Fisheries and Aquaculture Fund. So we have already a collaboration from the FC financing, and 100 million were invested in funds that currently they have available, 300 million to be invested by 2026 in good ideas. So really these are opportunities, and if you are in link with the ones that are mature enough and looking for financing, 300 millions are available. Now, for the next period of 7 years, we are moving even broader. We work together with EIF, and now 500 million is going to generate 1.5 billion available to be invested. So it's something that is growing, but in the same time, of course, we need to look in all European Union regions and even outside, which are relevant, of course, and to be certain that this money is wisely invested. Why I'm saying outside is that through InvestEU, they can go even outside European Union. The majority has to be invested in the EU, but they can go even outside. We have as well, and we work in order to match what is happening and the level of the industrial development of the sectors with investors. So we have different activities. We are looking also for different fairs, industrial ones, where we can bring this together, investors, and also seeing what is the innovation that is looking for investments. Yesterday and the day before, an event took place in Barcelona. But, and just to give you an idea a little bit on how we are going to work, algae, do not forget, I mean, you have as well the developments of microalgae that can be done as something which a very high profit margin that can be done even inland, because pharmaceuticals and also pharmaceuticals and food industry, they are looking for high quality products. Now, what we are missing here, we were in Varna, but if there are interesting developments in terms of maybe events that which we can join forces along the Danube, please let us know. We have availabilities for the end of next year, and until then, of course, we can build together. We have the Blue Invest Day as well that is going to come next year. And on 7th of February, we have the Mission Ocean events in Brussels. So I think it's plenty of probably the possibilities for collaboration. It's for sure, it was probably a first introduction to the topic, but we'll be more than happy to continue the collaboration and to work together. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Andrea. A lot of cool stuff going on. That's really, really, really cool. So what we also discussed a bit before the event. And I think this is especially relevant for the environmental pillar in the Danube strategy, but not only. There is much more that you offer. So for all those of you watching either here or online, as you said, they can contact you directly. And we're also discussing whether we can plan something together already to get an online event, maybe even this year already, so that you can inform and we can go more into a discussion there and that you can present a bit more into depth rather than 5 minutes that you had now. And then we would also involve the managing authorities, the priority area coordinators, so to get the stakeholders again together and so that we can continue exactly as you said, František, there is money around. We just need to get it and we need to align the strategy with the financial possibilities. So once again, thank you very much. Thank you. Applause, a round of applause, please. I'm so sorry, I really have to look at the watch because we still have to change the panel. So we will be moving now to our next speaker, and that is Nicole Hauder. She is the evaluation officer at the Danube Strategy Point. And we heard this already, no, I'm so sorry. I just have too many papers here, so I'm sorry. Taking this back, and Nicole, you can still wait another 10 minutes at least. We are moving to the next program. Sorry again. We have Ioana Mindru with us, and we are moving now also to a cross-border program. And we had cross-border programs also part of the Managing Authorities Network, and you were also working within the embedding process there. And you are dealing with Romania-Serbia Interreg IPA CBC program, and this is something, as already mentioned by the other speakers, is that the non-EU countries, especially West Balkan countries, are very important also within this process. So very much looking forward to your thoughts. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Robert. I will try to keep it short and simple. First, I would like to make a quick summary of what we have been doing so far. We are contributing to the European Union strategy for Danube region even from 2007-2013 programming period, as we were the first European Territorial Cooperation Program to launch a dedicated call for the EUSDR. Within our priority axis 2, environment and emergency preparedness, we had 6 projects selected and successfully implemented. And I can say that it was a very appreciated initiative. We continue in 14-20 programming period with further contribute to the strategy by encouraging our projects to contribute by awarding them more points in evaluation for those which were proving their contribution to the implementation of EUSDR. For the current programming period, we went even more in depth and we did a correspondence table between the EUSDR pillars and the objectives to be financed. And also we continue the practices from the previous programming periods by awarding more points for the projects which we will contribute to the strategy. We are currently we recently launched our first call for proposal and have a busy period with info days for beneficiaries and encouraging them to submit projects to contribute to the EU strategies and keep up the good work they had done in previous programming periods with the cooperation network established between local, regional authorities, NGOs, academic institutions, research institutions, and even improve and further develop for those networks in the region.
Thank you very much. So the cooperation and the networks, there was also the point here within this whole embedding process. And as I said before, you were also a member and part of this embedding process, also being part of the managing authorities networks. And maybe if I may, so if you have any recommendations, because you have been following up this process as well, and I know that especially your program was very active in within this whole process. So what were also your learnings when you were part of this network and getting in touch with the priority area coordinators, like listening what the strategy has to offer? So do you have any concrete learnings from a program part side of the whole process?
Of course, being part of the network has the big benefit for our program, because we were able to share experience, to see how the other programs are dealing with the embedding process, to share experience and best practices. I think that it's also a good way to find joint solutions for our projects to further build on the project results, to use capitalization as a tool from previous programming periods, results of the projects, to help them create synergies and complementarities, and of course all contribute to the program area and the Danube strategy region.
Okay, thank you very much. Ioana Mindru, a round of applause, please. And now moving, Nicole, to you. We are moving to the last part of the first session on the plenum. And as I said before, as I started to say before, as also the question was within this whole process was how do we monitor the outcomes of the embedding process. Clearly, as we heard, we are now at the end of the programming period, and now we are moving towards the implementation. So all the programs have their calls started. Many of them have started the calls, further calls are coming, and also part of this whole embedding process within the Danube region strategy was to think and to propose also tools on how this will be done. And Nicole, I do see you on my screen already, so you are ready, and I'm very much looking forward to your input on monitoring of the embedding process. Floor is yours.
Thank you, Robert, and hello to everybody also from my side. But I can talk a bit more about the monitoring later as well. But first I was asked to talk a bit about the flagships. And as sad as I am to be not there with you physically on the panel, I am very honored to present you some clear and very concrete results of the embedding, which I will do as already mentioned in the form of the so-called Danube strategy flagships, which are a new tool in the EUSDR. After an extensive process via the last months, we have published a guidance paper for identifying and listing Danube strategy flagships earlier this year. Based on that, the priority area coordinators have identified their flagships between 1 and 3 in each priority area. And just a few weeks ago, we published the list of flagships for this year, 2022. I am going to share my presentation and give you a quick definition and some examples of flagships. So flagships are projects or also processes that contribute to the implementation of the EUSDR. So they have a clear contribution to the action plan. They have a clear macro-regional dimension. This means also an impact in more than just one country, and a multi-level governance approach. So stakeholders from different levels are being involved. The flagships are a communication tool to strengthen internal and external communication of the strategy and show and make visible the actions, the targets of the strategy, and also exemplarily some results. The structure is very open, so it can be projects, but also a process, a network, a platform, etc. They can be either in planning phase or ongoing or already completed projects. And as for funding, embedding is the key. Before I come to some examples, I just want to show you this word cloud, which is statistically not correct, but just to show the variety of different funding sources that have been used by the flagships 2022. So the Danube Transnational Program is the funding source that's the most prominent, so to say, either via the PAC projects or through other projects. We also have Interreg Central Europe or cross-border programs like Slovakia, Austria, or Slovakia, Hungary. Some centrally managed program, Horizon, Life, Erasmus, and many other public, private, national fundings, etc. Now I'm coming to the examples that you all are waiting for. The first one is a project that is going to start soon. It's called SUSTENS, and it is about sustainable public transport solutions in Central Europe. Another example is enhancing hydrogen economy in the EUSDR. So this flagship is still in planning phase. And potential funding is Horizon Europe, Life Clean Energy, Connecting Europe Facility, or Interreg transnational programs. Then there is a flagship process on adaptation to climate change. Within this process, PA4 supports actions in which water availability and quality are key issues to climate change adaptation. And within this ongoing process, also international projects are being supported. And you can read on the slide different projects, and they were financed also by different programs, like the Interreg Central Europe, the Danube Transnational Program, Horizon 2020, and LIFE. Then we have the Western Balkans Information Hub. It's an ongoing project, Horizon Europe project policy answers, with many different tools to support a better integration of the Western Balkans into the European research area. An example of PA9 and PA10 is the ESF Managing Authorities in network in the Danube region, also supporting the embedding progress. And yes, it's a platform to facilitate exchange between the managing authorities, the respective priority areas, and the European Commission and other relevant stakeholders. And last but not least, an already completed project from PA11 that focused on international cooperation in the field of detecting illegal drugs. This was funded by the EU Internal Security Fund and the Police of the Czech Republic. Obviously, 5 minutes are not enough to give you a just and detailed overview, so I invite everybody of you to go on the website and have a look at the entire list of flagships and see yourself what has been done or will be done, hopefully soon.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Nicole Hauder, a round of applause, please. So thank you also, Nicole, for presenting some concrete examples, because I think that makes things much easier, understandable, what we talk in a very, very theoretical level. And we could see also the links, Andrea, what you were talking before, and obviously all eyes are always up on you, Imre, and Ioana as well, when we talk about funding. So we're going to stay on this. Nicole, maybe, and again, I'm really sorry, as you said it also, there is not enough time in 5 minutes to give us an overview of the whole process, but I really do invite you, come to the website of EUSDR, and there you can see all the flagships. We have all the information there, so for all of you who have the interest, please do visit us at the website. And Nicole, I know it's difficult, but do try give us a really short overview on the monitoring of the embedding process. Thank you.
Yes, I will try to, as you said, keep it short and simple. we again have to separate between the programming phase and the implementation phase. When we talk about the programming phase, so what is actually written in the programming documents, as we have heard before also from Johan, the European Commission is checking the legal requirements and is doing a monitoring of the programs. So we will also receive here some kind of report from the European Commission that will be very helpful to us. In addition, we have some good practice examples that we have heard from different programs, either via the Managing Authorities Network, or also some examples from our national coordinators. When we talk about the implementation phase, so when it comes about really projects being implemented, then we have other challenges that we have different information sources that we have to bring together. We can monitor the calls that are relevant for the EUSDR via the online tool EuroAccess. Then we have the monitoring system of the EUSDR, where the priority area coordinators report on their achievements and developments in the priority areas. And there is also a section or a question on projects. So they report about concrete projects, including funding source, budget, etc. So we do have the most relevant projects. However, the priority area coordinators cannot be aware of all the projects that are contributing to the EUSDR in one way or another. So we really need the support also of the programs, of the programming and managing authorities and their monitoring systems. Either they can, for instance, label macro-regional projects in their system, or as we have heard as an example before, to give extra points in the evaluation of projects, which is then kind of an automatic labeling as well. And yeah, in addition, we will of course keep track of any program evaluations at a later stage or whatever is available from the European Commission, etc. But here, yeah, this will be the next step, and some more discussions, mainly with the programs, will be necessary here.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Nicole. And you managed to go by KISS, keep it short and simple. Thank you very much, Nicole Halder. And with this, we are coming to an end of the first session, and I'm looking at my watch. We have to hurry up. So thanks for all the speakers. Thank you very much. You can, the applause is all yours, yes. And while you go down, I will be welcoming our next speakers. We have online with us, live from Belgrade, I do see you already on the screen, Ivana Davidovic is the head of the transnational programs and macro-regional strategies at the Ministry of EU Integration in the Republic of Serbia. We have with us here, please join us on the podium, Besiana Ninka. She is coming from Interact office in Vienna. We will also have with us on site, I do see you. Do I see you? Not really with all this. Oh, you are here, Ihor. Great to have you back again. Ihor KORKHOVYI, the Vice Minister from the Ministry of Communities and Territories Development of Ukraine. It's terrible. It's a very long one. But you are the national coordinator and you're the presidency. That's important. So we have Ihor with us today as well. And we also have online with us Bojan Vujovic from the European Integration Office from the government of Montenegro. So let's do a collective applause for everyone here and online. Right, so moving up, we start with you, Ivana, and as you have heard before, we've been recapping and also discussing a bit the whole embedding process, and we heard that also within the embedding process, the embedding and the involvement of all non-EU countries is especially important within the whole strategy. So my question and my request to you would be to give us an overview from the Serbian experience within the embedding process, and also touch a bit upon the capitalization topic. So the floor is yours, Ivana.
Thank you, Robert, and hello, everyone.
Dear colleagues, thank you for the invitation, and I really wish I could have been with you there. I will definitely pay Košice a visit because I'm hearing amazing impressions. What you mentioned, Robert, the fact that the EU countries are participating in an equal way is an advantage of the Danube strategy. I wanted to give you some information about what we have done until now and what are some ideas for next steps in the context of the Danube strategy, and to show that we have many regional initiatives as well, and in a way a regional approach for some of the topics for programming and funding. So we have to find a very good niche for the Danube strategy to show its added value. The next slide, please. And one more. Thank you. This is just to show you that we have an advantage of having both of the functions for coordination of the macro-regional strategies and for the programming of IPA, both at national level, regional level, and as well as the CBC and transnational programs. This should, of course, make it easier, but we have to say that the contracting is done elsewhere. There is a very strategic drive by the delegation and DG NEAR, and we have many line ministries, so very complex consultations. Next slide, please. And in this whole process, we have found a place for the macro-regional strategies. We have both seen them embedded on the Commission side, and we are very grateful for DG Regio for really pursuing this goal of including cooperation in all possible initiatives. And I think we will definitely see some benefits in the near future from this. And we have DG NEAR as a good partner who is really showing interest in these types of frameworks. We also have the strategic response, which Serbia has prepared and describes all the priorities that we consider are important in the context of IPA financing. And of course, we have the Interreg programs that have been aligned with the strategy and the IPARD program. Next slide, please. This is to show you how the alignment has basically occurred. We have here grants and loans, but just for ease of reference, we've organized this into the windows. These are the IPA windows that are supported, and these are the priorities that the Danube strategy has found as relevant for cooperation. We can see that all of the priority areas are covered and most of the priority actions. This is for windows 1 and 2. The next slide, please, shows the window 3. You can see, of course, a lot of text, which means the topics are really broad and many, and the funding is the biggest in this window. And next slide is windows 4 and window 5. Next slide. As mentioned in the beginning, we have topics that are tackled regionally. We have many agendas, initiatives by the EU, and many funding instruments at regional level. And as the cornerstone of this new period and the green agenda mainly is the economic and investment plan, which really encourages also the connection of the region with the EU. Next slide. This is just an illustration of the many initiatives that we have and that Serbia needs to look into or wants to look into when programming. Next slide.
So the Danube strategy in all this needs to find the niche, and we think that the fact that we have a very defined geographical area with defined needs is important. We have the two policies meeting in this area, cohesion and enlargement, and we have the variety of partners from all levels of governance that participate in the strategy. And we do need these solutions and methodologies and policy change that the strategy actually creates. Next slide. As we saw, we have the references in the documents. The question is how to proceed with the actual coordination of the national programs, which is possible, and the financing of transnational activities. We have seen that EU member states have the possibility to fund a part of the actions outside of their territory, which are supported from ERDF, but for IPA countries, this is not the case. So this is a challenge, and also the fact that joint calls may be limited in terms of just the grant schemes that we have available are limited. And I put a quote from our colleagues from the delegation in Serbia, because I found it very interesting. It was at a previous workshop we had, which basically says we really need to show what the possible deliverables of EUSDR are, and we cannot have only vague initiatives. So I think this is a very good point to basically take into account for our work. Next slide. So we will have a new government soon, and we will have to update the membership in our steering groups. So we will have another round of, let's say, these consultative meetings with the program authorities and the members of the EUSDR steering groups. And we also rely very much on the networks that are created by between the managing and the programming authorities in order to create ownership by them. Next slide. And of course, what Emer was saying, it's not the only instrument that we have, but it is a very important instrument because it does create some policy improvements, and some of the results of these projects that have been funded and will be funded will actually be able to be taken into account when planning some national programs and when embedding the Danube strategy priorities. I pointed out one good example as well of the CBC program that we have with Hungary, where the EUSDR representative is actually an observer in the monitoring committee. So we believe that cooperation is crucial and that we need it. There are more funds for cooperation, which we have received in this new period. But because of the complex challenges, we really need to use each cent very well, and to really capitalize on all the synergies that we can from all the interventions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ioana. You actually run along the whole embedding process, a really great overview. Thank you so much for taking the time, and I hope you can still stay with us a bit. And now we are moving on to our next speaker. I'm happy to invite for the next intervention Igor Malaj. He's the Chief of the Regional Development Policy Department from the Ministry of Infrastructure and Regional Development from the Republic of Moldova. Hello to Chisinau. Igor, you with us? You can hear us? Testing the connection. You do hear us? We can see you. Can you hear us? I do see you on my screen. I cannot hear you. You don't seem to hear me. Maybe we can back check if the connection is on. Igor does not seem to be hearing us. I try this microphone. Can you hear us? No. It's probably on your end. Maybe we can try to go to the next speaker. So Igor, we will come back to you when the connection is on again. So please do stay with us. And I would now go to the next speaker. You are here with us, so it makes things a bit easier. Would work even without this one. So, but we want to have also the online participants with us. So, Besiana, thank you for being with us, and Interact also has been supporting the whole embedding process in a great way, also accompanying and providing insight and inputs within this whole process. So, my question, and this is what you will be telling us about, is especially focusing on the IPA programs. So, what is the perspective from your point of view, and give us some insights.
Well, thank you very much, Robert, for the invitation. As you said, in Interact, we have been working both with macro-region strategies and with IPA programs. It's very curious the fact that both the instrument of pre-accession IPA and the macro-region strategies are quite young in the cohesion policy. If we have to think about the instrument of pre-accession, it started only in 2007, and it incorporated previous programs that were giving support to candidate countries. The instrument is a bit more particular in this aspect because it's providing support not only to candidate countries, but also to potential candidate countries, and also to the member states. And the main objective of the IPA instrument is to support, as I said, countries in adopting and implementing economical, social, administrative and all number of reforms in order to comply and to align with Union's rules and standards and policies. Especially in the last programming period, the new multi-annual financial framework for the IPA, which established a budgetary envelope around 14 billion, reflects also the flagships of two main important documents, which are the economic plan for investment in the Western Balkans, and especially the Western Balkan strategy, a credible perspective for enlargement for and the enhancement of EU engagement in the Western Balkans. This strategy for the Western Balkans is very important because the strategy lays out the unprecedented support that the Commission, the Union, is giving to enlargement countries in accompanying them in the transformation by carefully trying to understand those flagships, those priorities, which are important not only for the countries, but also for the European Union. Because, as I said at the beginning, this is very important because also member states can participate in the pre-accession assistance, and also the EU makes sure that the values that it represents through the different policies are happening and are made possible also in the Western Balkan countries. The strategy, as I said, are also quite new, so it's very impressive to see the steps forward that the strategy, especially the Danube strategy, has done during the years. And I wouldn't be too critical because it's just only less than 14 years that the strategies are running and trying to become and to fulfill the main objectives for what they are existing. We all know the old narrative at the very beginning of the strategy, the 3 no's. I'm not going to explain them, but I would say that the strategies should serve to the territories, especially in the Western Balkan countries, as indicating which is the right flow, as a compass. Because the strategies put together a lot of different stakeholders. The strategies can make possible that sitting in the same discussion tables of different stakeholders from different states, as Ivana also mentioned, which are placed in these discussion tables and on this equal footing. It doesn't matter if you are a member state or candidate country or potential candidate countries. They offer the platform to create very strong and strategic networks. At the same time, they are catalysts for the funding. It's a very crucial point here, because the funding is already in the territories. Doesn't matter from member states or other funding sources. The strategies can really give a strong impetus in these in order to collect, in order to pool these funds and to create synergies to implement exactly those initiatives, those projects that brings to the territories a harmonious development. And that's exactly also what the Commission, the European Union, is looking with when it considers the Western Balkans to prepare these countries to achieve, to align the same standards, the same prosperity, and the same social economic situation as other countries in the European Union.
Thank you very much. So also the strategies as an enlargement tool and having, as you said, pooling the resources and stakeholders. And I think this is also very crucial. What you mentioned is this also focus on the Western Balkan countries with all the instruments that are available here with IPA, Western Balkan Fund, etc., etc. Thank you very much, Bestiana, for this insight. And I'm really sorry that I have to hurry up now. But you are here with us, and if there is questions, you can be reached, and you can also you will remain part of this whole embedding process that we are still within. If you have questions to Bestiana or to the colleagues from Interact, just drop us a line or contact you directly. Thank you very much, Bestiana. Yes, that's your applause. Let me just check if Ihor can hear us. I do have you on my screen. I do see you. Can you hear me? Doesn't look like it. Doesn't look like it, but the next speaker makes it even easier because it's again Ihor. We've been having Igors the past days, right? Okay, so that's a name to remember. Again, thank you, Ihor, for taking the time and also being with us throughout the whole session. And you as presidency, as a presidency that is just finishing but remaining in the trio presidency, and you will be clearly continuing your work within the trio presidency. And for Ukraine, embedding was also one of the key points here that you have been following since you have taken over, and despite the terrible tragedy going on. But I would like to ask you also on your personal kind of a recap on the embedding process and what you make out of it, what is also your learnings and what is important here for Ukraine.
How much time do we have?
Yeah, okay, now we stay a bit longer, so
okay.
Take your time.
I'm joking. Frankly speaking, before I was appointed as national coordinator, this word was something fantastic for me. When I heard the word embedding, I'm like, what is this? And you know, when you always hear some strange word, you always go to the Google Translate. And there was, the first translation was to put into something like,
that didn't help.
Yes, what we're talking about. But more seriously, the problem of embedding with Ukraine I will talk only about the challenges. And no wins, they are not interesting. The problem with embedding with Ukraine was the first one, more political status of our country before June 2022, because there was no so high and broad range of instruments, especially financial one, that can be could be absorbed by our country. So what do I mean? I mean that Ukraine was not a candidate status, not a member state status. There was some slight low instruments like CBC, NDC, but to my personal point of view, we need to make assessment of the effectiveness and efficiency to Ukraine. Our journey with embedding started with somehow to understand how can we, as non-EU member state, non-candidate state, to implement at least at plan level this beautiful word. We did something. We tried to link and to embed these objectives in different plan documents. But we faced another problem, another challenge, because Ukraine is a decentralized country with a high empowerment of local communities, with a high level of initiative, local initiative. And it was also a huge challenge somehow to involve them into this process and to somehow build these clear links. So that's the first my learning. The second my learning that definitely, if we're talking about non-EU member states, especially those who received recently the candidate status, they have a low level of discipline, frankly speaking. And that is a key challenge that that EU face and will face. Because when you are talking about planning and then about financing, politicians thinking in a backward. They thinking about the first financing and then about the planning. And that is the key challenge that you have to promote, especially in the non-EU member states. You have to clearly sell your strategy, clearly sell the instruments to the high political level, sometimes to argue, sometimes to make some promotion. It's like you're like a priest. That is also the challenge. Also, there might be solutions for some turnkey approaches. How to make non-EU member states more disciplined and how to grow the feeling of them to work with such initiatives like embedding. When all of the participants clearly understand in which way you will receive from planning to project implementation, all these stages, then that is the basis for the success. Because this gap between planning and financial and somehow coordination and then links with all the priorities, it creates a mess. So this, we should think about somehow maybe piloting these issues within the existing already instruments. Definitely, I don't have still a question, what will be the role of embedding in a future recovery of Ukraine? Where is it? So that would be also a task for us. Thank you. Maybe you have questions.
I do have questions, and I'm very impressed also about first off getting an insight from a minister, from a politician who is very honest with us and telling us how it actually
that is political trick, facing. You know.
But I remember your embedding when we started with this whole embedding process, and by now I think everyone in the strategy knows the expression, the beautiful embedding, and that copyright goes to Ihor. Actually, that's all yours. So thank you also for this insight and your take from this whole process. And as you already said, you have taken this up with the embedding paper that you have prepared as presidency, and where you have also taken the special role of non-EU countries. So I think this is also something that will be taken up. And maybe if you have some also reflections, so what do you reckon? What would be the next steps? Again, I said you will remain the member of the trio presidency. You'll be clearly working here. So throughout this learning, so what do you think where the strategy should go in the next steps? And please be honest, as you always are.
Frankly speaking, implementation. That is the main issue. So we are talking a lot already. We need to go to implementation. Practice. Practice, practice, and once again practice. That's also the issue not only for non-EU member states, but also for member states itself. Please show us concrete projects. Please show us the model. Please show us the way. And we might copy it and adapt somehow in our country too. So that will be the answer.
A brilliant one. Ihor KORKHOVYI. Right, moving to our last speaker, unless Igor #1 can hear us. I'm trying again. I will try again. It doesn't look like it. Nope. He's smiling. He's smiling, but
He's seeing you, but he's smiling.
I think that input will be too difficult just via smiling. Yeah. Right, we have our last speaker, Bojan Vujovic, with us online from the European Integration Office, Government of Montenegro, also having another non-EU state with us. And I hope that Bojan can see and hear us. And I'm very happy to pass the floor to you and looking forward to your input on embedding from a perspective of a non-EU country.
Okay, hello. I hope that you can hear me. First of all, I'm happy to be here, and I'm sending regards from Podgorica. Actually, in the meantime, our government has changed, so also my institution has changed. So I'm now speaking on behalf of the Ministry of European Affairs of Montenegro, but nevertheless, the essence of my work remained the same. So in my capacity of the national coordinator for the Danube strategy in Montenegro, I'm really glad to share my views how we participate in the implementation of the strategy, and actually how embedding took place in Montenegro, what are the current and future also challenges. First of all, I have to say that we have also, as our colleague from Serbia mentioned, this fact that actually our ministry is coordinating the overall programming and implementation of all EU funds and programs in Montenegro. So it is kind of easier to monitor what is happening with the embedding process. The process itself is definitely quite complex one, and we tried to take care in a way of the priorities defined in the Danube strategy during preparation of all programming documents in Montenegro. Situation with the countries which are not EU member states is quite different compared to the EU member states, and this is something which we emphasized several times. I mean, compared to the typical managing authority of one or more programs in EU member states, competencies of the bodies or institutions programming EU funds in non-EU member states is different, meaning that, of course, the inputs which we are receiving from the European Commission are in a way more obligatory for our countries. But of course, this was not the reason not to try to embed the Danube strategy priority into our programs. Currently, Montenegro is participating in 10 CBC Interreg programs, and of course, in addition to the national and regional IPA funds which we are receiving. So embedding during these first years was more related to the fact that we were preparing strategic documents for financing of projects during the whole financing perspective. So also our long-term strategic response in terms of EU funds contains really an overview of the ways how we can do more to finance projects in the area of related to the priority area of Danube strategy as well. And I pretty much rely on the presentation, which was really great presentation from a colleague from Serbia, showing in details how actually this link is made in the specific priority areas. What we try as well is to include this aspect during our regular coordinations with the European Commission, with the delegation of European Union here in Montenegro. And I would say that that so far things are definitely better than during the previous financing perspective until 2020. We have more projects focused on these areas, but again, there are certain risks when it comes to, unfortunately, different types of crises which we are facing with as a continent every day. So currently we are, for example, facing the fact that one part of EU funds which supposed to be provided by the EU for different types of projects under our regular programming process is being reallocated to for the response or to try to mitigate the effects of the current energy crisis. What I want to say is that actually this period of very unstable political developments and different crises that we are facing with definitely doesn't help this process. So the amount and the purpose of EU funds, which are aimed for the Western Balkan countries in general, including Montenegro, cannot be fully predictable, which is another challenge to this process. But I think that we can do more definitely to link whatever we have with achieving the goals from this strategy, but also from the other regional and macro-regional strategies which we have. And I think it is very important to try to interlink different processes. And from the perspective of Montenegro as the acceding country, I suppose from the other countries as well in the region, it is very important that the implementation of the strategy and the way how we embed the priorities can also help us in speeding up our accession process, which is also very important. Definitely by working together and exchanging experiences, we can make sure that also all countries can accede much faster to the EU. In this regard, I'm really happy that I managed today to hear many different useful inputs from all the other participants. Because this different perspective in the region also is definitely an added value for this process. I can share also our commitment to continue with this process and to make sure that all future also EU-funded programs in Montenegro at least contain some important projects related to the implementation of the Danube strategy, but also the other strategies that we are participating in. I know that I'm one of the last speakers, so I would not take too much of your time. I would thank you once again for the invitation. I would also use this opportunity, since I unfortunately was not able to attend physically, to congratulate on the great organization of the forum, but also to thank to the Ukrainian presidency for the great efforts in managing the strategy during very hard times for their country. So thank you very much, in general, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Igor, for your time, for being with us, and also for your insight. And with Igor, we are now moving to the end of our today's panel. I will be, again, really quick. Just want to say thank you to all of you. Thanks to the speakers. It was a long session. And since we are moving towards the end, I also want to, on a very personal level, also thank our current still presidency. On a very personal level, thank you very much, Igor, for all your efforts, for your energy, for everything that you have done despite the situation that you are in. And I think we had a really wonderful Ukrainian presidency. Thank you very much, and thank you, everyone.
And also a big thank you for Robert Lichter for moderating. It was also very beautiful. Robert was speaking that we could moderate the next year's Slovenia, but I think he should. The whole event after these 2 hours, it was really exciting, not to hear only about the embedding, but also to, well, see how partly a family you are, Igor. You are very, very enthusiastic about everything, and that was perfect. And we are going to see you in just a moment on the stage again, as you already know. Oh, once again, yes. For the 4th time, actually.
Everything, it has to come to an end, and right now it's the time to close the 11th annual forum of the EUSDR.
Yes, it were beautiful 2 days, as I already said at the beginning. More than 50 speakers, 8 sessions really sparked up with information about the new changes at the EUSDR strategy. And yes, we are not actually the competent ones to close it, so we are going to get some competent people on the stage.
At least I must say it was very inspirative also for us, the youth of the EUSDR, and also for us to see how the Ukrainian government and also how the Ukrainian people are doing well through these tough times, and this presidency was maybe the final dot after it.
Yes, and we are already speaking about a trio. There is always a trio of the presiding countries. Well, now with the Ukraine at the top of the mountain, let's say. So for Slovakia, I would invite as a previous presiding country, Mr. Michal BLAŠKO, the Director for International Cooperation Programs, Ministry of Investment, Regional Development, Informatization of the Slovak Republic, and EUSDR NC.
Next to him will be Johan Magnusson, the team leader of the ECDG Regional Urban Policy and also EU Macro-Regional Strategies.
And yes, the ship's wheel was passed on yesterday. But we even still have the Ukraine as a presiding country. So again, Mr. Ihor KORKHOVYI.
And also we would like to maybe hear your appointments from these 2 days, also from the last year's Ukrainian presidency, and we also start with the Michal BLAŠKO.
Thank you, guys.
It's open, it's on.
Okay, thank you, guys. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, a year ago, when we handed over the presidency of the strategy to Ukraine, we were really happy and really proud that it will be Ukraine after us, our neighboring country and our friends. And we were really happy, and we wanted to be meeting and to seeing each other in beautiful cities of Ukraine, not only in Kiev, but maybe in Lvov, in Odessa. But of course, this was not possible because of the Russian aggression against Ukraine, and it took us it was a shock for all of us that what is still happening in Ukraine. But our brave Ukrainian friends kept kept running the presidency and kept running the whole strategy. So it was really good and tough job from their side. Of course, it was obvious that in this time when missiles are hitting almost the whole territory of Ukraine, it was not able to organize an annual forum on their territory. So that's why we offered our helping hand. That's why we are here in Košice. Actually, this was our third attempt in last 6 years. This is the third annual forum that take place in Slovakia. Actually, after the last one in Bratislava, I said never ever, but here we are again. I hope that we took the full advantage of our experience from the past and that you enjoyed this year's edition and that you enjoyed the city of Košice as well, that is very close to Ukrainian border as kind of a symbol. We had almost 60 speakers here. I counted maybe better than you.
I was not the best at the mathematics, okay. But obviously you were.
We had 200 people on site here. Okay, maybe it was yesterday or maybe till today's lunch. We had, so far we've had almost 900 views on our YouTube streams. So I think this is really great. We had almost 20 journalists here in Košice. From almost all involved partner states of the strategy. So I really hope and for sure the information about the successful Ukrainian 11th annual forum will spread across the whole Europe. So I think this is a proof that the cooperation really makes sense. That we don't just speak about the cooperation, that we do know how to cooperate and then we want to cooperate. So at this point, I just would like to thank to you, Ihor, to thank to your team for an excellent cooperation. I would like to thank even to my team for their excellent work in organizing of this annual forum. And I'm pretty looking forward our future excellent cooperation in our beautiful region, beautiful Danube region. Together we stand, divided we fall. Hvala Ukrajine a ďakujú.
Yes, so the next up for the next closing speech, we have Mr. Johan Magnusson. So as already was said, team leader at ECDG Regional and Urban Policy and EU macro-regional strategies.
Well, after the first speech here, Michal's speech, I was just thinking, so what can I possibly add to this? And probably not so much. Because I think he said really basically everything which I think one can say at this let's say point in time. The only thing I mean that I possibly could add is that I agree with him every word. I think we saw it. There was something that was very touching actually for me, and that was the video we saw. Yesterday, the video recorded by the Ukrainian presidency, and there we also see how it all started and what then happened during this year, which has been a year which I think, well, frankly, to be honest with you all, we never wanted this. We could never even imagine this to happen. But now we are here, and we have to live in this situation where we are and take things forward. Again, very many thanks to Ihor, to your team, to your support team with Nadia and her colleagues, to you, Michal, with your colleagues and your team. And I think basically we all did this together. I feel very, very safe when I sit with these two fantastic gentlemen here, you know, on my side. So it's really, from our side, European Commission, DG Regio, I think we are all, and we can all be very, very proud of this fantastic work that you have done under these absolutely horrific circumstances that we have had here. So we can only go forward, and we do that in the best way we can. Basically, with those words, it's not so much more for me than to thank you all again, and I think that we should now give over the floor to my dear colleague here to my right-hand side.
As you say again.
Thank you. A lot of feelings inside, too much. My key tasks when I arrived here was to show you and to share with you that we're not only the victims, but we are brave enough. So this is so-called this lively balance. So, and this balance that Ukrainian citizens showed with their high level of organization, high level of resistance, it is the most inspiring thing you may ever seen. And I hope you will never see again, and we mutually will never see again. First, I want to start with the thankful words to Michal, you personally, to your team, to the Slovak government for assisting us to have this forum today. Secondly, I want to say thank you to our DSP team. Without you, we won't be able to manage so properly our presidency. Thank you, Robert. And definitely, he's your competitor already. You give him the floor.
Yes, I already feel it,
Yes,
you know, the tingling.
Be careful. Third, thank you very much, Johan. Thank you very much. We always feel this eye of Big Brother from European Commission. That was very important for us because this synergy is that exists already in the management of the Danube strategy. It shows its effectiveness. So that's very good. And furthermore, and my biggest thank to my team. To all of you who work with me, to Institute, to Hans Seidel Foundation, to my colleagues from Ministry, thank you very much. Without you, this would not be possible. And finishing, I wish that Slovenian presidency do not meet any challenges like COVID wars, and I hope everything will be okay. So we will be in trio, we will continue to work in trio and to perform our duty as well as it can be. Slava Ukraini and Heroям Slava. Thank you.
Strong words from strong man, from strong country. Thank you very much, Ihor KORKHOVYI. You were the Ukrainian EUSDR Presidency, the Deputy Minister, but now it's the time to move on, to move to the next country, to Slovenia, who will be looking forward the next year.
Yes, and the ship's wheel has already been passed, and since there is no Slovenian representative right now, I would like to say a big thank you for this event in the name of Slovenian presidency for the following year. And I don't know if, Michal, we are going to see each other
I've never been in Slovenia, so it's not the time to be there.
Just a little wink at the cameras if they are watching. Anyway, EUSDR must go on, and have a nice day, have a nice year. And then probably see you as well.
And
next time.
I will also say, maybe for David, thank you for all of to having us here. It was a really pleasure last year and this year. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So this is it. This was all from the 11th Annual Forum. And we would like to thank you here in attendance. We would like to thank the guys, also Michal BLAŠKO, Johan Magnusson, and Ihor KORKHOVYI for closing this annual forum, and also to you. Have a nice day. Maybe see you soon. Goodbye.